I pray for better days. Working hard cause I want extra pay. Talk to them seeds, but you must demonstrate. Cause it's your ways that they gon' imitate. Non-violent. Sometimes I wish I would've went to college. Frown proudly. Cause where I'm from, they hate you when you smiling. Your faith should be your gun. You can't leave home without it. The children being grown cause all the parents acting childish. You show them your reality, I bet they doubt it. You tell them all about your dreams, that's when they out it. Your own blood. Ain't no family no more. They do you badly for show. You try to patch up your soul, Lord knows you on a mission to show him you so submissive. The prayer said in silence, you know the devil can hear him, pay attention. Know the war's within, how much time do you spend? Try to balance your zen, then again, losses is lessons. You tell me you trying to win, we know about saving money. You tell me you trying to spend that blood on it. Sweat, tears, you put that love on it. Your best years was just a dumb moment. You tired of going hungry, can't deal with fake making your life lonely. Your lack of faith that left your soul bony. But you gon' work and you gon' strive, do what it takes to survive. What is truth, what is a lie? You know that war's inside. Some get draped into the fake, they don't know what to decide. Wrong choice, meet your demise, keep that between you and I. You realize, some people you gon' let go, you visualize. The things you need to feed your soul is on the rise. They not gon' wanna let you go, but it's alright. It's cool to bury what's gon' grow. Went from wrong to the right and to the dark to the light. It was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. Gotta hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside cause it might change your life. From wrong to the right and to the dark from the light. It was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. You just hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside cause it might change your life. I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no, things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me. Yeah, I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no, things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me.
Don't be stressing on the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. Just keep going and keep your faith, so you can win this race. This race called life, yeah, yeah. This race called life. This race called life, yeah, yeah. Race called life. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm grinding cause I know that I'm gon' get it. I just gotta have vision, keep faith and be humble. Have some patience with it. I've been A1 since day one, been always on my job. I never been a fake, never had to steal and rob. Cause I do good business, I'm too good with it. And even though I'm on this road, I'm still daddy to my children. You know I do good with them, and don't like being missing. But I hate when my bills are thicker and my pockets get thinner. But I can't stress up on the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. I keep going and keep my faith in my face, so I can win this race. Win this race called life. This race called life. I'm just trying to win this race called life. This race called life. This race called life, yeah. Race called life. I'm just trying to win this race called life, yeah. Yeah, yeah. I keep on running in this race called life, yeah. Yeah, yeah. I won't Just trying to win this race called life. This race called life. Girl, I just gotta win this race called life. This race called life. Just gotta win this race called life.
The Titans Debate League, presented by Coliseum of Arguments, where ideas don't just clash, they collide. In one corner, sharp as a blade and twice as deadly on the mic, the verbal assassin, Leandre Slim Reaper McBride, a master of logic, a hunter of weak arguments, and he's coming to carve this case wide open. And in the opposing corner, crowned in confidence, swinging with conviction, the fearless fire starter himself, King Naga. He doesn't back down, he doesn't fold, and he's ready to defend his stance at all costs. The question shaking the arena, was the killing of Alex Pretty justified? Morality versus law, emotion versus evidence, justice or just revenge? No scripts, no safety nets, just unfiltered debate warfare. This isn't a conversation, it's a showdown. Coliseum of Arguments, where only the strongest arguments survive. Are you not entertained? These are not just speakers. These are thinkers, forged in fire. Warriors of words stepping into destiny. Welcome to the Coliseum of Arguments, where logic clashes with conviction and ideas spill like blood in the sand. 16 titans, 16 minds, one path to immortality. They come seeking truth, they fight for redemption, they burn for revenge. Featuring the intellectual elite of the Titans Debate League. Every round a new war, every word a new weapon. Every titan ready to fall or rise in glory. This is not debate, this is combat. Step into the Coliseum of Arguments. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained?
Peace, Titan family. Peace, Titan family. Can you hear me? Mic check 1, 2. My audio good? Yes, sir. Peace, Titan family. Welcome back to another one. Actually, this is the first one. This new episode is called Argument Alley, the battleground where ideas don't get comfort, they get questioned. This isn't a lecture. This isn't an echo chamber. This is intellectual pressure. Here we run hot seat questioning, sharp questions, direct answers, no hiding behind buzzwords. New voices will step into the alley, and the panel steps up to test the strength of their claims. Open floor, open challenge, open season on weak arguments. And tonight's guest, stepping in from Baltimore, Maryland, we have Humble Mystik. Everybody give him a round of applause.
I appreciate it. Peace, family. I go by Humble, representing the Bomb Squad across Beagle, TikTok, and YouTube. I'm a debater, a researcher, and a thinker who's comfortable stepping into any topic, whether it's history, philosophy, science, culture, or just raw human experience. I appreciate you, brother.
Let's go. Mystik studies the teachings of the Kabbalion, takes a naturalistic view of reality, argues that the melanated man is the original man, and promotes a message he calls the gospel of freeing people from organized religion. Bold positions, big claims, and he says he's ready to stand on all of it. No scripts, no safety nets, just questions, and how well he can handle them. Mystik says he's here for all challengers and will answer all questions as honestly as he can. So panel, sharpen your questions. Audience, lean in close, because in Argument Alley, if your ideas can't take the heat, they don't belong in the fight. So yeah, again, this is Humble Mystik. we're about to get into it. So tell us a little bit about yourself, man. Your background. How did you come into debating or the conscious community? And yeah, we'll start with that.
So I came into it. I was 13. I used to be a pastor at a church. And slowly but surely, I always knew it was something more. I found out about a YouTube when YouTube was popping called Sinetta. Um, and as I started to be on YouTube more, I started to hear the message of melanated people that look like me, and they were telling a different story, not only that I was getting from my church, but that I was getting from the education system, right? That I was getting from, my peers who are around me. And when I went to go check out their stories, it flipped my worldview upside downwards, and I had to start expressing these things. Now um my debating came from high school. I was a debater in high school, and it took off from there. So that's anything else, just ask.
Hey, let's go. Let's go. Um, what's your background? You know what? I'm going to get into these hot seat questions
Hmm.
because some of these will be answered in this. We don't need the big grand introduction. We'll let your information speak for itself. Question number one. Hold on, hold on. Let me cut this music on right quick. How many debates do you have right now under your belt?
I got 12. I actually just uploaded them. It's so funny because I was gonna put them in a back chat to share the screen so y'all can see. I got them all in the. I have them all in a what do you call it, playlist, and so I got 12 debates.
Okay.
So my record stand 10-2.
10-2 right now. Y'all heard that he's 10-2, so he is a veteran of this, not a newbie. He's not wet behind the ears. Green
Mm-hmm.
in no way, gentlemen. Yeah, drop some of those links because at the
Oh
end
yeah.
I may pull up some of those. Drop some of your biggest ones or your favorite ones, and we'll check one out for a second. Okay, yeah, let's get into these questions, man, because I know the people wait. Where was I at? I was over here. If you met your creator today and they were disappointed in you, what would be your first excuse?
Mm. Ooh. If I met my creator today and they were disappointed in me, well, I meet my creator every day. And if she's disappointed in me, my excuse was, I just didn't work hard enough. Mhm.
Turn that down a little bit. I like that one. I like that one. Next one. Is God a benevolent architect or a bored observer?
Um, God is. Can I say both?
Explain. Yeah, you can say both
All
and then
right.
you can expound
So
on
the
it.
reason I say both is because, as we know in science, all things are conscious, right? We know that by the double slit experiment. Now, why would I say that God is an architect? Because from the minute substance of life, right? Some of us call energy, some of us call chi, some of us call prana. From that is birthed everything else. So, in an instance, God is an architect, but God is also an observer, the first observer, might we add, and if we're using the context of God.
Hmm, I like
I'm also getting a tattoo, by the way, y'all. So,
that. The first one to ever do. He the soldier boy in this right here. First one ever getting the hot seat while getting the tattoo, man. Shout out you for that one, man. He made it. Next one. If science proved tomorrow that the soul is just a chemical reaction, would your morality change?
nah, not at all. Um, and one of the fundamental reasons is because I understand morality to be a uh It is not objective, but subjective. That's what I mean to say. So my morality is my morality outside of anybody else's morality.
Mm, let's get it. Is religion a path to truth or a survival mechanism for the weak?
Ooh, this is one of my favorite questions. I don't think it's neither.
Mm,
I think it's a tool for indoctrination. I think it's a tool that's been used way too often that we need to get rid of, that keep our people stuck in a box, right? It stops our people from learning. It stops our people from growing. It stops our people from experiencing. And it forces our people to challenge the truth even when it's right in front of their face.
let's go. Let's go. I like it. I like it. If you could delete one religion from history to save lives, which would it be?
Christianity, without a doubt.
Ooh, I know it's gonna be some Christians gonna
Christianity,
hit the
without a
panel
doubt.
at the end of the show when they hear that. Hey, expound on that a little bit.
Um, the reason Christianity, or if I could change up my answer a little bit, I would say Catholicism. And the reason I would say Catholicism and Christianity is because they are the reason that our structural lives are the way it is today, right? Like the reason we see white Jesus in every church is because of them. The reason that most of the world is goddamn a Abrahamic religion is because of them, right? When they come and they like to preach this peace and oh God love you, they want us to forget about the Crusaders. They want us to forget about the holy wars that they caused. And so this is why, and I also feel like without that, just that alone, without the holy wars and the crusades, and without that, right, we would have been better off of people. And if I can make my last point is because without that religion, without that Abrahamic religion, what we today call Africa, we would still have the remnants, although we have some remnants, but we would have even more remnants of one of the greatest civilizations on earth. And I think that that religion tore that down and stripped that from us.
I know it's gonna be a bunch of Christians. Can't wait to get at your neck about that one, brother. Let's go to the next one. Is faith just a polite word for willful ignorance?
Oh, I would agree. I would agree. Faith and belief are just, those are just polite words, and those are dangerous words as well. And the reason they're dangerous is because in the realm of religion, they replace truth and knowledge. So you'll often hear Christians say, God is real because I believe in it. Just because you believe in God don't make God real. Right? Ur of the Chaldea was a real place because the Bible says so. Because you got faith in the Bible. That doesn't mean that it's not an anachronism. So those are some very dangerous words, but I would agree with that statement.
Let's go. Let's go. Okay, okay. Let's get to the next one. Does the universe owe us a meaning, or are we screaming into a void?
Mm. Neil deGrasse Tyson once said, "The universe is at no cost obliged to make sense to you."
Damn.
So, we out here, we trying to figure out how this thing work. Our ancestors try to figure out how this thing work. The universe is just being, and if we take this from a philosophical point of view, right? And we even touch on that notion that the universe just be, and we mirror the universe and just be. then we can understand everything there is about the universe.
Let's
You
go.
know,
Let's go. Let's
these are
go.
some great questions, brother. These are some great questions.
I appreciate you. I was gonna say, I know you ain't heard these before. Okay, next one. Next one. If humans are created, why were we designed with the capacity for such profound evil?
Mm. Ooh. So this is also another great question. Um, from a scientific point of view, I'll say that humans were a natural manifestation.
Mhm.
From my own point of view, I'll say that there's no evidence that we was ever created. I think we were always here. And I think we were here I think we were here with a different notion of what morality meant than what we consider morality today, right? I don't think what we consider evil today, our ancestors considered evil. You know, it was a way of living life to them because we know life don't come with a handbook.
Mm.
You know, I think it wasn't until these Europeans installed this concept of religious morality into us that we start looking at the world as good or bad, right or wrong, you know, black and white, you know. So
Okay, I like that answer, man. You said something in there. You said life don't come with a handbook.
mhm.
I had a mixtape called "The Game Don't Come with Instructions." That just made me think about that. But yeah, that's definitely big facts. Appreciate your honest answer on that one, man. Let's
Definitely,
get to the
most
next
definitely.
one. And for anybody who doesn't know exactly what this is, let me go ahead and catch you guys up. This is the new show, Argument Alley, the battleground where ideas don't get comfort, they get questioned. This isn't a lecture, this isn't an echo chamber, this is intellectual pressure. Here we're running hot seat questioning, sharp questions, direct answers, no hiding behind buzzwords. New voices will step into the alley. Panels will step up to test the strength of their claims, and we'll see if we can set up some debates between anybody who has contention with the information he's bringing today. So it's an open panel, an open floor, open challenge, open season on weak arguments. Tonight's guest, stepping in from Baltimore, Maryland, we have Humble Mystik. And he's been brave enough to step into the Coliseum, man. He said he wants all the smoke. He's taking
Oh
on
yeah,
all challengers. So share that link to anybody you know.
definitely.
Yeah, who does this for real? He does this for
If
real.
I
It's 10 and
may,
2 right
brother,
now. Go ahead.
it's funny. I just realized I could read the comments. I just seen somebody posting the comments. And I want to clear up. I do believe in morality, but I believe in subjective morality. Right, that's one of my few beliefs. Um, and my belief is backed by a knowing that my right could be different than your wrong,
Mhm.
and your left. You see what I'm saying? So where we stand can differ, right? And that's on many topics, you know, murder. Um, it's a different topics. I don't even want to get into it. Listen, it go deep.
Hey, I see you got the logo on the hoodie though.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. If I turn around, y'all will see. If I turn around, y'all will see this logo on my back. I got this logo on the back of my hoodie.
That's
That's my
hard.
logo right here.
Yeah, I was peeping. I saw the humble. I'm like, oh yeah, that got to be the
Mhm.
humble Mystic. Okay, I like that.
Yeah,
We do
see,
have hoodies for sale on the website. I
I
might
keep
as well
the
go ahead.
pyramids on me.
Oh yeah,
Keep the unks on me.
let's go. Y'all see what time it is, man. Y'all see what time it is. Let me run my little ad while we here.
In the arena of ideas, words are weapons. Confidence is your armor, and every Titan needs their gear. From the Titans Debate League comes a movement born from energy, faith, and power. Custom debater tees, spiritual wear, and PVO gear guaranteed to uplift your spirit and elevate your mindset. This isn't just fashion, it's identity, it's purpose, it's power. Join the movement, step into the arena. Shop now at ColiseumOfArguments.com and wear what Titans believe in.
That's tough. That's tough. I like that.
Appreciate you. You might have to get some of your designs up there, bro.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
We'll figure it out. We're gonna figure it out. Let me get this banner back up here. And again, it is an open panel. Anybody who wants to come up here and challenge any of his information, you see a debate that you can line up. Come up here. You know, we paying $50, win, lose, or draw. We got Lord Banu to the panel.
What it do? Blessings, blessings.
The shepherd of you, Mecca. How you feeling today, Lord Banu? You super low. We can't barely hear you at all. You're not choppy. You just sound like you got the phone in another room.
There we go. I was hooked up to the Bluetooth. I wanted to. I'm better now.
Yeah, you loud and clear right now.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to come up, show some love, man. Heard the brother. He was up here cooking. You know what I'm saying? I agree with a lot of the things he was saying. I mean, I didn't get to hear everything y'all was chopping it up about, but you know what I mean? Definitely sound like he in alignment with some of the things that how I see the world. So respect to the brother, man.
Peace and
That's
blessings.
what's up, man. We big on giving people their flowers while they around and smell them over here. So definitely appreciate you for that, Lord Banu. Anybody else that wants to do that as well, feel free. Don't just have to come up here to challenge the brother.
Indeed.
You know,
A1, I was gonna say too, add him to the Umeka back chat. I don't know if he on Facebook or Messenger or whatever, but add him to the chat. So
I just got him. I just got him together. We about to get him. We about to get him in action, man.
all right, say less, say less.
Yep. Yeah, you already know I'm on it, baby. I'm on it.
All right, man. Y'all be easy though. I just wanted to come up here and show some love, man. I gotta finish getting myself together. Indeed, peace, God.
Appreciate you, big dog. We also have Ben Eaton to the stage. How you feeling, Ben?
Hey, peace, A1. Hey, I'm just here. Peace, humble. Hey, man, I watch you on Sarnetta, man. You're a good brother, man.
Oh, I appreciate that.
You're a fellow Baltimorean as well, man. So
yeah.
I'm from West. Man. I'm right over around Mount Dominant. So
if I can really fast, brother, listen, I'm calling Unc Cud. So I don't know. You say you on Baltimore too, right, Ben?
Yeah, yes, sir.
So what I do every summer, y'all know every summer them Hebrew Israelites be standing around down there.
Oh man, yeah.
Hey, I go down there and challenge them every summer.
Yeah.
Hey, Unc said, hey, I'm calling Unc. I got his number now. Hey, listen, that's boots on the ground. Go challenge these brothers.
I'm with that. But I'm with that, man. Yeah.
I do that every summer, bro.
I might have to pull up and get some footage of that this summer, man. I'm trying to have my boots on the ground too.
But they wild out there in Baltimore. Them Hebrews be out there, boy. Yeah.
Hey, listen, I've been doing this for well over 10 years, man. Every day, go out there. Same thing. And again, that's why I give so much props to Sarnetta, is because he is what inspired me to, once I started seeing Sarnetta, start going to the court down Federal Hill. Ben, you know what I'm talking about. Down to the court down Federal Hill. And I walked past these brothers for a while. I would walk past them and not say nothing. I go in the house, watch my Sarnetta. Man, I'm like, man, next time I go down the court, I'm going in on these. Ever since then, I've been going in on them.
Big step,
man. But no, keep doing your thing, humble man. It's just always good to see just us young brothers really, doing our thing. So, peace. I'm gonna jump back off, man, but keep doing your thing.
That's what's up. Appreciate you, big dog. Appreciate you.
Yes, indeed. Peace to you, A1. I'm sorry for yesterday, brother. I'm gonna make it up to you, man.
No worries, man. We gonna get you in, man. I know how it goes.
I'm gonna definitely make it up to you, brother.
No, we just gonna reschedule, man. I know how it is. Some days I gotta reschedule on people too. So.
Yes, indeed, man. All right. Well, peace to y'all, man. I'm watching the chat.
I appreciate you, brother. And I also wanna, if I can, I wanna clear something up. I know a lot in this presentation. I mean, this interview, we talked a lot about the word God, right? And you asked a great question about if I had a religion to like get rid of, why would it be them? And that's another main point, is because before them, our ancestors didn't know any God. We dealt with principles. We dealt with forces of nature. We embodied these things. We worked with these things hands on. We understood the importance of breathing. We understood the importance of the rain. We understood the importance of the sun rays. We understood these things. It wasn't until these people came and started making everything gods. Now we start hearing, oh, God of Osiris, right? God Ma'at. And I'm like, what are y'all talking about? So because of these people, we now have to come and put a lot of things back into perspective about how our ancestors lived their life, you know, and we have to even be careful with that. I was just on a panel a little while ago, and we have to, and I was just talking about this, we have to even be careful with the scholarship that we deal with that, because a lot of the people like the Dr. Benz, and my brother earlier was just saying, why don't you go in on Dr. Ben? And it's not because we want to go in on our ancestors, right? It's just we want to highlight that these brothers had a lot of things correct, but they also misrepresented a lot of things that we have to get correct. And so that's all it is. It's not a big old, oh, because Dr. Ben said this one word in his book wrong, we got to go in on him. Nah, it's we have to recorrect the notion that they had back then of how our ancestors properly lived. And I just wanted to clear that up, brother. Thank you for allowing me to expound on that.
No, yeah, no doubt, man. You the guest of honor tonight, man. The show is yours. Um, we want to make sure that you get it all out, so that way people know where you stand, no confusion. Next question. This one's a banger right here. Is the concept of hell a tool for justice or a tool for psychological trauma?
Most definitely a tool for psychological trauma. Um, the whole concept of burning somewhere eternally is is messed up. And it took me years, man, to actually realize how that really play a part in how people live their life. We literally have people that live their life a certain way because they believe if they don't do this thing after this, they're going to burn in an endless pit of fire. And that's a traumatic thing. You see what I'm saying? It's just like getting into an accident, right? Once you experience that trauma, you start you start to look at sitting on the other side of the car, and the passenger seat a little different. No, I want to sit on this side, or I don't trust this driver. And so that's how it is with these religious people. Oh, well, I can cuss when I'm downtown because ain't no churches, but once I get in front of a church, I can't cuss no more because God watching. As if you don't think God is omnipresent. How do you teach God is omnipresent on Sunday, but then do all this other crazy stuff Monday through Saturday? And so these are just the things that we have to look at and rationalize. And once we rationalize, we'll see how dangerous these concepts is, such as hell.
Get that music back. Jump.
Hey.
Okay, I like that answer. Now, some questions on race and identity. Is a colorblind society a utopia or a lie?
A lie.
Explain.
And the reason I say is a lie because when a culture is colorblind, then you can put a face on anything, right? That was the issue with the white Jesus and the black Jesus right? Because they had these people colorblind for so long. Once they went over to Russia and exposed all them pictures, and then they found out, oh, wait a minute, this picture was originally black. Now that white Jesus thing became more of a bigger, wait a minute, if he's white and he's white and he's white and he's white, but this picture is black, something is up here. And they're able to pull things like that over our eyes because they feel like we should live in a colorless utopia, right? They're able to take me and my wife the other day was just yesterday. We was just talking about all the things that melanated people invented, right? And we had our brother here, and he couldn't believe half of the stuff because it's been whitewashed. Because these people want us to, oh, it doesn't matter who invented it. That's that colorblindness utopia. And they use that same strategy to tell our melanated brothers and sisters that we're less than.
They definitely do.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen it happen all the time. Does your heritage define your potential, or is it a cage you're trying to escape?
Your heritage, your individual self define your potential and how far you go in life, right? Your heritage defines your legacy because it lets you know who you come from. It lets you know what stock, how should you move. You know, we was talking about morality earlier, right? What morals do you hold, right? Because all of that come from your roots. All of that come, my bad, y'all. No, y'all good. But all of that comes from your roots. And so while we individually choose our own destiny, our own place where we want to go, it's very important to understand where we come from. You see, so we can see our place in history when we're traveling to our destination.
Let's go. Can true racial reconciliation exist without a financial transaction?
Can you say that again? Repeat that question, my bad.
Can true racial reconciliation exist without a financial transaction, i.e. reparations?
No. And the reason I say that is because we've seen all the hip. It's just like, right, if you punish a whole class, right? We talking school here. The teacher punished the whole class, right? But then after the punishment, only half of the class get a lollipop and the other class don't. You see what I'm saying? So I have a class like, you know, no, we don't trust her no more. And they not going to trust her until she show that she can be fair again. And that's what we see in America today, right? We see where all of these other cultures come and they get messed up or whatever happened to them, and they get paid to go to school, they get paid to live in housing, they get grants and tax, they get all of this. But we've been under oppression for 500-600 years and still present day mentally, and they still look over us. So until they recognize us in humanity, in society, as a people, we'll never had that closure ever. And if I may, one more point on that, right? How does it make sense that the Arab can come here and it's so easy for him to set up stores in our neighborhood? It's so easy for him to set up, you know, markets and things of that nature, right? It's easy for him to get funding and grants and things of that nature. But the melanated man who've been here, he can't go to none of these places and set up nowhere. He can't go to Chinatown and buy no land. He can't go down to Little Italy and buy no land. So until we get that rectified, we'll always be at odds. Let me get this real fast.
Amazing news! At Titans Debate League is now looking for interns. We are expanding our team and seeking driven individuals who are ready to make an impact. We're on the hunt for talented people to join our marketing team, a charismatic new host, and creative minds who can produce amazing content. If you have a positive attitude and are used to winning, because that's what we do here, then we want to hear from you. Join us and contribute to a culture of excellence and success here at Titans Debate League. Email us today, titansdebateleague@gmail.com. Looking forward to hearing from you.
Where Infinity Gauntlet is a mere toy compared to the intellectual prowess build and destroy the cipher. Intellectual sword to slice you, or whatever device you recommend. Surgical precise pen, hand get heated.
It wasn't that bad.
No, it's just the top part, like right here.
I just sent you some links, 2 links to I sent you a debate, one of my debates in a back chat, and I sent you one of my little videos I did on Sinetta. What am I reaching for? What am I doing? 1 second, y'all.
Coliseum of Arguments. Welcome to Titans Debate League, presented by Coliseum of Arguments, where ideas don't just clash, they collide. In one corner, sharp as a blade and twice as deadly on the mic, the verbal assassin, Leandre Slim Reaper McBride, a master of logic, a hunter of weak arguments, and he's coming to carve this case wide open. And in the opposing corner, crowned in confidence, swinging with conviction, the fearless fire starter himself, King Naga. He doesn't back down, he doesn't fold, and he's ready to defend his stance at all costs. The question shaking the arena, was the killing of Alex Brady justified? Morality versus law, emotion versus evidence, justice or just revenge? No scripts, no safety nets, just unfiltered debate warfare. This isn't a conversation, it's a showdown. Coliseum of Arguments, where only the strongest arguments survive. Are you not entertained?
That will be here on Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League. In the next few days, be looking for this debate. This one's going to be fire. Leandre Slim Reaper McBride, PhD scholar, versus King Naga. And it is going to be an event, let me tell you. Beat me there, don't meet me there. You know what they say.
Beat me there, don't meet me there. Hey.
And back to you, humble mystic. Let me pour this down. Okay, and I have, which one is this? Where did it go? Humble smoke session. Where do you want me to start in this video? This was a few days ago, actually. You
can start from the whole. You can start from the beginning.
From the very beginning with the animations, or skip?
No.
Where you're talking with the bar right here.
How long is that?
It's only 22 minutes. It's not even long.
You can start from the whole beginning.
Okay, I want to skip over his intros. I don't know what he has copyrighted but I see you starting with Nepal right here. So I'm gonna start right here. Let me share this screen. Share screen. Humble smoke session.
I'm cooking as usual. Yes, I'm cooking, but I have dedicated to do this. I'm at my sister's and I'm cooking. I'm frying fish, y'all. But and I got I inhaled some fish smoke. But guess what? We got some real hot fish grease, figuratively, and the smoke from Humble. So Humble, I'm gonna let you take over right now. I'm just here for you at your disposal. What do you have?
Yes, most definitely, sister. Listen, you already said it. I'm bringing all the smoke. I do have a request for you, Sister Napa. See, I like my prey in reachable range. So if you see Yara in the chat, if you see Cosmon in the chat, if you see X in the chat, feel free to bring them up. Feel free to bring them. Only thing I would ask is they don't interrupt while I'm doing a bill. But after I do the bill, we get into the conversation. But oh yeah, most definitely.
Do you want me to bring in your Ashe?
Yeah, you could bring it.
Okay, here he is. Peace, Ashe.
I say.
I just like to look in my prey before I would devour them. So if they come in here, most definitely you could let them up on the panel.
I definitely will. I like that attitude. So anyway, you let me know what you need me to share. I will be right here. And yeah, the link is pinned at the top of the chat. So you heard him. He has never been scared of anybody. So go ahead, Humble. What do you need?
Yes, ma'am. I'm about to share it right now. Let me know when it's up there, Sister Napa.
There you go.
All right. Welcome, family. It's some new sheriffs in town. We got my brother Ashe up on the panel. Shout out to the bomb squad. Let's get into this. I got a question for y'all. How is Chief X gonna be in the toughest environment in the game, making such ignorant statements? And then we got Kazad, the hypocrite pseudo, talking down on Lookership while performing Lookership himself. If that's not hypocrisy at its finest, I don't know what is. I've been around the platform for a while now, and this past week, outside of my brother God Energy, got to give him his shouts out. He did an amazing presentation, but outside of that, the scholarship has vanished, replaced by pseudo logic and outdated terms. These aren't just errors, family. These are egregious assaults on truth. And it stains the legacy of this community that the giants have built, such as the Jabari Osazes. That's still my scholar. Anyway, so y'all know Humble had to, Humble the bomb squad had to pull up and put these neophytes back in their places. Shout out to Brother Ashe for, giving me that word. I got a couple more bombs I'm going to drop. And trust me, y'all, these aren't just warning shots. These are direct hits. Cosmon, Yara. Please don't think I forgot about you. Humble in the building. And I'm
about to say I dropped it before he
first
did.
Detonating the Negroid fallacy. Why I got an issue with Chief X. Well, listen, if y'all watched his video, y'all would have heard some of the disingenuous racist rhetoric and outdated 19th century terminology he was using. Did y'all see when the panel, I believe it was also Rakufu, tried to explain to Chief X why we no longer, as scholars, no longer use the term Negroid in our community, as this being a scholastic community? Did y'all catch his response? No worry, I got the receipts right here, right? Chief X states that he do not have a problem with the word Negroid. He uses it twice in his video. So now I use the term Negroid because everybody knows what a Negroid is. Bang, so that's my first issue. He himself acknowledges we all scholars know what the term Negroid is. And he still decides to use the term. And you expect someone to look at you as an elder when you're disrespecting your own people, the people that look like you? Man, let's get it. He said, I don't care. I like the term Negro. Is that not some AI Shay? I'm pulling one of you today, brother. Is that not some Uncle Ruckus right there? I like the term Negro. I don't have a problem with it.
Hey, hold on. I had to pause it real quick. Somebody tag y'all right now, man. Somebody tag Chasai right now, man. So everybody he was naming, tag him.
Get him in here.
Hold on. What was them names again? I'm going to do it myself. Don't worry about it.
Oh. Cosmon, Yara.
Cosmon be over here.
On screen.
Okay. I ain't hip to Chief X yet. You gotta bring him over here one day. I'm gonna tag the other two right now for you. I got you. Okay, where'd the video go? Here we go.
Hey, bro. When I see people of my complexion talk like this, they're no better to me than the pale man talking like this. I look at both of them as my enemies because I can't trust neither one of y'all talking like this. And then he gets up in the toughest environment talking about scholarship, but at the same time champion 19th century white supremacist terminology created by Blumenbach and Cuvier. Also, did a great breakdown on this too the other day about him using these terms. Chief, you got to do better, brother. The self-hate is not the way. Let's get it. He get another bomb, y'all, for regurgitating and repeating pseudo statements for the purpose, or I believe the purpose is brainwashing. Did y'all know this man said the Commissions was not black, not once, but 8 times? At least the video say 8 times. I got the receipt.
Damn. This game, you're not ready for it.
And I personally think it was a little more, but even 8 is too many. At that point, it's no longer education or misinformation. It's now an indoctrination. He trying to do the white man. See, listen, this is why we can't trust him. And see, he's sitting up here saying the Commissions are not black. He must have not have known about Sheikh Anta Diop's melanin dosage test. How you sit up here and you say, oh, well, we talk scholarship, we talk black scholarship, but you don't bring up Dr. Sheikh Anta Diop's melanin dosage test? Oh, I know why he didn't bring it up. Because it proves the black phenotype in Kemet. Not only does Dr. Sheikh Anta Diop's test proves melanated or black phenotype in Kemet, so do Dr. S.O.Y. Keita's biological research proves that the Egyptian not only had African phenotype, but their phenotype was melanated. Scientific overwhelming evidence, it don't need to be repeated. Only lies do. We got to get these brothers up out of here with that flim-flam. Let's get to the next bomb, y'all. Kasai, the pseudo-scholar. And y'all know I got to take the word scholar off of his name. He just a plain old pseudo. And here's why I say this. This brother comes up in his presentation, right? And he say, oh, it's scholarship versus lookership. And then does nothing but give you lookership. I gotta put this out here. For all of y'all so-called researchers and scholars, Google and AI are not sources. Let me repeat that. Google and AI are not sources. They are tools one used to gather sources. Y'all need to stop coming up here with Google searches talking about look at primary evidence. Clearly you don't know what primary evidence is. Not only that, but then he say, oh, well, this isn't talking about these figures here, isn't talking about Asherah, Yahweh. We got scholars. I want to know I'm going to ask you directly, what scholars you know say that? Because the scholars I know, right, Zaid Michelle and Dr. William G. Diver prove that the Continental Ajur record early Israelites mixing the worship of Yahweh and Asherah. These are archaeological records. These are real scholars. These are really the people that went and done the excavations. And see, I'm not going to show no Google slide, right? These are pictures. These are pictures showing what that say. Yahweh and his what? Asherah. What this one say down here? A mysterious ancient settlement. It's a the Kutali Azure inscription showing Yahweh and Asherah. So I got it twice right here. Come on now. We got to do better than this. You can't come up here talking about scholarship versus lookership and then give us lookership. That's poor. You can't come in the toughest environment doing stuff like that. You know you're going to get checked on stuff like that, or at least you should. Let's get into it, right? Another reason I'm not going to consider this brother a scholar, because this brother don't even know the difference between a victory stele and divine vengeance. How you up here reading about the ethics of war, which again, he don't tell us who wrote this article he's reading from. He's just up here reading the article titled Ethics of War. And in the article, he starts to read what is a victory story or scene. And he tries to push it off as if it's a divine vengeance scene, as if they was doing that because their God told them to. Come on now, like, bro, we gonna catch the flim-flams. You amongst some real scholars. I don't know who used to let you get away with doing stuff like that, but I promise you can't get away with that no more here. Because Humble here now, and I check everything right on the spot. Let's get into it. Right? Now, Cosmon, I gotta admit, he was a late addition. Only because I tried to get up on the panel with the brother respectfully and just check him out. But you know, he got real disrespectful. I don't even know the brother. But shoot, why not? Throw him up there on the list, right? So my issue with this brother is, yeah, everybody know what we do to the Bible over in the toughest environment. Everybody know what we do. We tear it to shreds. So you're now gonna trade in the Bible to bring us some 19th century fabricated historical pseudo-scientific cosmology? Come on. Hey, listen, he shouldn't even be allowed back over here. Listen, man, again, we stopping all of this. And then I asked the brother who wrote the book. He didn't even give the credit to the person who actually wrote the book. He said an angel wrote the book. I didn't get enough time to ask the brother, what's the name of the angel that wrote the book? But don't worry about it. We're going to get into that a little later, hopefully, right? But the person that wrote the book name is John Bellew Newborough, right? Watch this nonsense. He's a dentist by profession, no theological training. So a person wrote the book. He wasn't a priest. He wasn't a pastor. He wasn't even somebody in the field like a Sheikh at the Diaf. He ain't have no theological training. He just out here writing books. And then got the nerve to say, oh, well, it was channeled through me. Man, listen. Hey, man. This is embarrassing. Embarrassing.
Shots fired. Let me pause this real quick. All the followers of the OWASP, I need y'all front and center. Because the brother is going off. He's sending shots. He is taking on all challengers and calling out followers of the OWASP right now. I just tagged Cosmon, Yara.
Right here, right now.
Yep, and I tagged the other brother that you spoke of. So, yeah, hopefully we see him pull up.
Let's get into it. Right? Now, last but not least, I told you, Yara, I hope you didn't think I forgot about you, brother. I hope you didn't think I forgot about you. Listen, this brother need to trade in his Bible for a pair of track shoes. Because this brother, not on one panel, but 2 panels was ducking and dodging and running from me. I gave the brother 4 top.
Wait, Humble, I don't mean to stop your flow. You said he needs to trade in his Bible for what? What'd you say? You're muted. Trade in his Bible for what?
A pair of track shoes.
Okay.
Listen, man. Hey, listen. We and then let's get to this part because he owed me and my brother Ashe $100. I keep my receipts. He owed me and my brother Ashe.
Yeah, we need that 100.
So listen, right? He was on a panel talking about why the 42 laws of my yacht, or as he claimed it was laws of my yacht, was wrong, and he used the terminology laws. My brother Ashay then came and said, "Hey, brother, they're not laws, they're confessions." He then argued my brother. Listen, I got the video in the back. I probably play it if I'm allowed to a little bit later on. But he then argued my brother down and said, "This is why they call them laws." But later on in the video, it right here, when me and a brother Ashay converted this brother to saying the word confession, this brother swore up and down he never used the word laws. He was using the word confession. And as far as betting us $100 if we rewind it, we still wouldn't hear him say the word laws. Listen, I want my money, because both of these clips, this is the clip of you saying they were laws, and this is the clip of you recanting your statement saying that they were always confessions. I need my money. Now, let's get into this. This is the end of the presentation right here, but this way it gets spicy at right here. Because this the put up or shut up, source up or shut up, like my man Unc say, right? Because Brother Chief X, I'm challenging you right now on a debate of the phenotype of the commissions. I don't want to hear no running, no flim flam, you too young, da-da-da-da. No, we setting it up. You with it or you not. Kazad, we setting up a debate on, did the commissions use religion and war to conquer? We setting it up. If you come up here, I don't want to hear no dancing around the bush, no getting out of it. Nah, yes or no. Cosmon, I want to even listen. We setting up a debate on if your book is even authentic. Is your book authentic? If you come up here, I don't want to see no dancing around the bushes, no tiptoeing. I want answers to these questions. I want answers to these challenges. Now, the reason I'm challenging these brothers like I am tonight is because Chief X, Kazad, outside of Chief.
Oh yeah, I was muted. I was saying Cosmon, Big Cosmon, Daryl Cosmon, all the followers of the Owaspi, Prince Vaughn, front and center, man. Shots fired. Let's go.
But Kazad and Yara, I challenged both of these brothers 2 times before, and both of them danced around. And so now I got to get my voice out here and challenge y'all publicly. So what's up? So now, Yara, I gave you 4. Here's a new one I hope you take. Do you believe the Chaldees is an anachronism? Now, again, I don't want to hear no running around the bushes, the scholars say, and did it. I don't want to hear that. I want to hear, are you willing to debate if the Chaldees is an anachronism? And with that, everybody, with that family, with that system of power, this brings me to the end of my presentation. I drop my mic. Truth is out ammunition. Bomb squad out.
Yeah, you was definitely snapping on that. That was fire.
What we do right there.
Bomb Squad. Let's go. Bomb Squad has planted their flag here in the Coliseum of Arguments on the Titans Debate League. It is an open panel. He is taking on all challengers. Anybody want to step up, set one up, and line up a debate? We are paying $50, win, lose, or draw for exhibition debates. Step up and get that paper if you dare. This is Coliseum of Arguments. Only the brave speak here. You know, all my debaters get paid on time, baby. So, yeah, hit that link. I'm going to drop it again right now. I think they scared, man. They seen that fire you coming with. I know we got some Titans. I don't know where my top Titans are right now. I don't see them in the chat, so I know they not shit. And you know how you know what we say around here. Our motto is tighten up. That link is in the chat. If anybody wants to come up and challenge Humble Mystik and collect $50. Let's get back to these questions though. I had a few. You know what?
Yeah.
Let me play this other video. What's this other video you got back here?
This is actually a debate. That's pretty. That's much longer. You could. I think you could you could probably play my first round and his first round. I think we got a question round in the middle. But
I got a question round. Let's go to the
yeah.
question round. You going back and forth, and that's where like the talking.
No. So I think we had my first round. He asked me a question, and in his first round, I asked him a question.
Okay. Let me find that private chat. Here we go. Let me pull this up. Okay, and this is on fire. I'm familiar. That's where I found you at. So yeah. Let me go.
That was actually our first TikTok debate.
For real?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's funny. I'm glad we got to put this together today because I hit you up maybe was it a couple months ago for real?
Yeah, a while ago.
It was a few months ago. I had hit you up, and I just hit you up randomly today. Like, yo, let's get that popping, man.
Oh yeah.
Appreciate you blessing the stage. Let me play
Most
this.
Definitely, brother. Most definitely. This shit going. All right, can y'all still hear me if it's like this?
Oh yeah.
All right, bet. All right, I'm ready.
All right, let's get it.
All right, the opening Salvatore, the burden of proof. We begin with the test of material evidence, right? So again, like I said before in the beginning, we're going to have to use some historical models for this, right? And so the model that I'm going to be using today is the historical model acknowledged by all. This model that I'm using today is acknowledged by all credible scholars today, historians, anthropologists, right? And scholars, right? All right. So the argument of the missing CEO. Let us use an analogy. Imagine a man today claims he's a brilliant CEO who brought the Empire State Building. He claims to have fired 500 employees, met with the president. He reshaped the skyline. But when you check the IRS records, the property deeds, the bank statements, and the White House visitor logs, his name is nowhere. However, you find receipts of the hot dog vendor who stands outside the building. Who is real? The vendor or the CEO, right? The evidence of the trivial, right? So let's get into all of this, right? For the first round. All right. So the stopping question here is, where is the invoice for Abraham's army, right? So we know when we go back, right? We know he's going to try to go back to the 2500s and things of that nature, but we know we have empires that spanned it from the Bronze Age, right? Let's keep going. All right. The patriarchs are archaeologically invisible. This is said by William G. Denver, right? The leading scholars agree. Israel Frankenstein, who did excavations at Tel Aviv University, right? Thomas L. Thompson, University of Cambridge. They all agree that the patriarchs are invisible, right? So let's get to this real quick. How much time? I got 4:35. All right. So let's see what these scholars say real quick. Dr. William G. Denver, right? Professor of University of Arizona, leading Syro-Paleotician, right? And he's an archaeologist. After a century of excavative, right, investigations, all reputable archaeologists have given up hope of recovering any contacts that would make Abraham, Isaac, or Jacob, Eber, or Moses credible historian figures. We have searched the dirt for 100 years. Listen to that. We have searched the dirt for 100 years. We have found the villages. We have found the pottery. We have found the destructional layers, but the patriarchs themselves, archaeologically, they are invisible. This is what, hold on one second, let me bring this back up here real fast. This is what Dr. William D. Denver said, right? Dr. Israel Frankenstein states, the patriarchal stories are filled with camels and Philistines, anachronisms. They didn't exist in that era. Camels was not domesticated in the region until nearly 1000 BCE, right? Centuries after Abraham supposedly lived. This proved their stories are emergent, written centuries later by authors who projected their own reality back time, serve political purposes, right? Now, mind you, I always tell y'all, I don't know why my laptop keep doing that. I always tell you, I don't know why y'all can't see my thing over here. See this hand shot? Hold on. Let me get to my slide real quick. I ain't even changing my damn slides. All right, bam. All right. So
Yeah, we're gonna have to show you how to screen share, brother.
yeah, so this was my first time
you was on TikTok though, so you can't.
This was my first time on TikTok, and I didn't realize the box wouldn't be big enough to see my whole slide because I'm reading off of something on the other half. So I'm trying to keep the phone steady because I talk with my hands too. So I'm trying to keep the phone steady while I'm showing y'all the slides while I'm reading. It was a lot. But now, see, that's why I like this YouTube, because then I could just say my slides and I can just get into it.
Yeah, the YouTube where it's at. The open panels, more for TikTok. I like the definitely for the presentations, the screen share capabilities that they got over here. It's popping over here. And that's where the bread at. So yeah.
Oh yeah.
Bomb Squad in the building, man. If you didn't know, now you know. Let's go. Let's get back to some of these questions right here. That was a fire opening round right there. What was the topic again?
The topic is what's the topic? Hold on, I sent you. I don't, that's what I'm saying. I don't think it was an anachronism. It was the Abraham exists 24 BCE, 2000 BCE.
Oh, okay.
I think that was the debate.
It sounded like he was set up to get smoked on that one.
Yeah. but those are the type of guys that they jump out of anything just to be opposition. You see what I'm saying? You'll say, well, the Bible wasn't written by Moses. And they'll jump out there and say, yes, it was. So
just to keep some contention going.
Yeah.
Let's see what you're saying. Let's get back into some of these questions over here I have for you. If your race was erased tomorrow, who would you actually be?
If my race was erased tomorrow, who would I be? I would be me. Right? The only me that I could be.
Is tribalism an evolutionary necessity or a moral failure?
I believe it is a necessity. Because what we spoke about earlier about identity, right, and culture, and so tribalism give us a sense of that identity and culture. Once we lose that, then we lose who we are externally. And if we don't know who we are externally, then we can never find who we are internally, you know. And again, this is another shot at the biblical believers, right? Because y'all religions ain't teaching us. So we gotta go back to our roots, to before we had this Bible, and to what our ancestors was doing, so they could teach us how to properly put together our internal systems, right? Because that's what's wrong with our people. Let me turn my camera back on. Because that's what's wrong with our people. Our people is not a physical thing. It's people. I was just watching this thing the other day where this African man was like, there's no chains on your wrist. Who is hurting y'all now? You know, doing this, doing that. And the brother was trying to explain to him, he was an FBA, and I agree with them in this sense. There's a mental chain on our people, and that mental chain comes through the fact that we don't know our history, our proper history anyway. We don't know our lineage. We don't know our language. We don't know our original cultures. We have to study them like everybody else. They wasn't given through us orally. And the biggest separation that have for us is because when we get rid of that, then when we get into trouble out here in life, we have no foundation to hold on to. You see what I'm saying? And so, right, I'm gonna say that and land my plane. I don't want to get too long-winded.
And we have a super chat. It reads, I love your energy, Mystik. Please do a part 2. Tighten up, Bomb Squad. Hey, Goddess. Bow.
I
Shout
appreciate
out,
that.
Hey, Goddess, with the super chat. Appreciate you, sis. Yeah, part 2. I see that in the near future, definitely, because he's got a lot to expound on. I see he's got some
Oh, yeah.
presentations that my channel's never seen, so he can go ahead and bring up some of those old classics and get them back out.
Most
You know what I'm
definitely.
saying? Peace, peace. And you believe I'm not sure if she's talking to me or someone in the chat. Let's get back to these questions though. Does a majority group always owe a minority group an apology?
Not at all. Not at all. Not if they didn't do anything to them, right? If y'all are just a group and then the minority group is just a group and they did what they did, then no, not at all. But if you have afflicted that group in some way, like I'll give an example. That incident with uh the Nazi joint, what's that shit called? I'm trying to think of the name. When they eradicated the Jew people.
Concentration camps, the Holocaust.
The Holocaust, right? When the Holocaust happened, and after the Holocaust and the Jews came to America, America had no right to do what they did because America didn't do that to the Jews. The German people did. They were the ones that were supposed to do for the Jews what America did for them. You see what I'm saying? But instead we had to play hero and we see how you treated them bad, so let us take you in. And no, that ain't what we here to do. We supposed to build on the inside first. But that's to answer your question a little further. No, not always.
Let's go. Let's go. Is diversity a strength or a buzzword used to mask underlying tension?
Diversity is a strength. I believe in having diversity in one culture, right? And I think that's where our culture lacks at a lot is we don't understand the power of diversity. Everybody want to drive the bus. We don't understand the value of a leader and a teacher and a healer and a nurturer. Like we don't understand the value that all of those positions hold. And I feel as though if the people who are attracted to those positions made those positions or spoke out on those positions being more valuable, then our communities can get stronger. Because when something happens, and when something happened with our women, right? When our women are under attack, our women will have a foundation to go to lean on and get guidance from. You see what I'm saying? When our education is under attack, our people, our children will then have a root or a foundation to go and get guidance from. And I feel like because we take out variety, everybody want to be the boss of something. Everybody want to be their own boss. If everybody's the boss, then who's going to be your employee? You see what I'm saying? So I do think we need to embrace variety a little bit more.
Right. We can't have too many chefs in the kitchen, man.
Exactly.
So yeah, let's get to the next one. But well, you know what? Let me expound on that question too.
Mm-hmm.
What about diversity in culture? Do you think that that's a strength? Because you said diversity amongst one culture is a strength. What about diversity, having cultural diversity? Is that a strength?
Mm. Having cultural diversity with no plan in mind can be a great weakness, right? If we can cultivate the diversity within a culture, then it could be a strength. But if the diversity isn't cultified, isn't cultivated, like they don't have no way what they're doing with it, then it'll fail dramatically.
Definitely understood. Understood. Next one. At what point does pride in one's race become a symptom of insecurity?
Mm. The moment one looks at another and say, I'm better than you because I I don't excel with the things you excel at. So I now have to create a whole nother category that only I excel at over you. You see what I'm saying? If the Europeans would have settled in Africa, or if they would have settled here, and they would have integrated and said, okay, I see what y'all doing, and I like what we doing, and we could, actually do some things, that would have been better than them coming over saying, wow, look at all these amazing things. There's no way we can compete in this way. So now we have to create this whole other thing that y'all now can't compete in. And so that's how I feel like um a lot of the brilliance, a lot of the strength get washed over, because while we're supposed to be looking at the value of the individual, right? A lot of people are too busy looking at other things. You see what I'm saying? So I land my plane with that.
Let's go. Let's go. And we
That's
have a guest to the panel. Shout out A Rare Celestial, a high dimensional entity whose influence stretches across the stars. One of the Queen Benubians, repping the nation of Umeka. How you feeling today, sis?
I feel good. Love, love, love.
Did you have a question for Humble Mystic today?
I did. You know, I was hearing him say something about a lot. What's wrong with us now is that we don't really know where we come from or where to look, right? So, what would you tell somebody?
I would encourage all people to start within their immediate family. You know, number one, if you got a grandmother, if you got uncles, who were your grandmother brothers or your grandfather brothers on both sides. I was only privy to have one side, which is my mother. I talked to my grandmother. I talked to her brothers and sisters. They were able to tell me about their mother, and my grandmother specifically was able to tell me about her grandparents because she was raised with them. And after I found out all of that, it was on my own due diligence to then go out and further my knowledge and further my research. So it's all about self. I would just tell those brothers and sisters to come back to self, come back to the root of things.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Because with my family, we don't know anything about our ancestors, to be honest. Like, it was a small amount of us. My grandmother's mother and father died at a young age.
Right.
So there's no other information given to us to tell us where we come from, right? So I think that was my question for those of us who don't have access to that.
Okay. And if I may, sister, if I can leave you with a little bit of wisdom, right? So I was showing this off a little earlier. This is my emblem, right? So I heard what you were saying about, for the ones of us who don't know, we can't go back that far, right? Create your own. Right here now you stand with life, with breath in your lungs, with feet to walk across the land, right? With hands to plant things with, right? You have children. Some of us have children. I don't know, sister, if you have children, but if you do, you have children, right? That's your nation. Create that. It starts there. When your
Okay.
children, get your children to talk about you as much as they can. When their
Absolutely.
children, you know, so it starts. We gotta start with somebody.
Absolutely. See, that's what I was looking for. Because those of us who are in that position, that's what we're doing. So, I was looking for that and that, what you were saying.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Like my
Yeah.
daughter knows. A lot of people are so funny. Me and Sanetta me and the pie had a conversation, and she was like, "Your family is around you while you doing this." I was like, "Yeah, like other people go in their rooms when they gonna lie, but I do this in the comfort of my bedroom. My daughter hears this. She hear this more than the people online hear this, because I installed this into her. I had nobody give me this information when I was young, when I was
Mm.
her age. So as me being not only her guardian, but righteous person, right? Why not pass on the knowledge to my offspring, right? So now she can grow that into wisdom. You see what I'm saying? So this is a concept that I had to learn all on my own.
Mm.
And I came up with this concept, and I didn't come up with it, but I observed this is what life do, right? Life grow and pass on its genetics to the next. It
Mm.
grow, pass on its genetic to the next. Now, as we being human beings, we have the ability to orally communicate what's going on or what went on in the previous generation, right? And we can write it down and things of that nature. And I think that's another thing that's missing in our culture nowadays. Nobody's talking to the grandparents. Nobody's talking to the aunts and the uncles. Now I know culture, that's a touchy subject. I'm gonna put part of that subject right here on the side for a second because that is a touchy subject. But when it comes to culture, nobody's talking to the elders. I was fortunate enough to talk to my elders, right? But we gotta sit down and listen to our elders. And yes, they gotta listen to us, a lot when it comes to technology and things of that nature. But when it's coming from the 30s and the 20s, and we got somebody in our family that's been living since 1893, and we gotta actually sit down. Hey, listen, what was it like? What was y'all doing? How was y'all communicating? And the reason that's the case is because now we are not facing anything different than what they face. It just looked different. So
Mm.
now we know how to maneuver in this world now because she's showing or they're showing us how they maneuvered back then. My grandmother taught me the Indian dance, why they used to dance for fertile soil and things of that nature. She taught me why the horns ram and things like it was a lot of tradition that came from, and she was Black for Native American. And so there was a lot of tradition that came from her culture, right? That I now understand more about the world that I did just going to school through these white people institutions, and I
Mm.
went to college for psychology. But I
Mm.
learned more from my grandmother actually sitting at the feet of an elder than I did from a professor who was just getting paid to do his job.
Absolutely. I think I also realized that more elders talk the older they get. They'll start telling more stories and giving you, because I did recently lose my grandmother a year ago on my mother's side. And she started doing that as she was starting to go. She kept a lot of secrets, but
Mhm.
also a lot of it was things I don't think she even understood herself.
Right,
So,
right.
I don't think she knew how to share that her journey had been her learning the entire time.
Mhm,
And
mhm.
then on my father's side, my grandmother started sharing a lot of her history. And they're Muslim on that end. So, she didn't share a lot because of that as well.
Right, right,
But she is now, and all of her children are looking at her like she's starting to lose her mind, but really she's just sharing her history.
right,
I have
right.
one question though too. I,
Yes.
I don't know if it'll make sense or not.
Yeah, go ahead.
But do you think that you can teach someone common sense?
I love that question. Thank you. Um, you can guide a horse to water, but you can't make him drink it. Um,
Absolutely.
and so the only person that can tear down the barriers of one mind is themselves. So you can't make a person see what they don't want to see.
Absolutely. Okay. Do you think you can guide someone into having common sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I was saying that for my stars, not
Yeah.
just a grown person
If
in
the person
particular.
that someone is guiding, if they are willing to take the journey wholeheartedly. See, that's the thing, right? There's some people who take these journeys and they don't take them wholeheartedly, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it is weird because this is why I don't like to classify myself as spiritual, because sometimes it get a negative connotation. But for the sake of conversation, for the religious people, they dive in religion wholeheartedly.
Mm-hmm.
For the spiritual people, they are only half spiritual. So you'll see spiritual people still connect to the Bible. I'm not Christian, I just read the Bible. Well, then you're Christian. No, 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 no. I don't believe in all that stuff. I just read the Bible. What's so important about this book? You just can't say, hey, I understand reality. And so I don't need this book to help me understand reality anymore. It was good once upon a time, yeah, but the stage of life that I am at now, I can function in reality using what I already know.
Mm-hmm.
And so spiritual people, they always need something else to cling to. When they detach from that and they dive straight into spirituality and they're ready to be led, right? It says in a Kabbalion, it says for when the student is ready,
The
the teacher
teacher will
will
come. Yeah, I
and
got you.
so and that's why a lot of teachers haven't appeared, because the students aren't ready. They say they ready. Oh, I've been meditating and I've been doing this and I've been working with the Orishas and you ain't been doing nothing. Why? Because when you turn around, you still holding on to this same spiritual
But
tradition on the
but
underhand.
you know that's if you believe or know anything about a certain spirit, that's
Yes.
when the trickster comes into place
Mm-hmm.
for those individuals, because now you have to go through those trials of what you actually want or
Mm-hmm.
what you say you want.
Mm-hmm.
But if you had to give a definition for spirituality, could you give one?
Yes, ma'am. And my definition for spirituality would be um consciousness. To be more aware. That's our goal. Our goal isn't to be more spiritual, right? And honestly, in a conversation that makes sense, I'm gonna say that. In a conversation that makes sense, the term spirituality falls heavily because we don't know this thing we call spirit is energy.
Hmm.
And so if we understand that this thing that we call spirit is energy, then there's a whole mapping out for this thing that we're just ignoring over here. You see what I'm saying? So we can just
Hmm.
make up this whole classification of what this is here. But when we just follow science and we say, okay, this is energy, what we know about energy? Energy can't be created nor destroyed.
Hmm.
What can it do? It can only transmute from state to state. Okay, well, when we look around us, everything is energy,
Hmm.
right? So number one thing that tells us is our senses lie to us all the time. We got
Absolutely.
dresses and walls and floors and ceilings. All of those things are perceived to be solid matter, when in reality, they're only empty spaces of vibration.
Hmm.
Now, we know this. When we operate in the world, do we act as if we know it? See, that's the difference between a practitioner, someone who actually lived his life, and someone who talk about living this life. A person who actually lived this life, when we take a dedication to say, this is how I'm gonna function. I'm gonna function by these standards. In my field, I call it my eye and Jehudi. I'm going to operate by these standards. When I look at reality of life, I understand just how Neo, when he look at things, when a dude was explaining to Neo the first time, like, yo, I don't even see this no more. This is what I see. When I see reality now, I don't see the stuff that make up the matter. I see the essence of the thing itself. And that's
Absolutely.
I have an understanding of it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and now this is where we take the woo-woo out of things, because some people look at them like, oh, well, that's some mystical thing. Da, da, da. No, it's just a higher reality of life. And that's why, sister, I love the question you asked. Like, you know, if we won't use the word spiritual, what would you classify it? It's awareness. All we're doing is becoming more aware of what's around us. That's all our ancestors did. And all they did was try to explain it to us the best way they could. Now, here is where I fought the Romans, the Greco-Romans, because our ancestors understood these things in a manner of we can work with them. They didn't understand these things as, oh, we're praying to them and this is our God and this is the God. They didn't make fairy tales. They understood that, everybody understood that operating in my, because one argument you'll hear from an Israelite is, oh, well, y'all don't have no moral code. No, but everyone understood back then operating in the order of my eye is operating in divine order. You see what I'm saying? So when we see that and apply that today, right, there's no reason I'm going to go outside and cause harm to my brother or sister, because I understand I am a part of them. They are a part of me. I don't want harm upon myself. So I'm going to treat them with the same grace and respect I want to be treated with. It causes you to look at nature different, right? And when you start to do this, then you start to lose that sense of something is governing over you. And you're going to get in trouble if you make this decision, and you're going to hell if you make this decision. And the only way you can go to heaven and your name can be remembered if you make these decisions. Well,
it's more like saying energy exchange instead of being,
That's what the science is. And see, and that's another thing, right? And I'm gonna land my plane with this because I know we got someone new. And peace and blessings to the new person on the panel. But when we look at, if we take awareness, right, and we match that to science, those are two sides of the same coin. I know often people say, oh, well, religion and science are not two halves of the same coin. You're right. Because it's metaphysics, if we can classify that term for a second, and science. Those are two halves of the same coin. One is the measurement of the seen, the other is the measurement of the unseen. When you put the measurement of the seen and the measurement of the unseen together, you get reality. That's that. I land my plane with that. Brother, I know you want to bring on another the other person.
Much gratitude. Thank y'all for letting me on the panel.
No problem, sister. Listen, it was a pleasure.
Definitely, you can stick around if you got more questions. Jose, how you feeling today?
Good. What's up, A1?
Chilling. We got Humble Mystik in the hot seat today. He's taking on all challengers, all questions, all comments. Did you have any questions or comments about anything you saw today?
I didn't specifically see the show, but I saw him on other platforms. So I want to ask him the question. Are you aware when you read the original creation story, it actually tells you that the nature represent moisture and other elements of nature in the actual text?
Yes.
Right. So people need to recognize that when you hear them say moisture and air, they didn't make that up. They didn't pull it out of their ass. The text actually says.
Yeah.
So people need to try and read these texts, and then they'll understand how the ancients saw them, because that is what they said.
I agree. It's interesting because I actually had a debate. Who had the first? Who invented monotheism? Was it Akhenaten or was it Yasharal? And in that debate, we had a conversation on the side about what the Neter or the Neteru were. And I went to the Hima'ayin, and he said he was going to go to the Hima'ayin, but he didn't. So, you know what's interesting? That's what that debate is about. I think that's what that debate is about, if I'm not mistaken. But so he said he was going to go to the Hima'ayin, but he didn't. But when I went to the Hima'ayin, where he tried to say when Aten brought forth air, right? He used the word shoot. And he looked at it like, look, he naming other gods. And he used the word ma'at. And I was explaining to them in that video that when you see these terms in this language, like in the Himalayan, they're not naming deities. These are words that if we was to say moisture or air, we would use shu. If we was talking about the world, we would use the word Gad. We wouldn't be referring to the natural Gad. And so that's just something that the sister asked me a question. Can you teach common sense? That's one of those situations. That's something they just refuse to see because they're not going to do the due diligence into looking into the text to see how it was actually composed.
Right.
I agree with you there, brother.
I agree. They don't understand that the natural rule is everything in existence.
Mm-hmm.
You, the animal, the plant, the air, the sun, it is everything. So you don't have to argue if you read the text. The text tells you Shu is equivalent to air, Gep is equivalent to the earth.
Yeah.
Ra
And
is
now,
the sun.
if I may really fast, the reason they do this is because they're coming from it with a Western viewpoint. The reason they do this is because that's how they look at the divine in their culture. They call it gods and they do this and they do that. That's what they do. They got all of the mixing and hey, we can see Elohim and Yahweh and we're trying to smash them together, but that's all in their culture. So then what they do is they try to appropriate that to Kemet. And it's like you can't appropriate that to Kemet because these people were very intellectual. And when they spoke with purpose. And so they didn't want to get things misinterpreted or misconstrued. So they let you know what they were talking about. I appreciate that, Jose. We got Brother Ben in the building.
Yes, sir. Now I'm just listening in. I just figured I'd jump on the panel.
I appreciate y'all. Man, this is fun. Listen, this is what I live for. I'm not even gonna lie to y'all. This right here is fun. I love to get on a big stage. I love to get in arenas. I love to talk about these type of topics. I love to get into scholarship, because this is what I do on the downtime, so Bomb Squad in the building, you already know. Thank you for shouting us out.
Definitely. And we already got people telling us you need to come back for a part 2. We ain't even finished part 1 yet. That's crazy.
That's what we do, man.
Bomb Squad in the building, man. Let's get back to some of these questions real quick. I had a few of them. I almost want to pass them around. This is your show tonight. Definitely, yeah. If you gentlemen want to chime in, feel.
Most definitely chime in, y'all.
Let me. Where was I at? I was on race and identity. Okay, yeah, because I got 50 questions.
Well, let me jump in here, A1, and since you mentioned race, let me ask you a question. Would you say that the term black goes back before race, and black should not be synonymous with race? Black can be separated from race based on the history of the word?
Black was used to. I want to get two things cleared up here, right? Because what we call black today and what they used to term black were two different nomers, right? What we call black today, depending on the context, it refers to black people, dark, the color, things of that nature. What they referred to as black back then was dark. And for an example, when we talk about Kemet, right, the black land, right? Some historians say it's referring to the people. Some historians say it's referring to the darkness of the desert, of the land. Me personally, I think it was both because they also have a term in Nubia for the black-headed people. And so, but these wasn't a determinative for race. These were classifiers. These were classifiers of tribes, right? It didn't become a standard of race. I think I was actually just talking about that in a presentation he pulled up. They didn't become a standard of race until some other people came and made it that way, You see what I'm saying? So if we're going to use the term black to describe people, then I think we need to use the term black to describe the proper people. This is why you always hear me personally say the word melanated. That's the most proper description I can give us without using the racial ethnic terms such as Negroid or Caucasian. You got the answer, Jose?
Oh, I'm muted. I was gonna say, anybody want to respond to that? I think Jose shot that out there.
Nah, we have to understand when we look at the ancients, the word for silk, the word for silk is not connected to the word for black. The word for mud is not connected to the word for black. Because when you look into the TLA, the first occurrence of the word, when you deal with it, it's not even a place name. It's a physical description of Una. And they say he is a black ram, one of the black sheep, nursed by 4 clear sheep. So it has nothing, and it had nothing to do with mud. They translate both of those words as black, and that's the first occurrence in the history of Kemet, in the corpus and in the history of Kemet. So don't let them fool you with this black silk nonsense. No, if you say black land, when you say land is in government, yes, not as in dirt.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So that's why I brought up the black-headed people in Nubia, because when we describe them, that's who they're referred to. That's who they are, the black-headed kings of Kush. And so that's not a racial discriminatory thing to call them that, because that's who they classify.
But you know, we're probably misinterpreting black-headed. We might be misinterpreting that word because
we often do. We
gotta be that's not a comedic word.
We gotta be very particular about how we,
that's
hey, listen, that's the consensus on it. One thing we do know is these were African phenotypical people. So we know they were heavily melanated. We do know that.
Hey, okay, let me get to the next one. Oh no, that was actually his question. If you had to choose between your country and your ethnic identity, which do you betray?
My country, of course. But my ethnic identity always comes first. That's who I am. Right? My country is a place I live. I can always move that. I can always claim citizenship somewhere else. Right? But my ethnic is what I pass on to my children. You see, that continues. So
but remember something. Ethnicity is connected to race, huh?
And if you want, so here's the issue I have with race. The issue I have with race is our ancestors. I don't know, Jose. What is your ethnic background?
I'm black.
Okay.
I don't have how should I say it? I guess if you ask for my ethnic background, I would probably say African. I'll probably say American African.
Okay, gotcha.
Technical about
so
it.
I just didn't because listen.
Caribbean.
Okay, I said that because you sound a little Spaniard, bro. I thought you was like
possibly. Listen, I spoke to my aunt. I could definitely be indigenous, possibly from Mesoamerica, possibly. I'm not sure.
Okay,
that's a big if. I've never taken a test to see that.
Okay, so here's my thing, right? Even on that, here's my thing. Our ancestors didn't classify themselves using race. That came much later. So when we look at our ancestors, we have to look at them by the tribal name they went by. You see what I'm saying?
I'm with you, but you still can't throw the baby out with the bathwater because some idiot decided I want to fold black into a whole racial construct. And then the fact of the matter is you can't be racist unless you're part of the racist power structure. Because race is an institution that we are not a part of, so we cannot be racist.
Black as a term, how we use it today, is a social political term.
I would agree with that.
We use the term to move around in society, but no one is actually black or white. So it's the value that these terms have that we apply today. That's all. But it does, like you say, Humble, it doesn't correlate the same the further you go back in time. These terms start to get a little jumbly and we in our interpretation.
So the brother Chief X, if I may, I don't know if y'all seen my presentation when the brother pulled up the presentation, right? A1. All right, got it. So cause I'm like, how you say that? I'm crazy, bro.
Yeah, A1, like the steak
But
sauce.
so when brother A1 pulled up the presentation, I was doing the call outs on Chief X. One of the issues I had was the fact that, well, both of the issues I had was, number one, he was using the word Negroid to classify the Nubians. And the people on the panel was like, bro, like, we don't use that term in scholastics anymore. Like, if you consider yourself a researcher or if you're in the scholastic field, you don't use that term. You use the term they classify themselves as. If you can't find that term, then you use the term other people classify them, but you don't use the term Negro. So I shot him on that one. The next what I shot him was he called the Egyptians Caucasoid people. Now, number one, we just said we don't use these terms in academia. That's number one. Number two, we know that the Nubians and the Egyptians always share phenotypes because the Egyptians come from the Nubians. The Nubians are the parts of the Egyptians.
Well,
Yeah.
That's well, we have to acknowledge it's a complicated
Yeah,
and nuanced
but they
relationship.
share phenotype.
No,
So
I'm
there's
with
no
you.
way. I'm gonna land my plane with this. Let me land my plane with this. So the point I was making out was there's no way you could say Nubia was heavily melanated and Egypt was heavily non-melanated, like Caucasus. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, you can't say that because they share phenotype, colors as well, skin color as well. So both of these people were heavily melanated. And the brother was trying to say that they were white people. And so I had to correct him on that. Go ahead, Jose.
I'm with you, but we have to understand the complicated relationship because the culture did come from the South. We understand that.
Mm-hmm.
We also have to understand that when you talk about Kush, we're talking about Ethiopia. When we're talking about Nubia, it's really the Sudan. So you can't say Ethiopians are historically blackity black. Sudanese, particularly Southern Sudanese, are super duper black, but all of a sudden now when you reach Kemet, the blackness gonna stop. That can't make no sense.
Well, you do know. So you're talking. Are you talking about Are you talking about Kush Nubia, or are you separating the two? You do know Nubia was once called Kush, right?
What I'm saying, Nubia in modern terms is a general term for a group of
so
people.
I'm speaking. So when I'm speaking about Kush, I'm speaking about ancient times. Before it was called Nubia, it was called Kush. So those people were what we would consider black today.
Well, historically, that's not really true.
Huh?
That's not really true. The anachronistic term Nubian specifically will refer to southern people in Egypt as well as Sudanese. And there's no primary attestation for the word Nubian in the Kemetic language, but you can see Kush. You will find the word Nubian.
You missing the fact that I said that Kush was once called Nubia? Nubia and Kush are the same place. They didn't separate until much later.
But that's an outside corruption of a
so
word.
When we're speaking
that's
about,
hold on,
Jose, because what you're doing right now, what a lot of other people make mistakes doing when we're speaking about history, they either conflate history or they displace history. So when we're speaking about the conflict between Kush and Egypt, or Kemet, before it was called Egypt, right? In the earlier times, it's because they were sister nations, right? But that's what I'm saying. They both shared heavily melanated African phenotypes. And Kush is a older kingdom than Kemet. Way older kingdom.
I'm with you, but if you go into the Medu Neter, you would not find the word Nubian. It's an anachronistic term that does not exist.
We
it's
know
a modern corruption.
That's why I just did what I just did. So that's why instead of me saying Nubia just now, I use Kush. We know Nubia came later.
I'm with you. I'm with you on that. But Kush is definitely attested in primary text.
Yes,
you can see the word everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Yeah.
the word Nubian is a corruption of the word
Yes.
Nu, which means gold. So they say the people of the gold land.
People of the gold land, yeah.
So they had a historical beef with the Nubians, but they didn't treat the Nubians as bad. In some cases, but they didn't view them as badly as the Asiatics. The Asiatics were
No,
unjust.
it was more so like it wasn't like
I think it depends, Jose, because they have really hard
yo, they
contention.
conquered each other. So here's the complexity of it, right? They didn't have a serious grudge against one another. They were sister countries or sister nations. So they worked together at some points in history. They intermarried at some points in history. At some points in history, certain pharaohs wanted to seize control over certain borders.
Yeah.
A lot of it was political and not more so these are my enemies, I hate them. A lot of it was more so political.
Well,
Hey,
it wasn't color based in that sense.
No, it was not color based.
Because when you look at the depiction, you see Nubians behind the Nasut and in front of the Nasut. Even the term Nasut really means one who belongs to the south, but is related to the north. So it's a term of respect, saying that our southern brothers are the ones who united the country. And every time the Kemetic people was doing madness, the Nubians ran down on them and said, "Stop this foolishness. You have to stop the foolishness." And people are not seeing that because they don't read the text to know. It wasn't, "I'm the one to beat you up to take your stuff." In some cases, maybe it was. But when the intermediate period was, "You guys are tripping, you messing up the culture, you can't do it."
A lot of it as well is because of some of the pharaohs who ruled didn't keep tradition. So, like for an example, Akhenaten, right? He didn't keep tradition. He at where he was, he tried to change the national deity. He caused strife with the neighboring priests and things of that nature. He actually moved his whole city. He made them turn their whole so a lot of times they had pharaohs that just went against the program. Like, yo, I'm in charge now and I'm gonna do what I want.
But
you can't blame a culture. You can't blame one bad apple on a whole tree.
But that is the culture, though. But that is
that's not the culture.
No, the culture is that the pharaoh was the ultimate political and moral authority, so he had the right.
Yeah.
Not always. That was a culture. Hold on.
Always the ultimate.
No. Because at one point in time in Kemet, the priest held more power than the pharaoh. So you can't say he was always the moral authority.
Well, but remember, those priests were out of line because
they was not out of line.
The ultimate spiritual authority was the Nasut. He was the one who appointed them into their position. He could take it away.
That came later. Okay.
No,
hold on.
We have a debate.
So I went about this too.
I'm not going to debate him. If you look into it, in every African culture, the ruler has to go through certain rituals for him to be a moral authority. He was treated as such because he earned the right. Every African culture. So if he changed something, it was his right to do so. The other one who come after can change it back, and you're really not allowed to question what he was doing. And you have to understand, it's a serious psychological thing to wake up every day and people are treating you in a certain way that affects you mentally. You recognize that you are not above that authority, and you have to operate in that way, or something can happen to you.
Now, really fast.
That's a fact.
Whenever we look into Kemet's culture, right? That's not how we see political rule change, right? One of the most famous ones I just brought up, Akhenaten, is when he decided to make Aten the supreme god, the supreme deity, where he was. It wasn't just everybody was just like, okay, well now we worship him. No, he got a bunch of pushback from the Amun priesthood. That's why he had to leave, because he wasn't. This is why I said the priest had more power than the pharaoh at one point.
I mean, I'm not against that, but that is out of line with the culture. The priest can never have more power than the ultimate.
They were never supposed to. At that point, hold on. At that point, Akhenaten was out of line with the culture. See, you have to understand. But see, even before we talk about Akhenaten, right, we got to go back, because we got to go to his grandfather. right, who initially started the whole kit and caboodle, right? He initially started putting things in place, but his name was Even Amun, and he wanted to try to because it started with his grandfather, who started realizing that the priest had more power than them, and they tried to shift the balance back to the royal family. And so by him doing that, he said, okay, so now we're gonna go find a better chief deity. They found Aten. What his grandfather started doing is just placing the iconography everywhere. He didn't start.
And who was his grandfather?
The grandfather was Amenhotep the first.
Right.
Amenhotep the second. He then came in and started building temples, right? Although it wasn't necessary to go worship Aten, they were just, okay, if you want to worship Aten, we just got another school priest over here that you can worship, you know. But it wasn't until Amenhotep III, Akhenaten, who then changes his name to Akhenaten, who then says, now you must worship this god. You must worship this deity. And then he got pushed back because now, think about it. Even today, religion is the number one moneymaker on our lives. The number one. So back then, think about how much money, economics went into their political reign. That's number one. Number two, religion have the most influence in our neighborhoods, right? So now think about how much influence they had over the people. So now to then strip that away from them and say, now I got all the influence, y'all don't have none. That's, you know, they was going to have back and forth about that. You see what I'm saying? That's why Akhenaten had to leave. And when he left, he made a strategic move. He went somewhere who already was worshiping a sun deity.
Now, here's the interesting part. You know his original name was Amenhotep IV, right?
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
Because his father was Amenhotep III. So
the third, yeah.
But it's his right as the leader to do so. The priest had no right to push back. He was always the ultimate authority. That is why when you see people like Hatshepsut, she did what she did, and that's all right.
So here's the thing about, really fast. So now this is where we start to go into the culture a little bit, right? Now, when we start talking about the Nasibites, we have to understand that they weren't just pharaohs, that they were also priests as well. You know,
the highest priests, in fact.
But now here's the thing. They also had a concept of Ma'at and Isfat. And when a priest was committing Isfat, no matter who the priest was, right, the other priests were allowed to restore Ma'at. So, by Akhenaten doing what he did, he caused Isfat. So the other priests had all right to restore Ma'at. He was in the wrong. That's why he left.
That's not true.
That is true.
He has a divine right to do what he feels is correct. The priest was out of order. He is the one.
Why do you think a lot of the pharaohs had? So after Akhenaten, right? There was a couple reigns which they call the Dark Ages. You know, the dark spots where there was really no pharaohs, or the pharaohs reigned for 1 or 2 period of years. The reason their life was being so short because a lot of them, they were being executed because they felt as though they could do what they want. You can't just go into somewhere that already have an establishment and feel as though, that's just like Donald Trump right now, right? In presidency, right? He go in there and he feel, oh, I could do what I want. No, you can't. There's already an establishment here. And so you're going to follow these rules, or we're going to impeach you like we impeach everybody else.
Well, I think people are assuming some of these guys were assassinated. I don't think there's proof that all of these guys got assassinated. I don't think so.
Now, I would agree that some of the records that we do find of some of the assassinations are plausible. But there are also some strong historical accounts of Hatshepsut, who we know they tried to erase her from history. They tried to erase Akhenaten from history as well.
Did a horrible job because we still got it.
Because we still got it.
That may not be true.
No, that's a fact.
No, that's absolutely
no.
True. It's an intentional degradation to her.
Now, here's my question.
Uh-huh.
Just because someone come and build something on top of what you build, that's not trying to erase, because it's clear that they found evidence of her jumpsuit.
Jose, Ronald Redford states that they intentionally destroyed monuments of her and replaced it with their own. As far as the next, who her? It was her son.
There was an instance when the pharaohs after built something in front of what she was in front of it. But the fact of the matter is, they still have attestations of these things. So clearly,
but
if they were trying to erase, they wasn't doing a good job.
Yeah, I know, that's what I'm saying. They tried to, but obviously we have the ability to look back at history and see.
I don't think so. I think they're exaggerating with that whole erasing.
I mean, but it's not the first time, Jose. I mean, we see that.
Yeah, they try to erase a lot of them out of there.
I mean, that's just how.
But they only did it because they looked at these people as, they looked at them as failures to the throne. Right? They looked at him as, you shouldn't have been here. You are a stain on our dynasty, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you can say what you want to say, but her jumpsuit was very, very important. Because at one point she was
important.
At one point she was literally the king and the queen.
She was important to you said the people that study the Comitian tradition, she was important to.
Yes.
But the people that was during that time, the fact that they had an issue with a female being in rule during that time, that they had the issue. She was important to us. She wasn't as important to them.
Wasn't it like a royal feud of some?
Yeah,
it was some type. What happened with Hatshepsut was she was the royal bloodline, and she was married to one of the Nasut initially. And she got sick of having to marry off her daughter, so she rightfully took over and reigned as king. That was her right. She was the king's great wife. So the bloodline comes through her and only her. That is how it works. They have one wife who they call the Hemet Nesut Beret, which is the great wife of the king, who the bloodline comes through her. So once her bloodline dies off, then it's the next great wife.
Do you know Hatshepsut's story?
Well,
so the thing about Hatshepsut, like he was saying, they didn't like the fact that having a woman fell her.
But they couldn't do anything about it.
She did. Hold on 1 second. And so what she did was she made her story a labyrinth, right? She said she was the daughter. And actually, if we want to go as far as saying she was basically the first immaculate birth or immaculate story there was, because she said she was the daughter of a moon.
Now,
she did. She made that. They made that story up. That story was not true. The reason they made that story up is so because she said a moon now appointed her to rule. They can't go against what a moon say.
No, it was.
That's
her right.
why
it
she
was her
said
right to rule. She wasn't.
It was not her right to rule during that time because men wasn't. They didn't think that women should rule because only hierarchies was men.
But I'm gonna say it again.
Yeah, but I think she was ruling in place of like her son or something.
Yes.
Yeah, I think she was just in place.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is she was the one who was the royal bloodline. She was the primary wife. So because she's the primary wife, only her children would have been allowed to rule.
Yeah, that's
and once they die out, they move on to the next great wife.
Nobody's arguing. Well, I wasn't arguing that. I was arguing that because women during that time wasn't allowed to rule, she had to make up an elaborate story about her life.
But that came later.
How she became to rule.
Right, yeah, but that would come much later. Initially, when she took rule because it was all right. She got fed up. She said, "I'm going to take rule," and nobody could do anything about it.
I'm gonna say, you think that's how it happened, Jose? You think that's how it
happened? Didn't her son die or something?
No,
You
no,
know
he
what?
was. I think he was young.
Let me.
How
We can pull
son
it up.
was
Let's
like
pull it
young
up.
or something, right?
Let me be honest. I'm just repeating what I heard someone say. I really didn't read the story too
No,
much.
well,
I
you
don't want
gotta
to.
update your sources, brother, because the
I don't
reason
want.
you
No, no,
saying
no, no. I'm being honest. I
Mhm.
never really read the story for myself. I was just trusting what
Okay,
someone else said. So I don't want to. I
Yeah,
don't want you to know the story fully.
it's a
okay,
BBC article on Hatshepsut. It says she was co-regent. Yeah, that she
yeah.
was in
So the
place
reason
of
that
her
she
son.
was able to rule was because her child. I think he was too young, right?
Yeah, that's what it
Yeah.
says. He was a younger. Yeah, that was cool. That was cool.
Come back, because I don't want to say for sure that I know the full story. I should know it, but I don't.
I do have a question for you, Humble. Do you think the concept of, I guess, netter is solely abstract, or do you think at some point in Egyptian history, I guess, whatever part intermediate period, that these ideas start to shift and these people are identifying actual deities, like how the rest of the ancient Near East understood deities as well? I'm asking because I think I'm not too much into history. I mean, not too much into the Egypt history, comes Egyptology and stuff. So I let that be for y'all. But
Right.
I did have a question about the I guess the everyday people versus
Yeah.
the
And so
people.
everybody looked at the Netaru as forces, right? And so you're right. The Netaru didn't become associated with gods until the Ptolemaic period, until they started cultural appropriation, right? When they start taking their gods and mixing them with the Comitian Neters, right? That's how we get people like Thoth. That's how we get, some of their people. But originally they were looked at as forces of nature.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah. Because I think I understand the term net to have more of an abstract term than just simply,
Yeah.
you
I
know.
mean, some of them were abstract. Some
Yeah.
of, like, for an example, Jehudi. Jehudi is abstract because there is no physical thing of intelligence. If I say, show me something,
Yeah.
show
It's an
me what
abstract idea.
intelligence
Yeah.
look like. You see
Right.
what I'm saying? We can't
Right.
do that. So Jehudi, who's the embodiment of intelligence, is abstract. But when we talk about Ray, who is just the sun is not abstract. We can look at the sun, we can witness the sun heat. You see what I'm saying? So now the important thing is they're talking about how these things function. Now they're doing it in the style that they're doing it in because it's just like teaching physics to a third grader, right? You can't teach them on a college level. So we have to gradually go through this. And this is why the symbols have multiple meanings a lot of the time. And so it's not meant to be read like the Bible. Like a lot of people with their Western viewpoint, they'll read this and be like, oh, snaps, we see Ray doing this and he got a boat going across the sky. And people believe that. No. That's just their way of telling a story of the cycles of the sun. You see what I'm saying? So that's a major, because a lot of people, I got a question. I've gotten a question. People asked me before, well, what's the difference between the Abrahamic religion and Kemet? Well, the Abrahamic religion, they deify and mystify everything, right? So instead of their God being a force that we can work with, their God is a far standoffish God. He don't interact with us. He only interact with us through angels and things. He only interact with a select few, and even they can't get it right. So, but when we dealing with the nature and the Netaru, these are things that we can witness. We can witness moisture and rain and the air and the earth and the sun and things of that nature. You see what I'm saying? So that's how I would lay that out.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, no, I often had just from what I've seen. That like the normal everyday people had what we would call folk religion outside of what I guess the more distinguished, the more imperial people had. And I guess I often wonder how the everyday people conceptualize things because we don't have, their writing, that's history is written by the victors. So, as far as anthropology and theology goes, we
You
can
do know you do know there are texts about everyday life that we
Right.
can look
But
at.
what I
absolutely.
get to, really fast if I can, what I will also get to is we do have writings from people who show us that these words are everyday use, right? Like, so for example, I was bringing up earlier the Maxims of Aten, right? So that's the book that was written by Akhenaten, and how he used the word shu and the word ma'at just to mean order. Like, he wasn't giving reference to ma'at, he was just saying the word order. We got books like the Book of Amenhotep and the Maxims of Ptahhotep, who, when they are talking about ethics and morality, they're not calling on deities, but they're using words, or they're using these words to just simplify order, So we do got references now.
Yeah, yes, indeed.
Let me ask you a question. Have you studied Medu Neter before?
Have I studied Medu Neter? A little here and there. I never really did a deep dive. That's actually something on my homework to do. I got a file for it to where it's the one I want to get a deep dive in there. But I never did a deep dive, but I know enough about it to have a conversation about it.
I think that since you have a group, you guys should pool your resources and take some Medu Neter courses. You'll be surprised what you learn. You'll be very surprised what you learn. So that's something important. I'm kind of self-taught, but I always say if you could take a course, that's the better thing to do, because you'll be surprised to know how much, when you're reading these texts, they're mistranslating and putting extra sauce on a lot of these translations. When you look at the TLA, they put a lot of extra sauce. Sometimes it's reconstruction. So you have to know, when you're looking at it, what is a reconstruction, what is the added word, what is commentary. And how you know is when you see something in parentheses, in parentheses, that's an addition. You see something in brackets, that's a reconstruction. Anything else is supposed to be a direct translation. So we need to look into, they'd have so much translations. You could go to TLA, look up any topic and get some sort of preliminary understanding.
If
that's
a
good resource.
I just want to get some shouts out from some of the people that I learned from on the subject matter. Jabari Ozaze, shouts out to Mfudishi, shouts out to Professor James Smalls, Baba Haru, past, rest of spirit. These are some of the people who I learned about ancient Kemet from, just watching their videos, taking my notes, putting them, storing them away, and just doing deep dives on them.
You need to watch Smash Rockwell as well.
Smash Rockwell, okay.
He
does go way back. That's my brother from way back.
Okay.
If you go back and look at his videos, he does a lot of lessons to help you understand Medu Neter.
Okay.
Smash is awesome.
Smash Rockwell Show is a good one to check out. He even dives into the hieratic and all of that as well. So, but brother, your young brother, I love you, but
I appreciate you.
You clearly need to take a deeper dive to understand the Kemetic culture, because the Nasut was the ultimate authority on everything. So he had a right to do what he did, but he also understood if you cross that line, something could happen to you too. He definitely understood that.
How you know that?
How do I know what?
How you know that the suit was the ultimate authority?
Because when you read the text,
like what was going on behind the scenes,
and you read the primary sources, it explains to you through the symbology and the iconography. He played out the idea of the of the nature on earth. Everything he did, he imitated the nature.
I would
The
say this.
symbols.
I don't understand how ancient propaganda work, and I
Really
know
fast.
behind the scenes.
I would
You
say
can,
this,
but
Ben.
Ben, you can
Hold
call
on,
it what
Jose,
you
really
want.
fast, so I can get this out. Ben, if he was, he wouldn't have been forced to move his empire down south. He'd have been comfortable setting up shop right where he was. But he had to move because he was not the supreme authority in that land during that time. He
Do
had
you
to
know?
share that right with the priest.
Do you know that when you look at the determinative
Uh,
for the Nasut, it is the same as a nature?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Do you notice that the symbols that he carry are things that come from the nature? The wasp,
Yeah. Yeah.
all of those things.
Because
So
he
he
was
is,
a priest. Yeah.
but he is playing out his role as the ultimate political and quote unquote religious or spiritual
Mm-hmm.
authority. There was no one higher than him. That's a fact. That's in every African culture. You can't get past that no matter what we want to say. And
When
he
you saying that, you're saying that as if like, okay, well, we know he was the pharaoh, so you know the land belonged to him. Okay. It's just like, okay, well, we know Trump Towers. We know Trump owned Trump Towers. Yeah. But if don't none of the employees show up to Trump Towers, what do Trump got? A fucking building. My bad for cursing, my apologies. But what do he got?
I'm
He just
with
got a
you.
building. You see what I'm saying? So when he ruled, yeah, he ruled as the voice of Kemet, but when things needed to be done on a political and on all of that, he needed the support of the
No,
pharaoh. You see what I'm saying?
listen. I'm with you
Mhm.
that he definitely had a council that he
Mhm.
had to deal with, but he could still override them at any point. Trump doesn't
Now
have
that's
that
why they
ultimate
kicked him
legal
out though,
authority. Yeah, but Trump
because
doesn't
he
have that.
did override them, and when
Right,
he
but Trump.
override them, they told him, yo, you can't stay here no more. You
Well,
doing way too much. You can't stay here no more.
maybe they did, but he still lived out his life, didn't he?
Yeah, but
Right.
you know, this is what. But see, this is why he was smart as well when he moved, because he went to another place that had people who was worshiping another sun deity, and all he had to do was say, "Oh yeah, well this is the same sun deity under another name."
I'm
You see what I'm
still gonna
saying?
stick to the fact that Trump doesn't have ultimate authority. He can override everything. It's not the same. It's a totally different system. You can't make that comparison between Trump
Oh
and the
no, the
Nasut
reason is
Bey.
because just like Kemet, just like the Pharaoh is the owner of Kemet, Trump is the owner of the Trump Tower, and so.
I'm with you.
Right. And so the priests are the establishment at Trump Tower. And so if Akhenaten, like Trump, say, all right, well, I'm firing all of my priests, all of this. Hold on, give me 1 second, y'all. Give me 1 second.
So Ben, can I ask you a question? Have you ever read any primary Kemetic text before?
Few times back when, yeah.
And what did you find out by reading those primary texts? What did those primary texts tell you?
All right, I'm back.
And what were the texts? What were the
know,
texts?
They were like interconnected with my personal studies. I'm
No.
not really into Egypt. I think everyone else does a great job.
Okay, so let me ask Humble, what primary text have you read?
I read the Book of Coming Forth by Day by Balish Wudge. I've also got updated translations on that. I've
Which
read
one? Which one?
What, the Book of Coming Forth by Day?
Yeah, they have several different ones. Which one?
Right. So I said I got the physical copy of Balish Wudge. I mean of Wallace Budge but I do
the
the
Papyrus of Ani.
Yeah. So because I know that's a horrible translation, I picked it up.
Don't read that one. Don't read that one. Look for
Listen.
There's one called The Complete Papyrus of Ani. That's a better one. Do not read Budge when it comes to Medu Neter.
Now, watch this, because you just said it. That's another TLA that I cross-reference from. So I understand that, that was just something I could pick up just to showboat for my homeboys over on Bigo.
Right, I'm with you.
But so the maxims of Ptahhotep, the maxims of Amenhotep, I have is it another one?
Do you use the TLA though?
Yes.
Right. That is
Yeah.
a good starting resource. But once again, the TLA could trick you because they put extra sauce on a lot of those
Yeah.
translations sometimes. But they just don't translate certain things, so you have to be careful. That's
No.
why I say learning the Medu Nacha is important because you have
Yeah.
to know what you're reading,
You have to know what you. Yeah.
and then
Most
they
definitely
add
the
and
way
then they
you read
add
it.
things on it too to make it make sense in
Exactly.
English.
Exactly. I would agree with that. And it's more so of like the way you read it as well, right? They do put a lot of emphasis. And another thing I want to add is time period matters as well, because you see a lot of stories where people try to pull up that came way, way, way later, right? During the
Exactly.
Ptolemaic period and stuff that
Yes.
don't really line up with the stories that was originally there. And the reason that is because these people, again, it was culture appropriation. So they was appropriating their culture onto what was already there.
Like the contentions of Horace and said is something that was not indigenous
Yes.
writing, and people don't know
Yes.
that. The
I
ancient Kemetic people didn't write that.
yeah.
They didn't write that. The Hyksos wrote that story as a disrespect, and people are
Yes.
touting that as something that the indigenous people wrote. And they never wrote that. They found that in some comedian's chest or something like that. So this is why this is very important. I always tell people, and there's another one called St. Andrew's Corpus. That's a good one to read as well. It
Mm-hmm.
has it has a lot of good text in that one as well. So Ben, I think if you read the stories of Kemet, you'll be very, very, very interested. I don't know your field of interest, so you'd have to tell me, but I think you should do that.
Yeah, no, I have a baseline historiographic understanding of Egypt. Nothing too special.
Well,
You need to go deeper
I say
because you'll
this.
be
I say
surprised.
this.
Yes,
Don't
yeah, it's a
study.
great civilization.
I say this. Don't study anything that you're not gonna put too much. You're not gonna be able to pick up and carry anything with. So if you're going to touch on it, you could touch on it ahead of conversation. But if that ain't your thing, that ain't your thing. You feel me?
Yeah,
It
yeah.
is what it
That's why
is.
I
I
feel you,
have you two up here. I love asking you guys questions, man.
Yeah,
You are
but the
amazing.
maxims of Ptah is something that's still relevant today.
of course it is. Oh yeah, and see that's why I said that. So now listen, this is why when I speak about these things, I don't ever push these things on people. Because if I mention it and somebody like, oh, okay, well, what book is that? Maxim Patow's Help. Okay. And they actually go read it, I don't have to push them because when they read it, they're gonna realize for themselves is damn, was this book written yesterday? So that's a realization that already come what I was saying. So I ain't even gotta push too hard. You just mention it, okay, let me go study what that's about.
Yeah, I'm with you. A lot of those things are still relevant to today, but people
Yeah,
don't think so because it was written long ago. But wisdom is wisdom, and it will
that's that.
always. And people need to understand why he wrote it. He wrote it
Yep,
for his
yep,
son to be able to take over and know what he was supposed to do. And I learned, I didn't even know that he was actually one of the Lasut's son until I read the text. I didn't even know that.
yeah.
He was the king's firstborn son. I didn't even know that.
He is
I found it out later.
so actually it's so interesting because that's very one of the very small writings that we have of him. But he was well known in history. People wrote about him being a first physician. People wrote about him being a first astrologer. Like,
That's Imhotep, huh?
yeah, Imhotep.
No, I was talking about Ptah.
Ptah. Okay, gotcha.
Ptah was the king's firstborn son. He was
Mhm.
royalty. And I didn't know that till I read the text. Although he didn't reign on the throne, he was an overseer and a high government official. But I didn't know that his father was actually a Nasut, and he served under several of the Nasut and he lived for a long time. Apparently, some people think he lived to be over 100 years old.
Hey, Jose, I got a question for you, brother.
Yes, if I could answer it.
How do you feel about retainer sacrifices? Do you think that
Well,
was all right, or that's just something they was tripping back then?
I'll say this: I did read a paper on it, and the paper seemed to use language like possibly or maybe. The paper didn't seem to be sure that this is what they were witnessing. I'm not saying there was not retainer sacrifice. I'm just saying that paper didn't convince me that they were just wholesale killing people.
Okay.
I don't
I'm
necessarily
just saying. I
think
was asking because from whatever I've read, it seemed to be similar to what I know in the ancient Near East as retainer sacrifices. So that's
well, I
why.
think I mean the evidence that they present is pretty flimsy, to be honest. They show some random little broke up thing and say they think that was a sacrifice.
So you think they were you think they weren't doing retainer sacrifices?
I would say I would say that there's probably some history of sacrifice, possibly. I don't want to say yes. I don't want to say no because I'm not convinced.
Gotcha. Okay. I just wanted to ask.
But probably was somewhere, maybe.
Yeah.
Who was being sacrificed?
What they're saying was, if there was any retainer sacrifice, it happened in the first dynasty and it never happened again.
Yeah, I think it stopped after like the early dynasty.
See, that's the thing about Kemet too. Like Kemet, again, they have this thing about restoring my. And so if one pharaoh did something that felt as though it wasn't they would try to correct that. You see what I'm saying? So this is also why we see the major influxes in Kemet dynasties that we do, because again, some pharaohs had their own ideas. Hey, I'm gonna come up here and do this, right? And you just can't do that. So they like, oh, all right, well, this ain't what we about to do. We got him up out of here. Now let's go back to restoring it the way it was. You know.
I'm with you, but you still have to understand it was his right as ruler to do as he saw fit. The next ruler could change it back to the way that he saw fit as well. So we're not going to say he's out of line for doing what he did. That's not true.
Do we have any evidence of a pharaoh ever being impeached?
Well, they can't really impeach.
No, I know. It's just anything.
Because he didn't appoint him. It's his birthright.
Right.
That's funny.
There is evidence that there is evidence of something called the Herm.
I assume being assassinated is often like
that's what they did. They would have,
you know, it's like he got the
well. I mean, I've heard that there's something called the Herm conspiracy where they think that Ramses II, someone in his harem was trying to assassinate him. And I've never read it, but apparently
that's a real theory. There's some scholars out there that say that Ramses II was assassinated. There's really no proof. They say he got a hole in the back of his head with somebody bashed in it, but Now there are records of people being assassinated in Kemet, though.
I'm not gonna say people were not assassinated, but I realize that people are putting extra sauce on this assassination thing to assume because someone had a short range they were killed. That's not true.
I would agree with that.
I mean, it could have been other reasons why they had a short range. They died. Yeah. They got the throne, got usurped, several other reasons.
Now, I think the reason they make the argument so compelling is because it was in the period of in manner in how they died and how they kept switching, right? It was more so like looking at it from a viewer's point of view. It is more so like a trial and error thing. You see what I'm saying? And so it's like, all right, well, this person lasts 2 years, time to get him out of here. This person lasts 2 years, time to get. It's just like what we see in the NBA, right? If y'all watch football or basketball, it's like a team get a new player, they try him out for 20 games. They don't do what they supposed to do in 20 games. He get traded. You see what I'm saying? So
yeah, but for decades they would talk about King Tut being assassinated. Now all of a sudden, that's not true anymore.
Yeah.
For years they were telling you somebody killed him because he died young, and now apparently it's not true.
Yeah.
There was a curse of King Tut. That's not true anymore.
Yeah.
He just died young now.
That's something else that we also, and that's when we see Egyptologists. Now that's the fault of the Egyptologists as well sometimes, because Egyptologists they exaggerate stories to make it fit, to make them more popular than what they already are, basically. You
Call it what
sound
it is, humble. They full
so
of
yeah.
shit. They full of shit. That's what it is. They're
Yeah,
making
so
up
you gotta
stories to
be
suit
careful
themselves.
with that shit.
Because we know definitely some of them were killed. Like
Yeah.
for example, Amos's father was definitely killed by the Asiatics. We know that. He was definitely brutally murdered. But you know, they put I mean to me, I think they put extra sauce on this war and violence. I don't think ancient Kemet had that much war and violence. I could be tripping. I don't know. I think they put extra sauce on it. What do you think, Humble?
They didn't have a lot of war. They expanded, yes. A lot of the expansion came through trade and political gain and influence. Right? A lot of the expansion didn't come from war.
I'm glad you said that.
Also marriages too. Like they had marriage to another nation. So a lot of it didn't come from war.
Right, because they could show 2-3 instances of war and make that the whole culture now. Every time we turn
Yeah,
around,
yeah.
the Pharaoh beating up somebody and that's not true. Even if you look at the word oppression doesn't even mean what we think it means. It means somebody got beat up and they are now subjugated based on getting beat up. It doesn't mean I ran down and I just started doing this and that. Yes,
Yeah,
there are instances.
no.
There's instances where some pharaohs say I want to expand my borders, but they were honest about it. They
I would
didn't
agree.
lie about what they wanted to do. So we
Yeah.
know those who
In
wanted to expand their borders.
spite of the people that they were
Now we talking about
important to.
ancient Kemet, if I may. We talking about ancient Kemet, right? And the time period we're talking about ancient Kemet is a time period some would say Moses would have lived. And any of the things we're talking about dealing with ancient Kemet, do we see a person who fit the description of a Moses?
No, no,
Mm.
we don't.
We
That's not
see a
history.
we see a Akhenaten though, right?
Well, Akhenaten was a historical character, yes.
Hey, they supposedly lived on the same time.
Yeah, but that's foolishness.
Yeah, but
Now watch this though. But see, watch this. Watch how more it break down, right? So we talking about the Exodus. So now when we know about the Exodus, we know they left Egypt and they went where?
No, they didn't leave Egypt. They got beat up and put out. That's what happened.
That's what I'm saying. They got the issue is when they left, they went to more Egypt because the place to what they traveled was an Egyptian province during that time.
I'm with you, but the story, but the biblical story is not the real story. The real story is they were
Right.
invited, they took over, and eventually they got the brakes beat off them and sent to Canaan,
Right.
which was a Kemetic territory.
Was it there is
Now,
no,
see, I don't believe now.
there is no
See,
real story. Actually.
here's the issue though.
Yeah, but that's not the
Because
biblical Exodus. That's something
that
different.
biblical story and that story that the brother was just talking about, those are two different people.
These are two different stories. Yes.
And this is the point I'm making. There's no historical evidence of
Mhm.
slavery in ancient Kemet because there is no word for slavery in ancient
There you
in
go.
Medu Neter. There is no word for that.
Is there a word for captive?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
It's called Sakir Ang, a living captive. Yes, there's definitely a word for that. A living
Now,
captive.
also something I
Yeah.
want to make clear
Yeah.
too, because the brother Chief X I was talking to, he or I made my video about, he was also talking about the them enslaving the Nubians and stuff like that. The Bach Treaty is what he was talking about. So with the Bach Treaty, the Nubians didn't enslave themselves. He was making a statement that the Nubians enslaved themselves. They went and conquered other neighboring nations and brought the war captives to the Egyptians. They didn't bring other Nubians to the, like, people be making, but see, that's the issue with people not knowing history.
Yeah, but Humble, when he told the story, he didn't tell the story correctly. He didn't say that when the Arabs first came into Egypt, the Magi were shooting their eyes out. They were blinding them. When they initially came there, these Arabs were coming back with eye wounds or totally blinded. He didn't say it. He didn't mention that part. They called them the archer of the pupil of the eye because they were shooting out these Arabs' eyes.
Yeah.
But he didn't mention that part. He never mentioned that part. And that's an important part of the story.
That's fact.
But this is what I'm saying. You're talking and you're not mentioning the historical content. After a certain amount of time, they eventually overcame these people. And according to my brother Reggie, they were complaining because they were sending them these old, infirm people. They weren't sending them healthy Africans. So that was their beef. But you have to tell the story that the people of Kemet didn't roll over. They had a fight.
Yeah.
And those Arabs got jacked up.
But that's what sister neighboring nations did though. That's what they still do. They beef over some things and they make up over other things.
All right, this is what I'm saying. So you can't. First of all, you have to know what Nubian is, a historical word, and it deals with several different varying groups of people. Even back in ancient times, there were several different groups of people that were considered Nubian. So you have to know that before you start to talk.
We have a special guest call in. We have a special guest call in. IBM is calling in. I got him on speakerphone right now. Go ahead, IBM. You got the floor.
Peace and love. I hope y'all can hear me.
Yeah, we hear you.
Is everything clear? Hopefully.
Yeah. Crystal clear. We got you.
I had a couple points to what y'all were talking about. I'm staying on topic. I heard Humble say that the Christians or the religious people deify everything. So did the Egyptians. We're talking about the Hyksos. Y'all said the retainer sacrifices stopped at around like the beginning of the first dynasties. That's not true. We have those going on. They have tombless tombs that they found in Kerma. But A1's got that pulled up. We can read that. But there were retainer sacrifices in the 12th dynasty. We can find them. We're gonna find them in that source. And then, when it comes to this Hyksos story, we have to remember that most of these guys didn't even know about it in 2018. I beat Garfield up on the Stanley of Comos, and I hear Smash Rockwell and Jabari and everybody else regurgitating it because none of them was saying it before 2018 until I gave it to them. And that's the man who went down and named the lower half of Nubia Kush with a K. Now, Sesostris 1 is the Greek translation. It's like Sinneret or something like that in the Egyptian, but if you look up Sesostris 1, it'll tell of his campaigns down into Nubia and how he defeated Nubia and then named the lower half Kush with a K. I taught them that also. I also taught them about the Stele of Comos that they wasn't talking about. Because Garfield and Uncle was over there saying, there's no writings about the Hyksos War in 2018. And I asked him, I said, did you know about the Stele of Comos? And the reason why I know that these guys don't know about the Stele of Comos is because a couple months ago, I heard Jabari say that the Hyksos was illiterate and they didn't have their own form of writing. Now, if they were illiterate and didn't have their own form of writing, how did they write that letter? How did Comos intercept the letter coming from the Hyksos going to the Nubians? Shows you don't know what you're talking about. Like I said, so when we talking about this, this Hyksos, it's an amalgamation of Asia Minor and, even Israel could have been a part of it also because they all coming down from that way.
Now,
the Nubians was not the Hyksos because they were not foreign. the Egyptians. The Egyptians had been dealing with these people forever.
Nubians are identified as such.
No. I don't.
Hold on, I'm gonna give you guys the
don't.
floor in a second.
I heard somebody say something about coming from the south. Well, your first dynasties came from the south. Thieves, to be exact.
Nobody's arguing that, brother. Nobody's arguing that. That's not an argument.
Like I said,
He can't hear you.
they regurgitate.
Right,
Go
but
ahead.
the argument.
Hold
is
on,
not-
Jose, because he can't hear you. So you can
oh.
only hear him. So responding right now only creates confusion on the line. I'm gonna let him close out, and then he'll respond in the chat. Go ahead, IBM. You got the floor.
All right, yeah, and you know, like I said, the Hyksos, I equate them to Jacob's time. The Pharaoh that knew Jacob not. Now remember, the Hyksos was in power, right? And and Jacob came from Israel, right? and his people came down, and they was allowed to go and live in Goshen, some of the best lands in Egypt. But the reason why I say that is because, see, the Hyksos may have known Jacob, but then when Komos came back he's the last pharaoh of the 17th dynasty, all right? And the Hyksos took over in the late 14th dynasty and ruled all the way to the late 17th dynasty. And then Komos took over. He was the last pharaoh of the 17th dynasty. And then Akhmos, once he became of age, he became the first 18th dynasty pharaoh. Okay? So that's when I equate running into a pharaoh that knew him not. Komos or Akhmos, one of those guys. Running into that pharaoh that knew him not. Now I'm thinking that, maybe the Hyksos knew of Joseph because they're coming from that area. They're coming down from Asia Minor and different places as an amalgamation of different foreign rulers. That's why Hyksos means foreign rulers. Okay? So, like I said, when we talking about Kush, we make Kush sound like it was before Egypt. And how was that the case when the 12th dynasty pharaohs, the soldiers went down there and named that land?
I'm about to tell you that real quick. The problem with people is that they talk
hear this, and
I don't know when they set up.
But you can tell that they don't do no
You
studying
give
on
too much time to think.
They don't know nothing about it. They're only good regurgitators.
Hey. All right. Any closing remarks, indigenous black man?
Yeah, I love all of y'all, and I want y'all to get it right. I hear Humble up here. Humble, I see that you're doing your work as a young man. But when y'all use my information, make sure that you give a brother some credit. Because, I don't have a voice out here and I can't pop on panels and stuff. So
I wish you could.
I come at you with the information to show you where you regurgitate my stuff from years ago. Stuff that I came into this community in 2020 when I did my first presentation. Stuff that I was telling Garfield and them in 2018 that they didn't know about.
Yes, we did.
Like I said, give the brother the credit that he deserves. That's all I ask. I don't need no award. I don't need no money. I'm doing this for free because I love y'all. But when you're using my stuff, don't just run behind me and regurgitate. Make sure you give me your credit. And I love all of y'all. Keep your head high, your grass low, and stop lying to my people. And I love y'all. All right.
Peace. Have a good night. All right, back to you, gentlemen. That was indigenous black man calling from.
Damn, A1. I wish we could. I wish
location.
Come on.
He tripping, A1.
I wish he could come on, brother.
He tripping. Because he can't show me no indigenous record of anyone named Joseph who was ever in Kemet. He can never show me that. He could ever show me that.
And he's talking about the template Stella, by the way. We talked about this years ago. He's not saying anything new. Don't worry.
No, he just coming on here talking wild crazy.
And that was pure conjecture. He interpreted his history as he will like, how most people do with the Bible.
Yeah. I also want to say he was talking about returning sacrifice. I didn't catch if he said the 18th or the 25th, but there's no retainer sacrifice in either of those dynasties.
We know that. We know that definitely not. Of course not.
I don't know
If it
what he
happened,
was
it
that.
stopped in the first dynasty.
Yeah.
Any paper that you read only speaks about the first dynasty and 4 or 5 different pharaohs. They don't talk about anyone else who did the practice. It
Yeah.
didn't extend past that. So I don't know what. So I don't understand what he's talking about.
If I could read this really fast, it say no, retainer sacrifices did not exist in the 18th dynasty. Archaeology show it was strictly a first dynasty practice that disappeared over 2,000 years before the new kingdoms.
Right.
So I mean, I don't know where
Exactly.
he's going with that.
I don't know. He said he taught you something, so maybe I don't know. I didn't. That's what he said. He said he used this information.
I don't
I
know.
don't think so either.
That's fine. I remember indigenous from way back. Same old stuff. Don't worry.
Yeah, man. That's crazy. Well, listen, brothers. It was a good conversation.
Same,
You guys have
same.
a good night, right?
Yeah, I appreciated this,
Jose,
man.
yes indeed, brother.
And I'm
Yeah.
most definitely coming back, A1. I'm most definitely coming back whenever you need me, bro.
Definitely. We only got through about like 20 of the questions, so I want to finish these with you.
Oh
We
yeah, most definitely,
actually
most definitely.
we're
All
gonna
right,
save.
brothers. Later.
All right, have a good night, Jose. I was gonna say we can I'll do a couple more and then we'll actually do a part 2. I'll only do 25
Okay,
of them.
that.
Then we can do part 2, bring you back this week. I'm sure once a couple people see this one, they're gonna be waiting for the next one
Mm-hmm.
to get at you because I know it's Super Bowl Sunday. A lot of people watching that
Oh
right
yeah.
now.
Damn, I forgot the Super Bowl was on. Listen, man, I be staying. I go to YouTube, check out the highlights later.
I feel you.
Highlights later. That's crazy.
Yeah, let me get to these questions. Where was I at?
Yeah, I'm gonna jump back in the chat. Peace to you, humble. A1, peace to y'all again.
All right, have a good day, Ben. You up
Listen.
this week?
Hey, man, I'm here with you.
You gonna be ready? Oh well, you gotta work, so maybe next weekend we'll get you in next Saturday or something like that.
Yeah, whenever you need me, brother. Yes, sir.
Got you. All right, have a good day.
All right.
Okay. Politics and ideology. What is one belief you hold that you're secretly afraid is wrong?
That's interesting because any belief I think is wrong, I drop to the wayside.
Off top.
So I always tell people, if I can't transmit my belief into a knowing, then I drop it by the wayside. So I try to know everything I believe.
Let's go. Let's go. I like that answer. Next one. Is democracy a failed experiment that we're too proud to quit?
I think democracy is a tool that was placed in the wrong hands that now we can't get it out of. Right? We see it thrived when we looked at it in Rome and Greece. It worked well. But those were people who were literally looking to do good for their land. Unlike here. Here they're using democracy as a tool to further control the people here. I appreciate you, Ben.
Definitely, Ben is one of the debaters on the channel over here too. We about to get him in the hot seat this week. Oh yeah, I'm gonna let you know when that happens, so that way you can come up and challenge him if you hear anything.
Okay.
Next question. Would you support a benign dictator if they solved every problem you care about?
Hell no. I don't even support the motherfuckers that's in office right now. I don't support none of the motherfuckers.
Even if they solved every problem you care about?
Even if they solved every problem. Give me the plans to the problem so I can give them to my people and we can solve them on our own.
Let's go. That's facts. Is your political rivalry an enemy of the state or just a person with a different map?
an enemy of the state.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason is because y'all not treating us fair, and y'all never have treated us fair. And we gotta keep pushing our voice out there to the state until they start to actually hear what we gotta say. And that's one thing I like about even in ancient history, right? This is Black History Month. Even just back in Black History Month, that's what I loved about our leaders back there. They stood up. Oh, let me turn my camera on. They stood up in front of the president giving speeches. They stood up against senators giving speeches, right? They wasn't just behind the scenes doing everything. And so they let the state, they let the country know we ain't being treated fair. This is what we want to do. This is what we going to do about it. That's where we got to get back to.
Hey, I see we got King Naga in the building. We do have a debate coming up with him in the next few days. Hit that panel, King Naga.
Most definitely.
Humble Mystik is taking questions right now. If you hear anything that you want to challenge him on to line up a future debate, we're trying to get him an exhibition debate set up. Hop on up here, man. I'm gonna drop that link again for you. It is pinned, but here you go. And I'm gonna go ahead and get to the next question. Roy Chess, yeah, hit that link, Roy Chess. Roy Chess is trying to get in the ring as well. So yeah, we do have a few people popping up who said they wanted to set some stuff up. Come on up here. Humble Mystik is taking on all challengers. Next question. Oh, this is a good one. Is freedom worth the price of total chaos?
Yes, absolutely. And that's something my brother Ashe, he stressed about. That's something a lot of my brothers that I talk to on a daily basis stress about. If we want to get to the point that we want to get to, we want to get to the end goal that we want to get to, it's going to be some bloodshed. It's going to be some chaos. It's going to take those of us who are willing to fucking blow some shit up. Excuse my French, y'all, but that's what it's going to take.
I hear you. Shout out Jay the Snake in the building. And while we got King Naga in the chat, might as well go ahead and run his ad. Brief word from our sponsors, then we'll get back to these questions. Oh, it's muted. Here we go.
By Coliseum of Argument. Welcome to Titans Debate League, presented by Coliseum of Arguments, where ideas don't just clash, they collide. In one corner, sharp as a blade and twice as deadly on the mic, the verbal assassin, Leandre Slim Reaper McBride, a master of logic, a hunter of weak arguments, and he's coming to carve this case wide open. And in the opposing corner, crowned in confidence, swinging with conviction, the fearless fire starter himself, King Naga. He doesn't back down, he doesn't fold, and he's ready to defend his stance at all costs. The question shaking the arena, was the killing of Alex Pretty justified? Morality versus law, emotion versus evidence, justice or just revenge? No scripts, no safety nets, just unfiltered debate warfare. This isn't a conversation, it's a showdown. Coliseum of Arguments, where only the strongest arguments survive. Are you not entertained?
And be looking for this debate in the next couple of days. King Naga versus Leandre McBride. Was the killing of Alex Pretty justified? This one is going to have the arena shaking. I already know it. Back to you, gentlemen. We have Roy Chess to the panel. How you feeling today, Roy Chess?
I'm good. Peace, everyone. Peace.
Peace to you. Did you have any questions or comments based off anything you've heard so far?
Well, I would like to ask a few questions, perhaps. My first question for Humble would be, you said you had a background in debating. I was wondering if you could tell us a story of or an experience of you having a debate with someone, but they win the debate, but you felt their information was incorrect. Like your information was correct, but they still won the debate. Did you ever have an experience like that?
Yeah, most definitely. Actually, that came to my second loss. My second loss was, what was the debate topic? The debate topic was, Is the biblical narrative true? And my opponent came to the debate. I give my opponent credit. He showed that the Israelites were real people, but he didn't prove if the biblical narrative was true. I proved that it wasn't true, and they still gave him the win. Hey, listen, I'm one of them debaters that if I lose, it's all competition. You know, I just go back in the lab, I get stronger, and I get ready for the next one. I don't talk about the judge. I always use the basketball analogy. I'm a basketball player. I show up. Y'all bring the ball. Y'all tell me what court to go to. I show up and do what I do. You know what I'm saying? So I never complain about the judges. I never complain about the commentator. I'm very respectful in my debates, you know. I don't lose my cool now. I'm very passionate, yeah, but I don't throw no slurs and no name calling. And that's just how it go.
Hey, you're gonna like it over here. We have
Yeah.
unbiased judges that I went and hired specifically for this. They're not in the, they're not clicked up with anybody. They're separate entities from the
Right.
people that we have around here. So there's no
Okay.
biases. We had a few people that were sore losers. They were trying to challenge judgments. I actually let one guy do a challenge. He just ended up getting more embarrassed the second time
No,
around.
I don't, and see one thing for me is when I was in high school, I lost debates in high school over crazy reasons, man. I lost debates in high school because I didn't sound proper enough. You know, I didn't wear a suit and a tie, and I didn't come, you know, because that was their standard debate. We didn't know. We just some kids from the projects. We try and do something constructive other than go out here and do something bad. So we just debate. So I lost debates over crazy stuff. And one thing I learned definitely from some of my sports icons is you just get back in the lab and you get better.
Oh. Any another question, Roy Chess? You got the floor.
Sure.
So we can dialogue.
As far as getting ready for the debate, what is your process? Is there a specific process, or do you have a special case process for every debate? You know, like, do you have what I'm saying is, do you have a universal system, or do you case by case debate type of system?
It's more case by case. So a lot of the things is I'm more of a speaker. So, and I know in a debate I have to put together a presentation. So my thing is my mind be on ADHD mode, trying to get everything right. So I take things out, I put things in, I make 15 presentations. I be in the gym, bro. When I say I be in the lab, really, cause it's like my process. You could look at a little bit like Eminem when he writing a rap or he working on a song. You know, he might get inspiration on a write down a piece of paper. He might. That's how I am. I might be working on the debate. I might be going downstairs fixing something to eat and get an inspiration. Run upstairs to my laptop, write it down real quick, and I just put it together as I go.
So, do you do music as well? I'm just curious. Like, I'm only asking that because some people do it with music, right?
Right.
So some people are rappers or musicians, whatever. So
Yeah.
they get into the zone for that reason, using rap or music or whatever. Is there something that you use to get into the zone specifically, or no?
Nah, I just bring the passion. I just bring the information, the scholastic information, and I bring my passion.
Oh, okay. So do you have any formal training at all other than the high school debate?
Yeah. So Bigo is another platform where I do this constantly 24/7, 365 days out of the week. Like, and it prepares me for platforms like this because over there the environment is no holds barred, right? So you ain't gotta be structured, you ain't gotta be, well spoken. You come in and y'all yelling and y'all cussing each other out and y'all going back and forth. That actually help you strengthen your arsenal too. When you get in the ring and it get chaotic, you know how to hold your composure.
Okay, is that what platform is that? Is that outside of YouTube, I guess?
Yes, outside of YouTube.
Is it on like
It's called BIGO. It's called Bigo Live. You download it on your phone.
Oh, okay.
It's also a paid app. So you get on there, you become a host. You can get paid for streaming and things of that nature, bringing your content. Right now, over there, I'm trying to make information important, because people over there, they'll pay for, just like over on the YouTube community, we got communities on Bigo. So you got business community, you got the ghetto community where people just cussing each other out all day. You got us, the conscious community. You got the LGBTQ community, and the other communities are more popular because it's more drama. And so what I'm trying to push to the forefront on Bigo is education. You know what I'm saying? Why are y'all sitting here wasting y'all money on people who don't care about y'all? When y'all got people right here in front of y'all really giving y'all information, not information, who cares, but information to where as though you can go out here tomorrow and apply it and change your whole life. So that's what we over there doing.
Okay. Do you host or are you just part of other people's platform?
I host. Yeah, I host. We are. So what I do in particular is I build community. So I have a lot of people on Bigo who one of them is Soul Tribe Community, right? That's a family that I am a leader of. We got a community in the metaverse. We got a community on Discord. We got a community everywhere. Facebook, Instagram. I'm also a part of the Ring of Fire. I'm also a part of the Bomb Squad. Me and my brother are shaping. So one thing I do in particular is bring together community.
So is it just debate or are you talking about in general?
In general, I'm a debater by sport, but I am a practitioner by trade. So when I say I'm a practitioner by trade, I not only live life, but I work with life. I am someone who I wonder why this happened in these predicaments. I wonder what choices can lead me in the proper manners. You see what I'm saying?
You broke up a little bit.
Oh, my bad. So I'm basically a practitioner of life. I'm a debater by sport.
Okay. So you don't take it too serious. I mean, not like your life depends on it type of thing.
Oh yeah, no,
too serious,
no.
but
It's the same way I play basketball. I'm very competitive, but what's in the ring is in the ring. What's outside of the ring is outside of the ring.
Oh, okay, that's good. Yeah. Some people are more extreme than that, so I think you're aware of that, right?
Yeah. I mean, I just be looking to have, because like my thing is, I love sports, but our people, for the ones of us who are not really good at sports, right? We need something that still gets us going, and I think that's what debate is. I think debate is a sport that we could do without moving our physical muscles, and it also is healthy for our community because we're also teaching our community as well. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like, and it's not only debate, it's presentations as well. It's it's just being intelligent, making intelligent cool again. You see what I'm saying? It like sometimes I sit here and I watch YouTube and I be watching Martin Luther King sit on the panel with a couple other melanated brothers, and just the way they be speaking. Sometimes I watch brother James Baldwin, stand on the panel debating in front of the senator and the president, and I just be like, bro, that's what we need to get back to. We need to get back to showing our brothers and sisters it's okay to be intelligent. It's power in knowledge. So that's where I'm coming from, brother.
Hey, we got a super
chat. So let me ask you this.
Hold on, Roy Chess, real quick. We got a super chat from Hey Goddess. She says, I crown the humble mystic a Titan. Hey, Titan, stand up. maybe coming soon. We gonna see. To be an official Titan, you gotta have a win under your belt. We are creating a little exclusivity to the to the debate team, the Titans. I'm leader of the team Titans. Yeah, we're gonna see if he what he does over here, and then we'll see about that. If he's interested. I know he's part of a few squads right now, but he would definitely be a dope addition.
Oh yeah.
Shout out, hey goddess. Yeah, she's keeping us all in check and in line over here. She's management. Appreciation.
Love it. And that's something else I love to see too, man. We gotta put our women back out in the forefront too, man. It's man.
That's big facts. I wanted to create a safe space for women to come drop and share knowledge.
Yeah. Love it, man. I got some dope sisters over on Beagle who share information. And it'd be funny because it'd be new people that be coming around. And because it's like breeding pit bulls, bro. It's like because our sisters sit around us so much, when they get challenged by another woman or something, it's just like, yo, she rowdy. Like, yeah, like look who she sit around. She sit around some real scholars. She ain't just about to throw nothing out there and she ain't do her homework on it. I appreciate you, Sister Goddess. I really do. I see you down there.
Yeah, we're gonna have to do a bomb squad takeover, man, and you're gonna have to bring the click through.
Me and my brother Ashe over on Sinetta, we did this. We doing this thing called Hebrew Shema, and so I could put something together like that. Just let them know I talk to them. Like, yo, we could do something like that on this platform as well.
Definitely. Yeah, I'm trying to get your squad over here.
I dropped my number in your back chat too.
Bet, perfect. Let me get that down right now. I'm gonna text you so you can lock me in. Got you. Let's get. I'm sorry, Roy Chess. Back to you.
No, it's okay.
Let me close these things.
I was gonna ask, in one of your debates, if you can just think of one of them, your position. How do you know your position is the correct one and not your opponent? Can you hear me?
Yeah. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Roy Chess. Can you hear him?
You hear me?
Yeah.
I can hear you, Roy Chess.
Yes, I can hear you. There was a glitch again.
Okay.
Oh, so my question was to you, if you could think of an experience where you were debating somebody and, well, general question, how do you know that your position is correct as opposed to your opponent's position if you're debating a topic?
All right. So
what makes you right and them not right?
Right.
Like,
so
how
I'll
do you know?
An example of what I was just debating a brother on who started monotheism, right? I said it was Akhenaten and Atonism. He said it was Yasharah and the Israelites. The reason I 1000% knew I was right is because in history, Israel come way later than Akhenaten. And Akhenaten, when we go and research Akhenaten, we know that he led the first monotheistic reform in history. So that's what made me so sure that I was right in that debate.
Did your opponent challenge that part or no?
Whew. He ain't do too much of challenging. After I done beat him up on information, he ain't do too much of challenging nothing, I challenged Abraham's existence. I challenged Moses' existence. He actually took a different approach. Once I called him out on Moses and Abraham, he didn't respond with that. He actually responded to what monotheism really was. And I think that lost him a great amount of points because he was even misphrasing what monotheism was. And so my position was very clear on it, right? My first position in my first round was, how can you say?
So do you think that?
Go ahead, brother. Royce Chess.
You came in a little broken.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
No, well, you came in a little broken, so I missed some of what you said.
Oh, okay. Hold on 1 second. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, so what I was saying was, during that time in my debate, he took a more orthodox approach. So he took a different approach, and he wanted to stick on what the definition of monotheism really was. My approach was a straightforward approach, because I know you can't prove the existence of Abraham, and so how can you accredit Abraham and them for starting the first monotheistic reform when these people didn't even exist? So, you know, he he didn't want to deal with that because he know he didn't have no proof of those people have existing, and so he just danced around that all night.
So do you take dictionary definitions very seriously, or do you think that you're open to definition context, many definitions for the same word?
It depends on context, because and it also depend on what dictionary definition and what time, because certain dictionaries they switch the meaning of words depending on what time it was, and context, because we could be using a word we actually was just talking about that a little earlier. We could be using the word, and because the context is off, we're not using the word properly. You see what I'm saying? So all of that matters when you're talking about a specific word.
So I wanted to go into that because so if a dictionary has 7 definitions for one word, are you saying one of those definitions is not allowed, or all 7 are allowed?
No, I'm saying depending on the context that we're using the word in, we're going to use the definition in that manner, right?
Yeah, but if the word has seven contexts, right? There's 7 entries to that word. You use number 3, and I can use number 7, right? We could be talking past each other.
Right, but so that's why the context matter. So say if we have a word that can be used as a verb or adjective, right? And the context of that word matter, because if we're using it as a verb, then we know we're not using it as an adjective. If we're using it as an adjective, then we know that we're not using it as a verb.
Yeah, but that could be the point of contention, right? So you may say it's a verb, I may say it's an adjective, and then we're disagreeing on that. How do we clear that up?
The context, right? So let's say we're reading this. Matter of fact, great example, right? The Bible say in the beginning God created, right? Now a lot of people ascribe the pronoun he to God, right? But some other people ascribe the noun it. So now, how do we know if we're speaking about this word verse? What should we classify it as? Well, the context that it is utilized in. We see it as something that is moving and acting and things of that nature. You see what I'm saying? So, and it actually used the word he in the text. So from that description, from that context, then we can classify that this God in this text is a male. You see what I'm saying? Now, for it to be it have to say, when describing him in the text, it would have to say it instead of he. But for the simple fact that it say he, we can see that, in this text that we're describing a male God. So context like that is really important when we're speaking about things of that nature.
Well, that could still be up for contention, right? So perhaps it could be both, right? The it or the he doesn't really matter if you're talking about the same being, right? So people will call it an it because it doesn't have that God doesn't have gender technically, so they call it it. Right. Now it's just grammatically, I guess, precedent that we call things he or she, even though they're not living things or beings like humans, right? We can call a car or a ship, a plane, we can call it he or she or it, but we still have the same idea of what we're talking about. Exactly. So it doesn't really change. It doesn't really change the context here. Doesn't really change. The words change, but the idea is still the same idea.
Right. So
I
that's
mean,
why
the name itself is not that important if we can agree that we're talking about the same being. Would you agree with that?
Well, of course, if we agree that we're talking about the same being, right, through attributes, then of course the name isn't that important. The name only becomes important when we're trying to describe this being or what this being is.
Right. Okay.
But now, what
Right,
if
but
these beings
whether you
don't have
call
the
it
same
or I
attributes?
call it he, you're saying
Right?
that some people the attributes don't match?
Right. So, for an example, right? Let's go back into the Bible, right? Elohim or El Shaddai, whichever, don't some of the attributes to Yahweh don't match. So then we have to ask the question, how are these the same beings, although y'all are attributing them to the same being? You see what I'm saying? So then in this reference, right, when people say God is an it, right, and in the Old Testament, when God was looked at as Elohim and people seen him as a he, right? But then we get down in the Exodus where God is Yahweh and God is attributed to an it. But the Christian people who read the whole Bible, right, they look at it all as one God. But now when we talk about this text, we got to see, well, who was right? Was Moses and his people right? Or was Abraham and his people right?
Could it be both?
No, it cannot be both. It cannot be both because these are not the same being.
No, you have to rule out why it can't be the same being, don't you?
No, these can't be the same being because we know that when we do the historical study on these beings individual, we get two different origins. So we know these are not the same being.
What do you
The
mean
only
two different
people that treat
origins?
these beings as if they're the same are the people who believe in the Bible.
No, what do you mean by two different origins? I'm not aware of that.
So Elohim, right? Do you know the origin of Elohim?
No.
So the origin of Elohim, right now, when you look in the Bible, Elohim stand for God. However, when you trace it back, you have a culture where Elohim only stood for El and Asherah. Later on, the Elohim stand for a culture of deities or a council of deities, like they like to say, right? But the term Elohim comes from the root El, which means God. Now, El was a Canaanite deity, the chief Canaanite deity on the pantheon, to be correct, and Asherah was his consort. Now, who is this Yahweh character, right? This Yahweh character comes later, and actually, the group that worship Yahweh and the group that worship El merged, and they merged the attributes. Now, this is why in the group that worship Yahweh, he also have a wife named Asherah. So when you go back in texts like the Ugaritic text and things of that nature, you see some places where Yahweh is worshipped. Yahweh is married to Asherah. El is worshipped to Asherah. Now you never see Elohim and Asherah. You only see El, and that's because in their culture, El and Asherah made up the Elohim. The Elohim didn't come to be known as a council of gods until later, right? So now when I talk about El and Yahweh being two different gods, that's because when we get into their origins, they're two different deities. It's only in the Bible that they're synonymous. Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna turn my camera on.
So you're using sources outside of the Bible.
Hold on 1 second, y'all. 1 second. And yeah, archaeological sources.
Right, but that doesn't necessarily mean no other options are available. That option could be available, but you're not ruling out other options that are available. So what makes you think that you are correct here if there are, let's say, 3 other options?
3 other options about what?
About what the solution could be. Where this God, where that God came from. This is not the only solution, is it?
No, that's the proper solution. We know this because we have these people and their secular gods in Canaan. We have during the time of the Babylonian exile and the Assyrian exile when these two groups started to merge. We have when they started to emerge out of Canaan. See, this is the issue that the Israelites have when they say they're not a people of Canaan. We have records from when they start to emerge and pick up their own culture and identify themselves separate from Canaanites. So the story I just told about the Babylonian exile and the Assyrian exile, that's documented history. That's not something I'm believing, or the Bible don't have that history, that they made that up. That one thing I can always say as well, biblical history don't match our history at all. So in the Bible, when they talk about the exiles and things of that nature, that's not how it happened in real life.
You're breaking up.
Are you a biblical believer, Royce?
Yes, I am actually.
Okay.
But you are breaking up. You are breaking up some, so I lost some of what you said. So hold on.
Okay.
Let me drop off and come back. Maybe it's me. So
Okay.
I'm gonna be right back.
Okay. So yeah, a lot of issues biblical believers have is the fact that they try to mash biblical history with real life history, and it don't fit at all. And so when we're able to point out things like I did with the Babylonian and Assyrian exile, which is actually documented in history, right? They can't explain, oh, well, why would you say that Elohim and Yahweh are not the same deity? Well, because I could prove it. Hold on, give me 1 second. But so I'm able to prove it because archaeology is able to prove it. So these aren't just things that Brother Humble Mystik is saying. You know, we can all go look up the Babylonian exile. Actually, when you look up the Babylonian exile, you find something very interesting. You find that's the first time the word Jew is used, is during the Babylonian exile.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, cool. I don't know if it was me or you, but we'll find out if it keeps happening. Well, I just wanted to ask certain questions where your mindset was.
Fine, but I can repeat what I just said. I think is important. I don't know if you heard it, but I said one of the issues is biblical believers try to align biblical timelines with real historical timelines, and the historical timeline and the biblical timeline never match up. Y'all try to make it match up, but no matter how much you try, it'll never match up. Hold on 1 second, y'all.
My bad. I had my headphones on mute. I see we got Courtney Thompson in the building. Cut him up, Court. One of the master scholars of the ancient text. Pull up, bruh. Pull up. He looking for a debate. I already know you two would be perfect together in the ring right now. And we looking to get Courtney a debate. He's got a show on the channel, but he hasn't gotten in the ring yet. We got to fix that. I know he's a Christian, a believer, and you are pushing the movement. What was the name of the movement again? Leave religion alone. What was it called?
The freedom from indoctrination movement.
The freedom from indoctrination movement. You know what I'm saying? He's trying to get us to put all religions down. Hop up here, cut him up court if you can. Maybe we could set something up between you two. This is Argument Alley, where we are taking on all challenges. Humble Mystik is gracing our stage, answering all questions as honestly as he can. Don't be scared to hit that link. Let me drop it again one more time. And back to you, Roy Chess. You two were dialoguing. I have some more questions for him whenever you're done. No rush, though. Take your time.
Yeah, you can go. I don't have that
Come
many.
on, listen, take your time. I'm here. I'm comfortable.
Good looking. Kick your feet up, man. I want you to hang out, man. We looking to make you a regular over here. You getting a lot of love in the chat today.
Yeah, I appreciate y'all.
The chat been going crazy about you today. Hey, the chat gonna let you know because they either gonna raise you, praise you.
It's so crazy because it's so crazy because I be so like, yo, I swear, like that's how I had to tell. I think Royce was just asking me those questions about my debate style. And when I debate, bro, just like Eminem, bro, I get so like when I have like things like this, I be so nervous until I get up here, and then it just be like you flow right there.
Yeah, Courtney says he's at a gig, so he might have to catch a part 2 of this, or we just set up. You know, we might just set up an official face-off because if he says he's ready to go, if he watches this back and sees some points you made, which I'm sure is going to happen. So let's get to a few of these other questions that I had for you. I know the last one. My computer freezing. Can you hear me?
I tried not to really fast, bro. I tried not to smoke on your stream because I know I try not to smoke on any stream because I know some people be having like a certain audience they tailor to. And so I don't know how you feel about that, but that's why I keep calming down, my brother.
No, I'm not even tripping about that. A lot of people never even cam up over here. Okay. I'm not like the other platforms where you have to have them on. Some people smack. Some people might not have a lineup. I ain't tripping. Usually once I get to know who you are, as long as, you know, we just want to make sure it ain't no weirdos. I haven't had any flashing problems. When I see weird names come up, I'll make them show their camera in the background just so I know they're real. Then I'll let them up. But yeah, the next question is, does the individual exist to serve the collective, or is the collective a parasite?
I think it's a transactional relationship, right? I feel like you should serve your community just as much as your community serve you. You see what I'm saying? And so that way, because we see a lot of brothers, you know what's so crazy? We see brothers that take everything from the community, run off and do some dumb stuff and get caught up with it. You feel me? And we got examples of quote unquote melanated leaders doing stuff like that. Too many, you know, if I could be honest. And that's the mindset that we got to get out of, right? We have to get out of taking stuff from our community and not putting it back. We got to put it, man, listen, if we make 10 million off our community, we should at least be looking to put 20 million back. You see what I'm saying? So it's like that's my take on it.
Boots on the ground. That's what I be saying. But people be doing a lot of talking. They ain't got no boots on the ground, man. Let's get to the next one. What is the unforgivable sin in your political circle?
I don't have a political circle, but if I did, it'd be touching children.
Drop a bomb on that one. You already, that's been going around the communities. Sheesh, yeah. How much of that do you think is, you know, the names that we've seen that have instances of that? How much of that do you think is factual, and how much of that do you think may be political slander a person's name or character or bring them down.
Give me 1 sec. I'm dealing with my baby right now. Speaking of children.
Take your time. Take your time. I'll go ahead and go to a word from our sponsors while you do that. I'll play the ad of the tournament that made me create this page and brought us all together here today.
These are not just speakers. These are thinkers, forged in fire. Warriors of words stepping into destiny. Welcome to the Coliseum of Arguments, where logic clashes with conviction and ideas spill like blood in the sand. 16 titans, 16 minds, one path to immortality. They come seeking truth, they fight for redemption, they burn for revenge. Featuring the intellectual elite of the Titans Debate League. Every round a new war, every word a new weapon. Every titan ready to fall or rise in glory. This is not debate, this is combat. Step into the Coliseum of Arguments. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained? Amazing news! At Titans Debate League is now looking for interns. We are expanding our team and seeking driven individuals who are ready to make an impact. We're on the hunt for talented people to join our marketing team, and charismatic new hosts, and creative minds who can produce amazing content. If you have a positive attitude and are used to winning, because that's what we do here, then we want to hear from you. Join us and contribute to a culture of excellence and success here at Titans Debate League. Email us today, titansdebateleague@gmail.com. Looking forward to hearing from you.
Where Infinity Gauntlet is a mere toy compared to the intellectual prowess build and destroy the cipher. Intellectual sword to slice you.
In the arena of ideas, words are weapons. Confidence is your armor, and every Titan needs their gear. From the Titans Debate League comes a movement born from energy, faith, and power. Custom debater tees, spiritual wear, and PVO gear guaranteed to uplift your spirit and elevate your mindset. This isn't just fashion, it's identity, it's purpose, it's power. Join the movement, step into the arena. Shop now at ColiseumofArguments.com and wear what Titans believe in. Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you...
Yeah, that glitch. Let me play that back.
Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
My heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. Yeah, my heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. I look in the mirror now.
Okay, and we're back.
Fire. That is fire, my God. That is fire.
Appreciate you. I do all my own stunts. That's me on the voiceover.
Yeah, that's tough.
I don't know why I got my computer glitching though. I should have restarted it before we started this live, and I didn't. And I had a bunch of programs open. I had Adobe Premiere open. That's crazy. I can't even get back to y'all. I'm glad y'all can hear me though. My whole thing freezing right now. Okay, here what I'm about to do. I'm about to restart my computer. I'll see y'all back in 60 seconds. Just keep the dialogue going. No dead air, gentlemen.
Okay,
right.
Most definitely. I'm here with it.
Go ahead. You got the floor.
Go ahead. So, to get back to topic and whatnot, those are just some of the things that I like to speak on. The religious topics that we be having all the time. I have them across the street. I have them on YouTube, TikTok, Bigo, and it's very important to be scholastic. Very important to be scholastic. That way, it's not about what a person think. That takes me back to Royce's question earlier. And an example of where I was so sure I was right and my opponent was wrong, is because like when you do this work and you're a scholar at this work, there's no room for your belief. So when you're debating a person that's coming from belief, right, that's an easy smash right there, because you can't prove belief. You can prove archaeological evidence. You can prove, historical findings and historical records and geological mappings and things of that nature, but you can't follow faith and belief. And so when I have those type of debates, that's one thing that I be going, I'm like, that's a surefire win.
So can I ask you, what do you mean by proof? When you say proof, do you mean proof is in 100% or something less than 100%? What do you mean by proof?
What I mean by proof is, so when I'm speaking about different things, when I'm speaking about proof, right? So I'm speaking about if a person exists, I'm speaking about a historical model, right? If I'm speaking about landmarks or anachronisms or things of that nature, I'm looking for geological proof or mapping, or when these words could have been used in conjunction, things of that nature. So depending on what I'm looking for proof for, that determines how or what type of proof I'm looking for.
Yeah, but what is the accuracy of the proof, right?
Right. So if I'm looking for proof,
are you looking for 100% or looking for anything?
I am looking for, yes, not. I want to say.
So if I give you a proof that's 70%, would you accept it?
No. It gotta be at least 90%.
What's the minimum you would accept?
It gotta be at least 90% proof. Gotta at least be 90. I say 90, 95.
So what?
And that's if there.
So
that's
somebody
if
comes
there's
with
any.
What is it?
Huh?
No. What if somebody does present something that's 70%? What do you call it? You say it's not a proof, but then what do you call it?
Then you look at consensus. So if a person is saying something,
what do you mean? You're saying that they're looking at the consensus
right now. So if somebody is saying something that needs to be peer reviewed, like the existence of Abraham, and they need to put him in a timeline, right? A person can only put someone in a timeline that they create. So when I'm looking for proof of Abraham's existence, I'm looking for proof of his existence in our timeline, not a timeline from a person that created the timeline themselves. You see what I'm saying? So a lot of times people will give me, so for example, the last debate I was in, the brother tried to throw in there that Abraham came from 2000 BCE. He lived between 2000 and 1800 BCE. I asked him, I said, okay, now who timeline is that? Like, who say that? Oh, well, do it matter? Yes, it matters. Because the very people that made up that timeline are the very people that say that the earth is only 6,000 years old. So if we're going to follow that timeline and say Abraham lived 2000 BCE, then that means that the civilizations that we're talking about surrounding Abraham and them it just become asinine, if I could use that word. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I'm talking about when I talk about the type of proof. Now, if you find me a tablet,
when somebody fails to meet that level of proof,
with this really fast. I'm gonna land with this really fast.
Do you bring it up?
Now, yes, I'm gonna land because I want to address this too. If you find me, let's say we're talking about Moses. Now, if you find me a stele or where Moses got married to a Midianite woman, or a man by the name of Moses got married to a Midianite woman whose father is named Jethro, okay. If you show me another book that Moses produced that was in what they say, Hebrew or any of them languages, and that's the issue, right? Because we do have people who never wrote anything down, right? But they are attested for. They started schools. They did things. The people that we asking for, they said to do a lot of things in this Bible. But when we look in historical records, we don't see none of it. Abraham was a general of 70 men, and he took down Mesopotamian kings. Okay, we back. But so he took down Mesopotamian kings. So where is the records? Now there's a record about Mesopotamia falling, but there's not a record in history of Abraham taking down these kings. That's something that we should look at, is it not?
Yeah, Royce? I guess you can. But if it's not there, then what do you do? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Me? Oh, okay. Yeah, you can do that, but if it's not there, then what do you do?
Then it don't exist. What do you mean? What do you do? If you're looking for a bone of a dragon and you find no bones of dragons, you don't continue to say, well, dragons exist, we just have no proof. No, dragons never existed.
So if there's no evidence, then it never existed?
Yeah. If there's no evidence where there should be evidence, then yes, it don't exist.
Okay, so are you aware, for example, in court cases, murder trials don't always have to have a body, right? So there have been murder trials where a person has been found guilty of murder and there is no body, no dead body to be found. What do you make of that, if that's your stance? Or does it change from time to time?
We got a murder weapon. We got a suspect. You see what I'm saying? We got witnesses.
But you don't have a body.
We don't need a body.
No, there's no witnesses and there's no body.
Oh, now there's no witnesses and now there's no body. Do we got a murder? Do we got a murder? Do we got a murder weapon?
No.
We don't got no murder weapon. But all right, so Now, what do the CIA? Now, I know we all watched Criminal Minds before, right? What do the CIA normally do to a person? They call in and be like, "Oh, well, my daughter been missing and she died, so." They start to look and find tracks. All right, well, when the last person this person been seen? Who know this person?
Yes.
Who house have she been? So that's the same thing as when we're looking for evidence. Okay, we say these people were supposed to be here. Okay, what time?
Yeah, but if there's no body, what do you decide?
What you do is you see who was writing about these people. So let's take more of a realistic approach. Not Aristotle, Socrates, right? Socrates never wrote anything down, right? So how do we know a man by the name of Socrates ever existed? By the way, they don't know if the bodies that where they say he's buried is his. So how do we know he existed? Well, there was a man by the name of Plato who mentioned him. There was a man by the name of Aristotle who mentions him. Right? There were schools in his name. There were political campaigns made because of this man. So even because we don't have this man body or writing, we know this man really existed. So now let's equate that to Abraham, right? We don't have his body, right? And we don't have his writings, right? But now, do anybody in 2000 BC ever mention a man by the name of Abraham who come from Ur of Sumer? Because it wouldn't have been known as Chaldee back then. It'd have been known of Ur of Sumer.
Yeah, but if it's the same place, does it matter?
Yeah, it matters.
So the name matters only when it's in the right time frame?
No, the name matters if you're describing a place. How? First off, that's like saying, so I'm from Baltimore, Maryland, right? And I don't know what city was here before Baltimore. Let's just say it was called something else, right? Matter of fact, let's say a person was trying to call Baltimore Annapolis. Oh, you know what? And I'm going off a script here. That's because I'm going off the top of my head. But because there's so many good examples of why anachronisms are not historic, right? So we know the Indianapolis Colts, right, used to be called the Baltimore Colts, right? In 1995, they moved to Indianapolis. The thing was, they didn't win any rings. So when you look at the Indianapolis Colts records, right, they don't have any history being from Baltimore. So if you in 2026 talk about, hey, yo, you check them Baltimore Colts, that's anachronistic because there's no team in the NFL today that play as the Baltimore Colts. We got the Baltimore Colts and we got the Indianapolis Colts.
Yeah.
But if you have that knowledge, right, you would know that that team had changed its name. It's the same team.
No, well, Humble, you're absolutely right. But what he's trying to say is that it's important because it lets you know that the authors of the text is writing in a particular time, in a time where the term isn't being used, because Kasdim or Chaldeans is a 7th century term applied to when the Chaldeans occupied Babylon. That's a later time than what the authors. So it lets us know that the authors are writing in a particular time. It's anachronistic. That's why it's important. Humble is absolutely correct.
Appreciate you.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, but if it's the same place, does it matter? How does it matter? It doesn't change anything.
Well, it matters. Yes.
Number one is not the same place. Like people like, is that the same place? No, it's not. Ur of Sumer were 600 kilometers north of where Chaldeans settled. So Ur of Sumer and Chaldea of Babylon were not even in the same place. And I brought this up in my debate, by the way. Hold on, let me turn my camera on. I brought that up in my debate, by the way. That's what they would have been known back then. They would have been known as Chaldea of Babylon, not Chaldea of Ur, or not Ur of Chaldea. And if you're speaking about someone from Ur during that time, it would have been known as Ur of Sumer, because Ur itself is a city-state. How do you classify a city-state from a city-state and leave out the main region that control it? So, like, these are the things that we find in the Bible, and they turn around and be like, oh, well, this is the word of God. Well, God didn't know his historical timeline? I don't understand, man. I don't understand. And if they say this is inspired by God, well, why didn't he give them the correct timeline? It's just so many things where you can look when just using logic, right? If you look in the first lines of the Bible, the earth was made before the sun. Like,
so you value science, value science to a higher degree than
earth.
So any knowledge outside of science, is it valuable? Knowledge outside of science, is it valuable?
Knowledge outside of science?
Yeah.
Yes.
Can there be honestly, can there be knowledge outside of science?
Yeah, I mean, history is knowledge. This isn't science. So,
but knowledge, not knowledge.
Math is also another.
But these take a thing called processes to study, right? Processes is a fundamental thing in science. It's what makes science science, the fact that you're studying something. So when we look at these things, that's how we gather information, by doing the science behind the thing. So historians don't just be like, oh, well, let me just read a bunch of history books. No, they put together the missing pieces of history. That's science. It's not science.
Yeah, that's not science. It's not science.
It is science. It's not science to, number one, observe. Hold on one second. Number one, observe. Number two, experiment. And number three, get a result. That's not science.
Yeah, but history doesn't experiment.
History doesn't. What do you
experiment in history?
Come out, brother. What do you think linguists do? You think linguists just make up words that they see on papyri and things? No, they play with words. They try to figure out the best pronunciation of a word to get back to the original origin. That's science.
That's not a science. I mean, I understand the context you're using. Everything would be a science then, right?
That's the point.
Name something that's not a science.
That's the point.
Right, but right, so that's a different context than when people say, you know, I'm a scientist. They're not talking about that, the context you're talking about. That when Neil deGrasse Tyson calls himself a scientist, he's not talking about what you're talking about. He's saying about his education. He's not talking about just observing and just knowledge in general.
And so when a person asks, is knowledge outside of science considered true, right? When we look at history, right? Of course history is true, right? But now how do we know that history is true? I just can't come and give you a historical timeline and say that historical timeline is true. That historical timeline must be peer reviewed. It must be experimented, tested on. It must line up with other timelines. How accurate is it? How inaccurate is it? We don't just take everything people say as face value. At least we shouldn't.
Right, but if you don't have evidence for either direction, how do you decide on it?
You don't have evidence. So in biblical terms, so for an example, let's take the Exodus, right? We don't have evidence for the Exodus in our timeline. So that mean it doesn't exist. That doesn't mean the guy was debating the other day. He was trying to say, oh, well, you're arguing from a point of silence, you know, because you can't find it means it doesn't exist. No, people have studied this for 100 years. And so they know it don't exist. If it existed, we'd have found something by now.
No, that's a
Tell me
fallacy.
how these things work. How you telling me that they found dinosaur bones before the Exodus? How much now? If you know anything, again, this goes back to science, brother. If you know anything about how geology work, right? You know there's layers, right? And you know the recent layers is on top of the more ancient layers, right? So you telling me that people are digging, now they're digging past all of this history, and they dug so deep that they can get to a dinosaur bone. However, they on their way to a dinosaur bone, they never passed no first temple. They never passed no ruins left by an Exodus. They never passed no Exodus. They never passed no writings written by Abraham, Isaac, or Moses. So that's not evidence of silence. That means it's just not there. You can't make it be there just because people say it's there. No, it ain't there. That's like me telling you go outside, look at that white car, and you come back in and tell me it's not a white car in front of your house. And I'm trying to convince you there's a white car out there, although you know there's no white car out there. I can't make a white car appear, but that's what people try to do to characters in the Bible. They just try to make them there.
Yeah, but you can't say it doesn't exist because there's no evidence. Maybe there's just not evidence. That's why I was going to. That's why I was giving you the example. That's why I was giving you the example of the murder case, where there's no body, but you have somebody on trial, and people have been literally convicted, and they're in jail right now on murder charge that they could not prove that the person was actually murdered or dead, and they still are doing time.
Okay.
So how does that happen?
Okay, so I'm about to explain this, right? And you seem like a wise individual. You seem like a brother with some knowledge, right? So, number one, when we dealing with people on murder charges, I live in Baltimore, Maryland, murder capital. So I understand how these things go. When people are fighting murder charges with no body, right? The only way they can convict a person is if they have evidence. And so evidence, an eyewitness, a murder weapon. If you have none of these, they're just not going to walk in a crowd and pick, hey, you're the murderer of this person. Da, da, da. No. That's not how that works. You have to build up evidence. A case is actually, that's what it's called. It's called building up a case, right? For that person.
That's why I asked you what evidence, what percentage of evidence is needed. Because they do have some evidence, but it may not be 90%.
No, they don't have it. All right, so can you give me any evidence of Abraham's existence? And who have this evidence? No. Why haven't we seen it yet?
Maybe they just haven't found it. They're not looking in the right place. We can't say it doesn't exist. That's a stretch.
No, we can absolutely say it don't exist. You telling me we can say that the sheep herders from 2000 BCE exist? We got numerous records of them from 2000 BCE to 800 BCE of sheep herders and tax codes, meaning people renting land. We got receipts of that, but we don't have receipts of a general ruling a powerful army of 70 people who are just running around here taking down armies?
Now, to be fair, I'm with you, Humble.
It's possible.
But we do have to be cautious on saying things as something don't exist or something exists academically, archaeologically, because we are always ever shifting. We just not sure about a lot of things. So some things we are. Now I get what you're saying about Abraham and all of those things, and I kind of probably share the same context with you in that point.
But if I could put it in perspective really fast, right? So the Bible does this thing called topology, right? Where it mixes history with myth. Right, and what it do is it puts some historical things inside of a mythical story, and I'm gonna show you how they do this, and it's about to blow your mind.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
The Bible said Jesus was crucified, right? and they mention a very particular person, right? His name was Pontius Pilate. Now, Pontius Pilate is a historical person. How do we know this? We got the document of his life, his reigns, his treaties. We got that. Now, okay, we got this, right? So, do we have anything historical on Jesus? No. But we know he had a run-in with Pontius Pilate, who is a real person. And not only was he a real person, he had direct interference or say so with Jesus's crucifixion, which is important, by the way, right? We would agree that's important. Now, that means it would be written in Pontius Pilate's record. However, whenever we look at a record of Pontius Pilate, there's no Jesus. There's no mention he was ever associated with any crucifixions. It do mention that he had a disagreement with the Jews, but his disagreement with the Jews was strictly political. It ain't had nothing to do with no man named Jesus. It ain't had nothing to do with no man going around performing heresy. None of that. So, what can we state firmly from that evidence? Jesus was not a historical character. Because if Jesus was a historical character, he would have been written in Pontius Pilate's tomb records, which he was not. Not even alluded to. Christians wasn't even alluded to.
Humble, do you disagree with the academic consensus?
Yeah.
Why
You talk about on Jesus, because you know there's an academic consensus on Jesus being a real person.
On his historicity, yes. Do you disagree?
And I disagree with that wholeheartedly.
What parts of that consensus do you disagree?
I disagree on the part that he was a child who traveled to Egypt as a young man. There is no record in that Egyptian records that ever mention any man, any young child traveling to Egypt by themselves. I don't agree with his immaculate conception. I don't agree he was a man walking around doing all these miracles.
No, I got you, but no, that's theology. That's not what scholars
yeah. So scholars
say that historical.
Right. So speaking strictly with scholars, the main reason I have the issue with the scholars that do is because there's too many Jesuses to pin down to one. There's many Jesuses that existed, yes. None of them one of the Bible.
What do you mean? Finish that. Yeah.
So back in ancient times, right, we can find records of a name that could possibly be Jesus, right? But these Jesuses don't fit the description of the Jesus in the Bible. They're just surnames. And when we're looking for this, we're not looking for the name Jesus. We're looking for his Greek or his Greek name, or he would have had, right? Or his Aramaic name. So, but this was a common name in those columns. So, but the key point in what I'm saying is none of those names fit the description of the man in the Bible. None of them.
Gotcha. Okay. And when you're talking about multiple Jesus, you're talking about like the magician?
No, I'm just saying
like the first century,
right? So
okay, you're just talking about the name,
right? So if I may, excavation sites, right? When they Bethel, for an example, when they did excavations at Bethel, right? It's common for them to come across a house with some pottery on it that have the name Yeshua on it, right? They come across 15 houses, but which one of those houses was the Jesus of the Bible house? You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Like, just because it say the name Jesus or Yeshua doesn't mean that was him. These are just people names.
Okay. So you don't see any historical validity to Jesus, the Bible, the text. Gotcha. Okay.
And let's take, and one of the other reasons I don't believe in it is because let's take the only valid thing we do know about Jesus and just examine that, right? The book says when Miriam and Paul and them approached the tomb, right? Luke say it was two angels that was inside of the tomb, right? Mark say it was one angel who rolled the tomb away. Matthew say it was a young man and an angel. So all of these people giving different interpretations of what's going on in this one story, and can't nobody get it right. But this is yet the true story of this man that we don't even know existed. And y'all can't even get a story right if y'all want us to believe he existed. You see,
does it have to be specific to detail, or could people have the same story, just use different words, different names?
Everybody know how Martin Luther King passed away. We got comic books, we got cartoon movies, we got real life movies of his life. But his history and what happened stands. We have documentary on that. The difference with Jesus is
you can put it in different words.
There are stories about his life, but there's no documentary about his life.
Well, we could say the same thing about Socrates too, right? Or other people.
The point. But here's the thing: Socrates got a school. We can say the same thing.
They say Plato. But so Plato could have started that school.
No,
Plato could have started that school.
Plato did not.
Most people don't believe Socrates existed.
Hold on 1 second, I got you. Plato did not start Socrates' school. Plato couldn't have started Socrates' school because he attended Socrates' school. That's how he started getting with Aristotle and Diogenes, because he started hanging around Aristotle.
No, there are different timelines.
Aristotle's much later. He's late.
They're different timelines. They're not the same.
Aristotle's a student of Plato. In the school, in the school of Socrates is absolutely indeed a school, and it's not necessarily the same when you're talking about the text. I understand, but however, I think there is a fair amount, if we are to be fair across the board in the ancient world. In the context of Jesus, I think there is a fair amount of circumstantial evidence, like we do for a lot of other figures in the ancient world. And I think that's and that's pretty much what the consensus is doing there.
Now, if I may, watch this. Yeah, so who wrote? There's a book that Plato wrote, right? And it's called Plato's Republic.
Yeah.
Now, because he said those are different times. Who was Plato writing about in that book?
He was writing about the trial of Socrates. Yeah.
Because he was there. He wasn't writing about it because he heard it.
I absolutely agree. There. He's a student of
So watch this. If Socrates was there and Plato was writing about Socrates' actual words, these are the words of Socrates. These ain't no made up words thousands of years later. Right?
It could be though.
It couldn't be.
Why? Most Greek classicists take this point and understanding a lot of Plato's work in his Republic, because he take a lot of advantages in overreaching, overstretching. He's an author, so so some things that he say from Socrates may be his own interpretations,
right?
His teachings. You get what I'm saying?
I won't even get beside that. My point is not only Socrates though. Right, because when we look at, not only Plato, but when we look at the life of Socrates, we see many other people write about this man, write about his saying.
Not really.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
not
we
really.
do.
Yeah. No, you don't. Not after Plato.
Listen, we got.
I should say not before Plato. I should say, not surely after Plato. Yes, but most of the accounts of Socrates come from Plato. So many scholars believe that Plato is the same person. It is Socrates. Plato is Socrates. He just made a character.
That's a view of a small minority of scholars, of Greek scholars. The majority of Greek scholars identified Socrates as a historical figure.
I would say it's the other way
watch
around.
this. Don't worry about it because
I would say it's either 50-50 or the other way around.
I have my paper here. I can
really fast. This is why I'm one of the best at what I do. Okay, so who wrote about Socrates before Plato? Xenophon of Athens, a soldier, historian, student of Socrates. His writing about Socrates began before or around the same time as Plato, earlier dialogues, and in some cases may reflect oral traditions, right? So he wrote books, the Memorabilia, the Apology of Socrates, the Symposium, the Oceanium Mopus. So these are books that he wrote, right? It says many of these books feature Socrates' sayings, a lot of his parables, and his teachings. So again, this man is not only someone who we can say, oh, well, he exists, he don't exist, he exists, he don't exist. We can actually find books that people are really talking about this guy, not one.
Absolutely. People wrote about Socrates. They wrote about this guy.
So this can't be Plato if people are writing about Socrates.
It's not just Plato. That's a nonsense.
If people know who Socrates is, we know it ain't Plato.
How do you know it's the same Socrates?
Because
you're saying, how do we know it's the same Socrates?
Yes.
Is meaning more than one Greek philosopher, Socrates?
Yes.
More than one popular Greek philosopher, Socrates? I mean, you don't have to just show the contrary.
Yeah.
You'll just have to show the contrary. I'm saying I don't see any other Greek philosopher named Socrates.
Well, there are people who think that Stoics were philosophers, people who think Sophists were philosophers.
Are a particular group of philosophers.
So now let me give you another example, brother.
They call themselves philosophers, but philosophers don't call them philosophers.
Hold on really fast. So let me give you another example, right? So many people believe that a guy by the name of Hermes Trismegistus actually existed, right? Many people believe that. Did he actually exist? Absolutely not. But people believe that. Now, why do people believe that? Because there's a book, or there's many books out here actually, but there's one book called the Kabbalion, right, by the three initiates, who wrote about Hermes' 7 perfect laws, right? But now, who is Hermes Trismegistus actually when you break it down? Hermes Trismegistus was a philosopher, right? But even behind that, he's the Greek god Hermes and Jehudi put together. But people, even today, will still try to make a strong case that Hermes Trismegistus was a real person, although we know he wasn't. And so this is what people try to do with Jesus, right? We don't have, because we got books of these people, people say, oh, well, see that right there? They could be real. No, bro, we know there's people who study things like this. And the people who study things like this are for sure that these things are not real. And I mean,
there could be no for sure.
We study.
It's going to be a tough fight.
There could be no for sure with science. That's the point.
Huh?
There could be no for sure with science. Because science cannot be 100%, there can be no for sure. So there is always a possibility that it's wrong, right? That your belief is wrong or it could be right.
And that's why it's 90%. Y'all believe. That's why they call believe.
Right, but even if it's 90%, you can't guarantee it. That means there's still a 10% chance of it being wrong.
It's going to always be.
And see, this is why really
in science there's always going to be, so you cannot be certain of science.
This is important. Really fast. I want to point this out because this is important. This is that indoctrination mentality that I was talking about earlier, right? People, they'll say I'm not Christian, but they'll cling hold to the faith because of that 10% chance that they can go to hell if they let this book go. See, it's okay. Well, I'll trust my logic 90%, but there's 10% chance my logic is wrong and I'll go to hell. And
when you say logic, When you say logic, what do you mean? Just thinking?
I mean the experience of everything around you.
But that's not what like formal logic is, right? If you're talking about academically, that's not what logic is.
Logic is using thinking that makes sense, right? Reality makes sense to us.
No. You're talking about something practical. When most people use the word logic, they're talking about being practical, right? So if I ask you, like I asked you this sort of earlier, right? But I'll go in a little bit more. When I ask you, how do you know that you're right when you're debating, right? There's a correct way to argue and there's an incorrect way to argue, and that's why I was asking, right? I wanted to see where you were going to go with it. Like, how do you know if somebody gives you a bad argument? What do you know? What is your methodology of determining it's a bad argument?
And so if I can give an example off the fly, it's so funny because this again, this is what we do, right? So number one, this is why it pays to be well studied, right? And so you know when someone's presenting a bad argument or when somebody's not on point about something or how much studying that someone does based on how much information they have on the subject. You see what I'm saying?
Hold on, you went out for a second. Could you start over?
My bad. Can you hear me? Oh, so basically you know the strength of someone's argument based off of how much they know about that subject. You see what I'm saying? And so a lot of the issue being in these subjects, a lot of times the non-believers know more about the believer information than the believer do, right? It's just that the believer wants to hold on to the 10% of this might be real, that the non-believer be like, well, listen, I know ain't none of it real. Like I know ain't none of it real. It's not even okay, is a probability none of this is real. No, we know this. How do we know this? There's a guy by the name of Baruch Spinoza. Baruch Spinoza was excommunicated from his own community for saying the same things I'm saying now. The Bible wasn't made from a guy in a cloud. It was made by men with agendas. He was saying the exact same thing. And you know what they did? They made this brother commit suicide.
But the problem is that what you're saying is problematic, because if you tell me that science doesn't give 100%, then there is no for sure, right? You can't be 100. You can't be less than 100%, and then you know things with certainty. So the only way to know things with 100% certainty is there is no science. There's no probability to it.
So let me
0 and 100% are absolutes. Everything else is a probability.
Okay, so watch this. We have the technology to go back in time by studying raw material, right? So if we study stones and stuff, we can go back in time. People know the supposed site of Jesus's burial, right? That tomb, right? And so when people go there and they study around there and they go, why don't any of it match back to Jesus being a real person?
What is it supposed to show you? What would be sufficient?
Well, they got a cloth there, right? That got his body stain. But when they do when they test the body stain, it don't test for blood.
Yeah, don't worry about
that. It tests for mold.
Yeah, that's don't worry about that.
And so if that's a sacred body stain that's been there for thousands of years, why is it testing for mold and not blood?
There could be other reasons. I don't know. I mean, you have to rule out the other reasons.
They have what you call them, stitch people, the people that work with the cloth. I forgot. It'll come back to me. But they have those people that came and analyzed, because mind you, his burial site ain't no secret place. They got it looking all nice, but the cloth, the original cloth, the people that'll tell you it's the original cloth on Jesus' face is there. Why is that an updated cloth? Like, why don't nothing match from Jesus' time? Like, the point I'm getting at here is everything y'all say about Jesus that say that y'all validate Jesus, when we actually when we put that to test, it don't. And then people wipe that away as if that don't matter. No, that matters. How can you tell me this is?
No, it would matter to a percent. It would matter to a percentage, yes.
No, it wouldn't matter.
But if you can't give me 100%, then that's where that hope comes in. As long as there's 10% or 1% or 2%, there's hope there.
If we still had Martin Luther King's hotel bed right now, right? And it was blood on the hotel bed, right? And nobody ever touched it. And somebody today went and tested that hotel bed and it had blood on it. It would still be Martin Luther King's blood. It wouldn't turn to nothing else. You see what I'm saying? Like, you see how rules apply to everybody else, but then when they get to Jesus, they just automatically disappear.
I got you, Uncle. But when we're talking about historical methodology, we don't deal in absolutes naturally, because it's a subjective assessment. Historical conclusions are interpretations rather than objective facts, in a sense that we know exactly what someone meant when he wrote this down. You know what I'm saying? So we have to be. So we can't talk. We can't say, okay, someone didn't exist. It's possible Jesus existed. What we have available, as far as the available circumstantial evidence, we can point to I guess a specific figure amongst many different figures, like you said in the past. But that's what I'm saying. It's like, to say something doesn't exist is really a far stretch, because we just don't know.
Now that's the issue, though, right? Which out of all the Jesuses that we know that even got talked about in history, which one of them led a revolution against the Greco-Roman Empire? Which of them? None of them.
As far as it, okay, well, what particular Jesus are you talking about?
That's what I'm talking about.
You said multiple Jesuses?
Yeah, the Jesus of the Bible, the Yeshua ben Hur of the Bible, or the Yeshua ben Nazareth from the Bible.
Oh, okay, I got you. I was thinking something else. I got you.
When you match,
he's saying even if you took the one in the Bible and the other ones, none of them match.
Hold on,
none of them match the description.
Watch this.
That's what I was saying. I thought he was talking about like the first century messianic figures.
Right. No, watch this.
You're talking about within the text.
Right. When you take Jesus and what's said in that text, and then you line it up to any Jesus in history, none of them will match. And that's an issue. Because
you can make that connection.
How? Because
you can make that connection, but you can't do it with 100%.
Watch this. In theory, we can say a Yeshua lived, but can we say a Yeshua that came from a woman named Mary lived? No.
Well, you can't do either one. You can't say you can't do either one. So what are you left with?
Because we have
you can't
have with the name Miriam on them.
Right. So a lack of evidence means what? Nothing.
So
it means it's false.
Yes. That's what I'm saying.
No,
that don't make sense. Bro, listen.
That's not how reasoning works.
Hold up. How do we know the moon have no atmosphere? Do we just say the moon have no atmosphere, or do we know the moon have no atmosphere? Can we just not find the atmosphere for the moon, so we say the moon have no atmosphere? No, we know the moon have no atmosphere. We can't just give the moon an atmosphere because we want it to have one. But
what happens is with science.
Now let me take you here.
Science, you have to be open.
Hold on, real fast. I'm gonna land my plane with this. Just because Europa has an atmosphere, which is another moon, does not mean that our moon has an atmosphere. See, this is the type of games these people like to play. Oh well, yeah, there were multiple people, or there were multiple moons. Right, there's multiple Jesuses. Right, but which one is the one that we talking about? And if we can't find the proof for the one that we talking about, he don't exist. We can't make him exist.
You can't say with that with certainty.
I'm just saying, humble.
All you could say is that you don't have evidence.
Right, it's a problematic methodology.
So we don't have evidence. What does that mean? If we got evidence, for Pontius Pilate and we don't have evidence for Jesus, what do that mean?
Yeah, but think about it like that. You just said Pontius Pilate, right? Think about Pontius Pilate for a second. Think about our historical data on Pontius Pilate. How much historical data do we have on Pontius Pilate? Not much, right?
We got enough.
And outside of the inscription that we have with bearing his name, a lot of the other portions of evidence are circumstantial.
Right. But see, we got enough about Pontius Pilate, and it's not even
that's what a lot of people in the ancient world.
Right. But now watch this. We have enough to know about who he talked to, right? And what quarrels he had.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the issue that we have with that is he never nowhere there mentioned a Jesus. Mind you, Jesus came to them, the people came to them and asked this man. Now, mind you, he got a vizier, and they asked this man to crucify him. He did his talking, they did their talking. That's how we see it in the Bible, right? Why didn't a vizier write this down? In fact, you know what's interesting? A vizier had to have written this down, because how else did it make it into the Bible? This is what I'm saying. Now let's look at it from that point of view. Okay, we got a copy of this in the Bible, right? So we know that this copy that's in this Bible came from somewhere, right? Where did it come from? It didn't come from no stele, I can tell you that. It didn't come from no archaeological evidence, I can tell you that. That's the issue we have. So, it's easy to say, oh, well, it could be. But then when you don't see it and you can't present it and you have nothing there, then it's not there. That's just like
well, it's there. It's just how you choose to interpret.
No, it ain't there. It's about people trying. It's like people trying to pull a Houdini, bro. Like there's a big red ball in the middle of the room, and nobody see this ball. But there's a person saying, you don't see it? It's right here. It's right here. You don't see it. And it's like, bro, it's not there. You can say it's there a million times. It's not there. If it was there, there would be proof it was there.
Do you agree that there were many people in the first century that had the name Jesus?
Or Yeshua? Yeah, that was the name Yeshua.
So naturally, it seems circumstantially that out of one of those, one could be this possible figure. Just even simply thinking like that without even including anything else, is that not reasonable?
That's why you got to align them. That's why I said what I said earlier, right? When you put them up against this figure right here, right, then how do they stack up? But all of them get crossed off the list because they don't stack up.
But remember, that's a completely different depiction of Jesus. This is a organic depiction of Jesus in the biblical text.
No,
won't see popping up because no one's walking on water. Ain't no one.
We got about Jesus and say, we got to do this with a grain of salt. This the only thing we got about Jesus. We got to take what we got about Jesus and line up what they got about Jesus, and we got to see what line up where. This is what they do. Do you know this is what they do with the Commission mummies, right? When they find a mummy and they don't know who it is, then they trace back, okay, when could he have existed? Okay, what could this have been? Okay, who is he the family member of? Okay, and then they try to track him to, okay, this could fit this profile right here. They just don't take a mummy and be like, okay, well, this is Akhenaten. No. They got to go through a whole process before they classify KM55 as Akhenaten, which they do.
Right. I understand what you're saying. I appreciate what you're saying. What I'm saying is you have Okay, I'll say it like this. You have figures in the first century, right? You have messianic figures in the first century. And then you have later text. Well, then you have later texts that are talking about a particular messianic figure. We know that there were a rapid amount of messianic figures in the ancient world in this particular time. I'm saying, is that not reasonable to even just assume that Jesus is one of these figures that they're talking about?
Until you do the work.
What do you mean?
Until, like, that's the thing. You can assume until, because after you assume that what you're going to do.
You don't accept the work, though.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, okay, so let's say we take, matter of fact, let me do this really fast. So what I'm looking up is what figures named Yeshua
You can read in Tacitus, you can read in Josephus. He lists a number of different figures. You got Jesus the magician. You got Jesus Benanias. You got a lot of different first century figures. Vespasian was a messianic figure too, which is crazy. But I think you're looking in the wrong place, Humble.
All right. So he's I think you're looking in the wrong place. You was funny. So first century, right? We got a Yeshua ben Sirah, right? It's a author of the Sirach, right? Also known as Ecclesiastes, lived in 2nd century BCE, but this text is widely copied and read in the 1st century CE. Not a 1st century figure himself, but his name appears in 1st century literature, right? We got Yeshua in the genealogies period because Yeshua was a common name. It appeared in Osirian inscription, genealogical list, commentary records, community records, synagogue inscriptions. These individuals are most likely not famous, but they confirm names' popularity. All right. You got Yeshua the high priest, not 1st century CE, but often confused, lived in Persian period 6th to 5th century BCE, mentioned in Ezra, Nehemiah, Haggai, and Zechariah. Not a 1st century figure, but his name contributes to the frequency of Yeshua in the Jewish tradition. So, ain't none of these. Oh, let me ask. Do any of these Yeshuas fit the Yeshua in the Bible?
They won't. They won't.
That's the issue. See, that's the issue.
Because the Jesus in the Bible is a particular character.
Right. Yeah. So then how did they exist?
I'm saying it's a particular figure as the authors are writing about this person. It's not the same as the historical Jesus. You have in scholarship, and Dr. Ehrman and Dr. Paula Fredrickson talk about this all the time. You kind of have to separate the two, like you do with the Old Testament with historical Israel and biblical Israel, because these are highly like interpretive texts. These texts are malleable, they're flexible, they are being reinterpreted, they are reinterpreting stories that they may have heard. Christians are interpreting stories. So the Jesus that you see in the text is even by comparison to the 1st century messianic figures, depending on what portion of what gospel you're reading. Like Mark has a more prophetic, more apocalyptic Jesus that fits more with the historical, period and what people were doing. And you have the Jesus and John that is just magical and divine, walking everything. So that's what I'm saying. You ain't really you looking. It's particular. You looking in the wrong place.
The one thing all of those books got in common is they said there was a Yeshua born of a virgin birth. Well, actually, it said his name should have been Emmanuel, but Mary took it upon herself to name him Yeshua.
That's a misconception. Misconception from Isaiah and all that stuff.
But that you don't
have to accept that he like walked on water. I'm saying I can see that he probably existed.
And you know why I push it that hard though? The reason I push it that hard is because people say that this is the book of God. This is the word of God. And everything in this book is true. I wouldn't be pushing this hard if people didn't say everything in this book is true. So now I have to analyze it as a historical text. And when the text is not being historical, I gotta call it out on that.
No, as you should. Respect. Yes, indeed.
Well, that could be the problem, that it's not a historical text. Like some things are contextual.
That is absolutely the problem. It's not.
But there's people like, for an example, Chess, you believe the Bible is 100% correct, right?
Yes.
Right. You believe that's the word of God, correct?
Yes.
So did Jesus walk on water?
Yes.
See,
of course, I'm going to be consistent with the belief.
That's his belief.
I'm going to be consistent with the belief.
That's your belief. Now, here's where the issue come in at, right? Fine and dandy, brother. I respect you for your belief, right? Won't beat you up for it. When you bring that belief into a scholastic arena and try to prove that there was a man by the name of Yeshua who walked on water, that's where the issue come into play.
That's a straw man. Come on, that's a straw man.
That's not a strong man. Because the first thing I'm going to do as a scholar and a researcher is ask for the evidence. You just can't come to me and say anything. I'm going to ask, well, brother, where'd you get this information from? Oh, the Bible. The Bible? Oh, well, let me just turn the Bible to shreds then. You see what I'm saying? Because if this is your
but you're only doing that through history. You're only doing that through history. You can't do it through anything else.
Because history is what matters.
Yeah, but context matters also. You said that earlier.
Oh, history. If we're speaking about the existence of a person,
yeah,
their history matters.
Yeah.
Like I'll give you
we're not talking about an ordinary person. We're not talking about an ordinary person.
I'll give you an example, right?
And the historical context matters too. You gotta remember.
Watch this. Now I'm about to give an example on that, right? Let's hop to Moses really fast. And a lot of people also think Moses was a real character, right? Mm-hmm. So Moses would have grown up in the house with Ramses, right? But what does the Bible also say, right? That was not an Egyptian king who enslaved us during those times in Egypt. It was an Assyrian king. That's anachronistic right there.
Say that again, Humble. I'm sorry. I missed that.
So in the Bible, it say Moses spent 40 years in Egypt, right? Living under the Pharaoh, right? We know because of the city they crossed, that would have been Pharaoh Ramses II. How do we know this? Is because he's the one who built the cities of Ramses. So that right there lets us know who that Pharaoh is, right? We get later on down into some chapters. Then it tells us, oh, well, that wasn't the Egyptians, that was the Assyrians. That's anachronistic. Because the Assyrians wasn't in rule during the times of Ramses II.
What part of Exodus you in? Let's talk about this.
Exodus when they crossed Ramses.
You said they met with these. What?
No, that is. Hold on.
Yeah, let me get that one.
You're muted. I can't hear you if you're talking.
I appreciate you, brothers. By the way, most definitely, I appreciate y'all.
Oh yeah, man, this is an awesome chat. Yes, indeed.
Ben, are you a biblical scholar?
No, not at all, man. I'm just freelance. Just a freelance.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in Isaiah 52:4, right, it says, "My people went down at first into Egypt and sojourned there." It says, "And the Assyrians oppressed them without cause." So now in Exodus, what do we read? It read that the Pharaoh, who know not Joseph, oppressed them. Because of his fear, they were going to grow too large. He oppressed them without cause. We know that was an Assyrian king. But that couldn't have been an Assyrian king because we know they traveled through Ramses. So this is the thing I have when we go by these texts and then when we apply it to history. Because we can't, so either one or two are lying. Either history is lying or the book is lying. And we can't say history is lying because it's in stone.
Yeah, I got you. But you gotta understand the text in a particular way. It's not meant to provide you with history, or it's not meant to be a historiographic text. It is ideological. It's very it's a heavily developed text through a long list of editing, redacting. So to merely look at it as a history book will be doing even the text a disservice. And we should rather appreciate the text for what it can provide.
And
not
see,
take it too literal.
But the issue is when you try to bring a different perspective to the text, and see, this is why I had to switch to start banging on the Bible, because when you try to bring a different perspective to the text, the biblical believers then turn around and say, no, it's not like that. It's like this.
Yeah.
Then it's like, well, who are you to interpret? You say my interpretation is wrong. Then if I question your interpretation, I ask, well, who you say that? But this is what the text say. Okay, well, let's go to who wrote the text. What did they say? Oh, they didn't say this. So then it becomes a bunch of that. Once we all understand, so but that's the thing. We talk to people who take the Bible literal. If we can sit and have a conversation about the Bible not being literal, I can rock with that. But when we start to make these characters literal, we start to make, the events that happen real and things of that nature, now we have to step back as historians and ask questions because we got to validate some things. Right? Like, where did the Israelites go after they fled Egypt? They went into more of Egypt because Egypt controlled that province. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But they wouldn't, but just reading the Bible, you wouldn't know that. But then there's people who read the Bible and believe because they don't know history, they'll believe they went somewhere else.
I agree.
So it's just about the accuracy and the honesty of what's going on.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, have you ever run into believers that tell you it's about not the historical or the literal reading of the Bible, but revelation?
I'm always cautious of people who say that.
You're muted, yeah.
I want to mute my thoughts. Yeah, I ran into biblical believers for that too. And my thing even with that is I got my own cultural text for that. I don't need the Bible for that.
That's how you refute them, with your own cultural text?
No, I'm saying that's what I tell people like that. When people say, oh, I don't read, like, again, we can have conversations about the Bible not being a literal book, right? But when they start to say, okay, well, this is why I read it, my response is always, well, I have books to read for that as well, right? The Book of Coming Forth by Day, the Maxims of Ptah-hotep, the Maxims of Amenhotep, right? I got those books to read instead of the Bible. I personally feel like the information that's in those books is way more valuable and came before the books in the Bible. And the book of Proverbs, people like to say plagiarize, I'll be nice and just say, they got a couple pages from a mental tap, So why read the people that's taken from the information instead of reading the information itself?
As if we ought to assume that they're taking the information, so supposedly.
Eh. Oh, yeah.
It's politely borrowed.
Politely borrowed. I mean, listen, we was nice enough to let y'all compile y'all books in our land, so I give it to y'all, man. The Septuagint. What else? What else was compiled over? I know the Septuagint, and I think the first compilation of the Torah. Was it the first compilation of the Torah? I know it was the Septuagint and something else was compiled in Alexandria, Egypt. You know what get me though? When people say the Cometian culture have ceased, that really grinds my gears because I be like, bro, don't you got $1 bill in your pocket? You ain't checked the back of it in a while. Last time I checked, there's still a pyramid on the back of that mug. I ain't going nowhere.
Hey, Chris, are you Christian?
Yes, I am Christian.
Okay. What denomination are you, if you don't mind?
Yes, Baptist.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Southern Baptist.
Hey, what I'm saying, I also want to put out here, don't take what I'm saying as like hard shot, y'all. We in an intellectual arena.
No, if he up here, he got touched again. You know how we.
Okay.
Yeah.
Some people come and be like, that brother humble is not so humble. I'm just like, listen, man.
Well, you might come across to them as highly charged and aggressive because you believe in what you believe in.
Sure.
Nah, I love it, man. I love it.
And it's just how I was introduced to it. You know what I'm saying? As I was speaking a little earlier, I was raised watching Sinetta. This is how they kick that information, man. It was aggressive. It was tight. It was, it was relatable. That's what I loved about it.
Oh, absolutely, it was.
Yeah. So one pushback would be is that it sounds definitive when it's not definitive. Yeah. Right. So you can't say something didn't exist because there's no evidence. Right. That's not correct.
That's not correct. Right? That's true.
I don't know, man.
That's why I gave the example of the murder case, right? There's very little evidence, but people still made a decision on it, and people are in jail for it.
Telling me right here, right now, that there's a strong case that Superman is a real person.
No. It don't.
No.
That's extreme, humble. Come on, but think about it like this. Think about if I tell you that behind Pluto is a spaceship, and you say, no, it's not. Can you prove me wrong?
Yeah.
You can prove me wrong, but can you prove me wrong like right now to say,
yeah, no, it's not? I can right now pull up the James Webb Space Telescope and we can view the
right
point space around the sun that is pointing to right now.
We can do that right now?
Right now.
Behind Pluto, it's a spaceship. Let's do it right now. No, I'm playing.
I'm about to say, why?
No, all I'm saying is
watch this though, brother. Watch this. Here's the interesting thing about that, because a lot of people don't trust NASA or SpaceX, so they don't take the due diligence to do.
No, I absolutely trust. Yeah.
One thing I do is I watch satellite flights. And the reason I watch satellite flights is because I want to know too. Shit, y'all now made this shit where as though we the viewer can see this. I want to know. So right now, anytime anybody want, they can go to NASA, they can go to SpaceX, and y'all can watch satellite imaging of what's going on in space.
Yeah, let's do this for history. Can you definitively say that someone didn't exist? logically now, in this, can you definitively say someone didn't exist?
Yes.
Not with science. You cannot. It's
I
impossible.
just told you. I just talked to you. See, listen, y'all. See how y'all hopped off the train so fast about Superman? Do y'all know Superman got a comic book where he was fighting Muhammad Ali? So
Yes.
if I was a kid back then, y'all know what's so interesting? When I was a kid back then, and I watched that comic, I read that comic book. That made me believe that Muhammad Ali, and I was a kid. Of course, I was 10, 11 years old. But I thought they actually had a fight. I was running around like, yo, did y'all read this? Y'all know Muhammad Ali and Superman had a fight. But when I grow up and I realized, hey, yo, Superman ain't a real person, but Muhammad Ali is a real person. So what he was like, these are things we got to get into. And it's crazy how we use logic on one, and this is the thing. We can't use logic on one thing and then not use it on the next. You see what I'm saying? Now we know the Incredible Hulk don't exist. We know the Power Rangers don't exist. We know Santa Claus don't exist.
No, you can't mess with Santa. You can't mess with Santa.
When we talk about those things, there's not no possibilities.
Santa exists. I can't let you slide on that one. Santa exists. You can forget about the other ones.
You don't see that as a false equivalent, though, Humble. When you
talk no, I don't see it as a fuck, because here's the thing.
These are two different polar opposites.
No, because if we're speaking about something historic, right? We gotta speak about it in the realms of history. That's literally, you know what me and my homeboy used to do.
So by your logic, some Egyptian kings and priests don't exist because we don't have those. We don't have anything for certain kings and priests. So nobody. So by your logic, they don't exist.
It depends on who we talking about.
It shouldn't depend on who we're talking about. There's no evidence.
How Hatshepsut was erased from history.
Right.
But there's so many instances of that in ancient times that I can conclude simply. We can all conclude that there are probably things that is completely eradicated. People that we don't know existed in history. You know, so to say that they didn't exist would be a stretch. That's all I'm saying.
Now, see, with the case with the interesting thing about Hatshepsut is even let's say they went to the whole thing and eradicated all of her, right? There's still memoirs of her.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm saying as far as
these things, but see, these are the things that we have that we can go to if people ever ask, yo, how do you know Akhenaten was a real person? We don't have his body. Well, he set up border controls, right? In what we now know called the Middle East. He did that. He set up trade routes through the Middle East. We know this. So even without before they found KM55, even without a body, he left traces of what he did in his dynasty. You see what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is human beings leave fingerprints one way or another. People just don't vanish off the face of the earth. We need fingerprints.
But you don't accept the data. That's what I'm saying. That's where we're going to always
now
have a disagreement.
Right. Now, here's the thing. I would accept the data if the data matched what was being said. Here's the thing. I would even accept if they said, okay, we had a person by the name of Jesus. Now, his life was over exaggerated a bit, right? But there was a man by the name of Jesus, and this is what happened. Hey,
that's the consensus. That's exactly what scholars say. Yeah.
Now, watch this. The issue is they would have to recant their belief on what happened in the Bible.
Yeah, we do.
That's the problem, and that's what people don't.
Not the problem. That's what biblical studies do. That's what academia do. We don't see the text like how fundamental religious people see the text. So plainly, you evaluate the text, textual criticism, you do methodology, and you understand the text in a different way, in a more historically reliable way, right? And or a more textually reliable way. You do text criticism, you look at, variants, manuscripts, so, but that is the methodology.
That's yeah, I would agree. I'm here, yeah, I'm smoking. But my thing be like about that be there are biblical scholars, right, who are fine, like, okay, these parts are made up, these parts are yada, and we rock, like we have a good conversation, right? It's the people who stand on this story being 100% historical that I didn't have an issue with, because when I talk about my culture, I talk about historical things, unless we're going off into what a netter is and how a netter was represented. But other than that, we're talking about historical things.
Yeah.
So when we talk about that culture, I want to talk about some historical things. But then we never talk about something I also want to get into. When we do talk about the historical things, we never talk about the Uriels of the world, Uriels Casadas, the Baruch Spinozas, right? The people like this who was saying us again, same thing that I'm saying. The difference is they actually got penalized for it, and their penalty was death.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? And it wasn't because, oh, well, you are wrong and you can't prove this. It was because we got a power structure to keep. Right? And y'all are tearing it down by saying the things that y'all are saying. So we don't need y'all a part of our community. Nobody. You know what they did though, and this is what's crazy. After that happened, they take the work and they teach their works in the missionary school. But they don't teach you how to think like them. That's what's crazy. They show you how they prove the Bible is inaccurate and wrong and got all these contradictions of things. But then when you go to church on Sunday, they want you to forget everything that you done learned in missionary school. Like, that's indoctrination, bro, and I can't be a part of it. That's all I'm saying.
Man, I respect that.
I don't want to keep turning on and off this camera, but I'm just so used to being on Sinetta's that I be like used to having the camera on.
Yeah, no, I got you.
Be having my date with Mary Jane, me and her over here smoking and shit. So I'm like, yo.
That's the same. That's the same one, or you on multiple?
Multiple what?
Multiple dates here.
Oh, multiple dates. Oh, well, this is my second one from earlier.
Okay, I know it can't be the same one. I'm like, man, this is the couldn't have been the same one.
Listen, when I'm in this mode, I be need this right here is my balancer, so I don't get too hyped.
Hey, Roy Chris, how do you see the text?
Well, I don't look at the text literally or historically. I look at it from the inspiration point of view, revelation point of view type of thing. Conceptually, I see it conceptually. I don't look at it literally.
Gotcha.
So you have to be a little bit more open-minded.
Yeah, absolutely.
I feel that. And that's why I said earlier, about the text I said, because that's how I look at those texts, right? The book of Coming Forth by Day, I don't follow that book. I don't, this is no, but it's a great book that gives me moral standing. It is a great book that gives me moral guidelines. The books, the Maxims of Amenhotep, right? That actually teaches one how to be a great vizier, right? Now in life, translate that into life. Who wouldn't want to be in a position of great power and know how to act in a position of great power? You see what I'm saying? That's great information. So that's why, and these, just for me knowing that these books was written by people who look like me. You see what I'm saying? So, and now I do, because it was talked about earlier, I do get into this one book called The 7 Hermetic Principles, right? And the reason I get into them is because they just make sense. When we apply them to life and how we look how they were written and how life operate, there's a mirror on top of a mirror. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, dang. where the heck this been all my life?
Yeah.
But I'm personally at the point in my life where I get a lot of my internal knowledge. I'm gonna say internal because it's knowledge I haven't gathered, but I get a lot of downloads just from my meditations and the work I put in behind the scenes.
Yeah. Hey man, I want to say you did a good job with Kazad too, and bringing I think you quoted Diva. He's like one of my most favorite scholars. So you did a good job on him, man.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I appreciate both of y'all, man. I appreciate the chat. We up here 5 hours.
Yes, indeed. I'm gonna call it for the last time.
Yeah, I think he went to the store or something, if I'm not mistaken. He said he'd be back.
Let me ask you a question about morality. What do you take to moral? You said I take it that you are subjectivist, that morality is subjective.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so can you tell me about where did you get that idea from? Did you grow up like that, or where did you get that idea from?
I got the idea because when I was observing life, like just in one of the phases of my life where I was just sitting observing everything, I've realized that people get into a lot of arguments over stupid things. And one of the stupidest things that people get into arguments over is their point of view. And both of their point of view can be completely wrong. But the fact that this person can have one view and that person can have another view, and they both believe their views is 100% right, it's like this is a subjective thing that's going on here. You see what I'm saying? Now, is there some objective truths in the world? Absolutely. Does any of them have anything to do with good or bad, right or wrong? Not in the least. They have something to do with chaos and order, though. But
So
not
it has nothing to do with good or bad or right or wrong.
right. They got something to do with chaos and order. Like for instance, our galaxy don't care about our feelings when it don't care about how we feel when it send down a meteor. You see what I'm saying? Earth don't care about the people that surfboarding when it decide to, you see what I'm saying, make a tsunami or something like that. But what it will always do, it will always be in a state of chaos or it'll be in a state of order.
All right, so do you? So I just lost my train of thought. I was going to ask a question. You just said something, and I lost my train of because I was thinking of 2 or 3 different questions at the same time, and I just lost my train of thought. So what? Let me ask you this then: what makes something moral or not? Right. So if I just give you a statement, how do you know the statement is meant to be moral or not?
If it resonate with me or not, right? If it resonates with my moral code or if it don't. It may so you may make a statement that resonate with your moral code that don't resonate with my moral code. I'll give an example.
What I'm asking is what makes it a moral code? What makes it? What does the statement have to make it a moral code?
For me, a statement have to be grounded in because of the statement, it have to be grounded in some level of truth.
Okay. And what else? Is that it or what else?
Well, it's a statement, so it have to be grounded in some level of truth and honesty.
And how many people are affected by it? Just the person you're talking to, or how many people does it affect?
Really, I'm gonna get to that question, but I also want to get to the person in the comments because they're making a great point. That's the point of polarity. Two things can exist at the same time. This is why I always say life is our greatest dichotomy, because two opposites can most definitely coexist. So I'm on point with you there. Now, brother, you said how many people do it affect? That depends on the influential power of the word that is coming from or the mouth that is coming from. You see what I'm saying? I could say something and my voice may not be as strong as yours. So I could say something and it might go right over people's heads. But you could say something and it might touch a lot of people.
Wait a minute. So I'm trying to get the recipe of a moral statement though. Right? So if I say, for example, everybody should eat Snicker bars, is that a moral statement? Or is that just a crazy statement or nonsensical statement?
That's a
What
statement.
would make it a moral code or not?
Um, uh, so that statement you just made will be a statement that's based in opinion, right? So I'll give an example, right? So um, everything is energy, right? That's a if you want to put in a or no, we can't use because that ain't got nothing to really do with morality. Um,
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what makes it
I got
a statement.
I got one. Um, when it comes to sexual content, children are off limits.
Okay, so how many people is that affected? How so if you say no pornography, right? Or no PDFs, you shouldn't do that, right? How many people are you speaking to when you say no man should do that to a child, right? Somebody underage, right?
I'm speaking to everybody that know and don't know someone who do that, and the people that do that themselves.
Wait a minute, but you're making a blanket statement, right? So I think you're onto something here, but you're just not articulating it the right way, perhaps, right? So the general thing is, right, you have a rule that no man of over 18 should interact with
I agree.
someone of the opposite sex underage in this way, the PDF, right? You shouldn't do it at all. So who is that applied to? Does that apply to all men of over 18 or is it just some men over 18?
That apply to everybody.
Right. So what I'm trying to get is moral claims affect a group of people, everybody, right?
Yeah.
So me saying you should wear a white t-shirt, that doesn't affect everybody, right? That would not be a moral claim. You ought not wear a white t-shirt. That's not a moral claim, right? That's not me
So
saying everybody should do it.
When we dealing with morality, we're dealing with something that people see is right or wrong.
Yeah,
Right?
but you have to at least give me the context of the number of people you're talking about. That's what we have to start with.
That's why I used the example I used, right? Because that act I deem as an evil act. So I'm talking to people who also deem it as an evil act and people who haven't even thought about it as an evil act. But when I make that statement, I'm making that statement also to the people who are doing the evil act.
Right, but it's not. So just to be clear, just because you believe that doesn't make it moral, right? It could be a general rule whether you believe it or not that people should follow. So I don't want you to think that morals have to do with beliefs.
Right, but that's why I said morality was subjective because I believe that. And when I'm speaking,
no, it has nothing to do with your belief. That statement could be true without you believing in it, right?
Right. But what I'm saying, because the statement could be true, what I'm saying is I believe that statement is true.
Right. But even if I don't believe that statement is true, I still
hold on. The person that's doing that act don't believe that statement is true. Otherwise, they wouldn't be doing that act.
No, they can still do it. They're just jerks, right? They could just, insane or whatever. They could have mental issues. They believe that is the wrong thing to do, but they just don't care, right?
That's a messed up stuff.
Yeah. So they're being irrational, right? So, but I want to be clear that the moral rule doesn't matter if you believe it or not. Because if I don't believe it, like the person who does that, he doesn't believe it, but he should still be punished, right? You're still gonna punish him if he does it, whether he believes it or not.
But again, that's based off of my opinion.
No, it's not based off of just your
when
opinion.
we dealing in morality, we're dealing in opinion, right?
No,
It's
what
my
makes you
opinion.
think that?
Watch this. It's my opinion. Let's get down to the nitty gritty of it. In reality, although a lot of people share this point of view I'm about to say, but it's really my opinion that sexual acts with children, with underage children, is a horrific thing. That's really an opinion I share with a lot of people. There is
why you bringing that up?
Small of people that don't feel the same way about that opinion, and that's an opinion.
Why is it an opinion?
Why is it's an opinion? Because that's how I feel about it. Just because that's how I feel about it don't mean you gotta feel that way.
No, could it be a factual claim without your opinion or your opinion? Like, can it still be a factual claim?
No, because it's
why can't it be?
Because the difference with separating it from a factual claim is because I'm not speaking in scholastic terms. I'm speaking in terms of feelings. So this is based on how I feel. See, feelings are subjective. This is why morality is subjective, because feelings are subjective.
No, that's not correct.
If a person get hit by a car, right? No matter how I feel about it, right? What happened. Now, I may feel that was horrific. I may feel like that was traumatizing to me. But that's my opinions. That's my morality. That's me. That's not the objective sentence that just happened. That's the same thing with this case that we're dealing with now, right? I feel that grown-ups shouldn't deal with children that way. But that's because of how I feel about it. There's other adults who don't feel that way about it. And that's sad for me. And again, you see how I said that's sad? That's another term of an emotion. But that's my emotion. And that's what I'm projecting. Somebody else don't got to feel like that's sad. I feel like that's sad because I got children. And from a parental point of view, I know what that would do to me. So that's why my feelings are like that. There may be people out here that don't have children, who they don't have they haven't developed those parental strings to a child because they don't have any. And so they might be willing to go out here and do that. You see what I'm saying? Whether they messed up or not. But again, that's just what I put on it because that's the standard I live by. Other people don't.
But why are you putting morality in the realm of beliefs and opinions when we just said it has to do with affecting everybody?
It does. So
no, how could it be both?
My perspective. Watch this. When I state my perspective, we got people in the comments right now. When I say I don't deal with nobody that deals or no adult that deals with underage children sexually, there's people in the comments who's going to agree with me. Most of them are going to agree with me.
Yeah.
Right? I don't know. There may be one who disagree, but that's just their opinion. So we have people who agree with opinions and people who don't agree with opinions. But that's how.
So what makes it moral? That's what I'm asking. What makes it moral from not moral? Just an opinion that's not moral from an opinion that's moral?
No, so what make it moral is because of how I feel about it. That's what make it moral.
Just your feelings? And,
yes.
And my feelings would be different, and then somebody else's feelings would be different?
That's what make it moral, yes.
Okay, so for example, right? I'm going to give you a ridiculous example just so we can see where it goes. I believe sacrificing humans, right? Mm-hmm. You may not believe sacrificing humans is okay. Which one of us should have our way? I believe it's good. You say it's. I believe it's moral, even though this is just an example, folks. This is just an example, not right. This is a hypothetical, not real. I believe killing people for no reason is perfectly fine. You believe, it's immoral. I believe it's moral. You believe it's immoral. So now what? What do we do now? We have, let's say, we have 1 million people backing us up, right? Since this hypothetical, what do we do now? Do we just fight it out? What do we do?
It depends on, like you were saying earlier, context, right? Let's say if we was having a debate, should mass, again, y'all, we just using what's called them. I don't want to get flagged or anything, but let's say if we was having a debate, if mass M word should be allowed in penitentiaries. I say no, you say yes, right? But now if we're debating this in front of Congress, right, it matters whose side they lean towards. Now, when we're thinking about this subjectively, right? These are human beings, but they did horrible acts. So just like somebody wrote in the comments earlier, right? Every action has a reaction. And so there is no morality objectively attached to this situation. The morality comes when me and you step up to the podium and debate out this cause. Now, whoever the people lean towards more is, in that case, who is correct. You see what I'm saying? I know I'm talking my hands, y'all. I got my blunt in hand. But whoever they lean towards more is who is correct. You see what I'm saying? So if we debating, okay, should mass M word be accepted in penitentiaries? I'm saying no, you saying yes. And there's a what's we call them right there? There's a council right there, and they lean towards me, then obviously I was correct in that stance. You see what I'm saying?
So whoever side they lean to that's the moral stance.
That's the favorite. I would say that. Thank you for that in the comments.
So if they side with me, then I win.
If they side with you, then your side is more favorable.
But is it correct?
And that's why I love what she said in the comments. I wouldn't say, because it's subjective, I wouldn't say it's correct. I would say that your side was favorable by more people.
So it's cool. It's cool. You would just let me do it even though they side with me, or would you still protest?
Of course I would protest. If that was my stance and if that's what I believed in during that time, yeah.
But okay, so what makes it moral though? I don't understand. Why is that a moral issue?
Because
if it only applies to people in the prison, why is it a moral issue, not a local issue?
Because it's an issue based off of how we feel about it. It's not an issue based off of what can scientifically, as we were saying earlier, overcome. It's something based off an action based off of how we feel about what's going on.
So if something's not a science, then you don't consider it a form of knowledge?
No. What I'm saying is there's different types of conversations. And when we're dealing with morality, how we feel, that's different than us, as you used the word earlier, dealing in practicality, which is something tangible and physical.
Right, but morals can be tangible and physical if we're saying true statements to begin with.
No, morality cannot be tangible or physical.
Why not?
You can't tangibly see the fact that I love when the sun comes out in the morning. Like, but you tangibly see that.
That's the feeling. That's nothing moral.
That's the point of morality.
No, that's not the point of morality. It's not about feeling, because everybody has feelings. That's not the point of morality.
Right, but that's everybody make their decision based off of their feelings.
No, that's not correct. Why can't you make a statement based on facts?
We're dealing with moral right now.
Right, but why do you associate that with belief though, an opinion? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Okay, I'm about to explain to you. Because if I say butter pecan ice cream is the best ice cream in the world, that's my belief. That's not a fact. If I say that Imhotep was the architect of the pyramid of Khufu, that's a fact. that's not a morality statement. That's not a statement based in morale. That's a statement based off of scientific research. But if I say again, butter pecan is the best ice cream in the world, that statement is based on my moral belief.
That's not a moral belief.
It
you
is.
Like an ice? No, it's not. Every belief is not a moral belief.
What's your favorite ice cream?
Well, actually, butter pecan is my favorite ice cream.
That's so funny.
Haagen-Dazs, though. Haagen-Dazs.
You like butter pecan too, though.
Haagen-Dazs. You talking strictly Haagen-Dazs, or you talking something else?
I don't know. Listen, I love all butter pecan. Butter pecan ice cream.
They're not all the same. Haagen-Dazs has it hands down. Usually, when people say butter pecan, they're talking about Haagen-Dazs.
Haagen-Dazs. See, I don't look at.
That's the expensive ice cream, by the way. That's that expensive.
Oh,
that thing is like $6 for a little. I think a pint.
Oh, they ain't never get $1 of my change then, because I like butter.
There's a reason why it's $6 though. But that's not a moral claim. Like moral claims don't affect just a small group of people, or 2 people or 3 people. Moral claims should affect everybody, right? So if I'm just talking about the people in my neighborhood, I'm not making a moral claim.
Right. But
should the death penalty be allowed is a moral claim.
Right. And so there are people that will say yes, and there's people that will say no.
Right, but we got to start with what's the qualifier? It has to be everybody, not just some people.
But why?
It has nothing to do with belief.
Now,
belief
why
is not part of it.
If we take 1,000, if we take all the people that got to make the decision out, right? Then
no, there's no decision. There's not a vote.
That's what I'm saying. So
morality is not a vote. It's not a
morality is a vote.
No, it isn't.
How is morality not a vote?
It's supposed to be on factual statements. That if you give me factual statements why I shouldn't murder people, that's going to be your evidence, right?
Not what. So morality is most definitely.
No, that's what you're taught. That's what most people are taught. No. That's not what's taught in academia.
Hold on, I got you. So morality is based off of feelings.
No,
morality
it's not.
Is definitely based off of decision. This is why. Hold, I got you. This is why you was talking about the judicial system earlier, right? We was talking about court cases. But this is why when someone is convicted and they really don't have any evidence, they are in court in the first place. Because and when they have a jury, right, what is the jury based off? A lot of times the jury isn't based off of the evidence. It's based off of how people feel. There are people who feel like some of the people that are in there for life shouldn't be in there for life.
Right.
There's people that feel like they should. And the people that voted that they should outweigh the people that voted that they shouldn't.
Yeah, but that's not a moral decision, though. That's a court decision. No, it isn't. That's a court decision.
Not a moral decision.
Court decisions doesn't mean moral. They're not interchangeable.
They do, because so for an example, right? Real fast, for an example. Say if I was put on trial for murder, right? But I wasn't attached with the murder weapon. I didn't even know the person, right? Nothing attaches me to this murder. They just caught me and I'm on trial for murder, right? Now, bang. Now, the court case is going on, right? Now, by the time we get to the jury, right? It does not matter what my lawyer thinks. It doesn't matter what the judge thinks. It doesn't matter what I think. It matters what these 12 people right here think. And if they think that I'm guilty, I'm guilty. If they think I'm innocent, I'm innocent. They're not sitting there going, oh, well, even though we got this right here, he seemed to be a pretty good guy. And the evidence showed that he was. They don't care about that.
All they don't know what they care about.
Did they do it or didn't he do it?
We don't know. We don't know they're using proper means to decide that. They could just say, we don't like this guy. He's guilty. And then they come back with a verdict of guilty.
And that's why morality takes a toll.
No, that's not moral. That has nothing to do with moral.
It does.
No, it doesn't. That's a court case.
Watch this. Because When we're dealing with morality, and just like you said, they might just agree that we don't like this guy, he should still go, right? Will your morality allow you to do that? Now, let's say if my my lawyer 100% proved that I did not have anything to do with this murder case, but it's still up to these 12 judges, right? And their morality allowed them to say, okay, well, we still don't like this guy, he going away. We don't care what the evidence say, he going away, right? Or their morality can kick in and say, well, you know what, the evidence was overwhelming, you know what I'm saying, he did prove that he didn't have nothing to do, maybe he should be off the loose. But then some people still could come up and say, well, you know what, even though the evidence was overwhelming, I still think this brother did it, so I'ma still vote that he should go to prison. You see what I'm saying? So it's based off of their moral compass. It's no longer based off of what's in evidence and plain sight. It's based off of what they feel. This is why when you go to court, you have to sway the judge's you have to sway the jury's emotions.
No, it's not. It has nothing to do with morals because it's not dealing with all people. You're dealing with one case. Morals have to be universal, and it has to be constant. Right? So this is not a moral example. Like death penalty is a moral example. Abortion is a moral example. Those are moral cases. They're not talking about just 2 people, 10 people, 100 people. When the pro-life people say abortions are murder, they're talking about every woman who gets an abortion is a murderer. They're not just saying only Sally over there in my neighborhood, 3 doors down, is a murderer. They're saying any woman, anywhere is doing that. That's a moral claim. Me saying I don't like blue ice cream or blue shirts or whatever, I don't like this music, that's not a moral claim. That's just a claim. Moral claims have to be universally applied. Like should we allow euthanasia? That's another one. Right? Should we allow older people to hire somebody to off them? That's a moral claim. Because if I say yes to this one person, I would have to say yes to the other person. So if I say something is immoral for one, I'm saying it's immoral for all. If I say something is moral for one, it's moral for all. It's an all or nothing deal. It's not something less than all.
All right, so listen to this really fast. It says, what is morality? Morality is the system of principles, values, and standards that society or individual uses to decide what is right, wrong, good, or bad behavior. Think of it as the rules of conduct that guides how humans should treat each other. Morality deals with questions like, should I tell the truth? Is it wrong to harm someone? What do we owe to other people? What makes an action good or bad? Morality can come from culture, religion, philosophy, personal experience, social contracts, human empathy, and reasoning. What is a moral claim? A moral claim is a statement that judges an action, behavior, or person as morally right or wrong. It is not just describing the world, it's evaluating it. Examples of moral claims. Stealing is wrong. Now,
where are you reading that from?
Where am I reading? I just pulled this up really fast.
Yeah, but what? Okay, so let me ask you, what field does morality belong to?
What field do morality belong to?
Yes.
Like what you talking about? What field?
Like, does it belong to accounting, biology, English grammar?
Oh,
chemistry. What field?
It comes from philosophy, culture, religion, personal experience, social contracts, human and reasoning.
What I said, what field? What field? Right. So philosophy, you said philosophy was one. What are the others?
Culture is a field.
Culture is not a field in academics.
Culture
is not a field in academics.
Anthropology is not a field in academics.
No, anthropology doesn't deal with morality, though.
Anthropology deals with culture.
It does, but not morality.
But that people gain morality from culture.
No.
Yes, they do.
No.
You don't think
So,
people gain morality from culture?
no.
So if in a person's culture, right, it is morally or it is morally incorrect to steal, right?
That's
You
not a
don't
moral claim.
stealing is wrong, is not a moral claim.
Are they talking about everybody and everywhere? Or are they just talking about in their culture, in their society? Are they talking about in my society it's wrong, or just their society?
It's a moral claim in general. Stealing is wrong is a moral claim.
No. Where does it apply to? Where does it apply? Is it just their culture?
If we're dealing in cultural sense and we're dealing how morality can apply, I would assume it would be their culture and whoever come into their culture.
All right, so that's not a moral claim if it's not everybody.
But that is a moral claim. The moment it used the word wrong, it's a moral claim.
Okay, so if I say wearing dreadlocks is wrong, I'm making a moral claim?
That's a moral claim, yes.
No, it isn't. That's not a moral claim.
Is.
No, it isn't.
Bro,
so if I say Pepsi is wrong, that's a moral claim?
Listen really fast. Let's go back over this because maybe you missed it. A moral claim is a statement that judges an action, behavior, or a person as a morally right or wrong being. So
yeah, but that's a general. That's like a psychology definition.
Hold on 1 second. So if you judge a person, right, for being bad, for growing their dreadlocks long, that's a moral claim.
No, it's not. That's a personal claim.
Bro, that's a
so where do personal claims come from? Is there such a thing as a personal claim? Can somebody make a personal claim against you without making a moral claim?
That's a great question.
Right. So for example, when women say I don't date short men, that's a moral claim. I don't they tell other women don't date short men. That's a moral claim. Or marry somebody with a bag. Is that a moral claim? Women marry somebody with a bag. Don't marry a broke dude. That's a moral claim?
No, I prefer honesty over diplomacy. That's a personal claim. I believe meditation helps me focus is a personal claim.
Okay, what makes it a moral claim though? Just right and wrong, because I could add right or wrong to whatever sentence you add.
Here's the difference. A personal claim is a statement that expresses your own belief, whereas though a moral claim, right, is a statement that judges the action or behavior of a person's morality, whether it's right or wrong.
No, that doesn't make sense. You can't use that. That doesn't make sense. If we're talking about what makes a moral claim, you can't use moral claim in the definition.
All right, so hold on really fast. Let me read this. It's saying, how is it different from how is a moral claim different from a personal claim? A moral claim says what a people ought to do, what a people should or should not do. A personal claim says what you think, feel, or prefer. A moral claim, people should not lie. That's a moral claim. A personal claim, I don't like it when people lie to me. You see the difference? A moral claims outright say people should not lie. That's
talking about. Ask it. Is it talking about how many people? Is it talking about? Is it talking about everybody, all people, or is it talking about a small number of people? Because I'm pretty sure it's going to say it has to be all people. If you're just talking about 50 people, it's not a moral claim. Morality includes everybody, not just somebody.
No, morality deals with an individual or a group. They don't deal with everybody.
That's not correct. So can you look up? Can you look up normative ethics for me?
Yeah, I got you. When someone makes a moral claim, who are they talking about? Moral claims is always talking about people in general, not just the speaker. It makes a statement about what anyone should or shouldn't do. In other words, a moral claim is universal, not personal. It applies to you, me, society, anyone,
everybody.
Same situation, exactly.
Stealing, right, everybody.
Watch this. Example, stealing is wrong. This isn't about my feelings. This isn't about your preference. It's saying any person who steals is doing something wrong. That's what make it moral. Who
Yeah,
is the subject of moral claim? Human behavior in general. It evaluates actions that anyone might take. The moral agent, the person acting, is judges whether their actions is right or wrong. Right? It's the moral community. It implies a standard that the whole community is expected to follow. The whole point is it being a standard.
right. It
So I
doesn't
think
say anything about opinion there or belief. Notice it did not
now,
say that. You did not read that.
now watch this.
So that's a common stereotype that morals deal with opinions and feelings and beliefs. That's what most of us grew up as being told from our family and probably
So
friends
watch
and
this.
peers.
Is morality objective or subjective? The honest, philosophically precise answer is it depends on the framework you're using. Morality can be argued as objective or subjective, but each position meaning something very specific. Most people mix these up. That's where you get the sloppy arguments. Objective morality. Defining morality, objective is moral truths exist independently of human opinions, feelings, or cultures. That's objective morality. Examples of objective morality: if this is vowed true, it is wrong to torture innocent people. Murder is morally wrong regardless of culture. Who's arguing this? Da, da, da. Let's talk about subjective morality. Morality is a subjective, is moral argument depending on personal feelings, cultural norms, social agreements, individual perspectives. Examples of social moral claims: if this view is true, stealing is wrong because society says so. Morality changes with culture. Let me read that again. Morality changes with culture and time.
Yeah,
So,
you acknowledge that there was something called objective
right,
morality, correct?
exactly, yes.
And then there's what you call subjective.
Subjective morality, yes.
And where did you get that from?
What? These are just things on the fly. These are just things anybody can look up. This ain't
Right, but it's not that the objective,
uh-huh.
the objective morality comes from philosophy. The other thing does not. So if you look
Objective
up,
morality does not come from philosophy.
it does. If you look
How?
up objective, if you look up normative
Yeah,
ethics,
question.
if you look up normative ethics, you will see that that's what it will be defined as. If you
All
look
right.
up descriptive ethics,
Fast.
so
Does
what you described and what other people believe that morality is feelings and opinions, that's called descriptive ethics. That is more psychological, sociology. That's not philosophy.
Okay, so does the sun exist without humans being here? Yes or no?
It would be yes.
So that's an objective thing. So that lets us know that we can have objective things outside of what we subjectively view. So
No,
now,
morality has nothing to do with subjective.
watch this. When we're dealing with objective morality, there are things that are objective in nature outside of what we view, what we feel, or our opinions, right? That are chaotic. When we're dealing with subjective, that's dealing with our feelings, that's dealing with our opinions, that's dealing with how we feel about a thing versus another thing. But if I say the sun is a good source for us here on earth, right? That's an objective moral claim because the sun exists whether we exist here or not. The reason it's a moral claim is because I'm putting my feeling on it.
No, that's not a moral claim.
The whole claim is not moral, but the claim is objective. When I put the word good in there, because good is a feeling, it's an emotion.
It has nothing to do with emotions or feelings.
If
a pro-lifer is saying that abortion is murder, is that their feeling, or are they making an absolute statement? They're not saying they feel that way.
When they're saying abortion is murder?
Yeah, are they saying I feel that? They're not saying that that's what I feel. They're making a blanket statement and a definitive statement.
Right, I would agree with that.
Okay, so are they making a moral claim?
Are they making a moral claim? They're making an objective claim.
No, they're making a moral claim. They're telling people not to do it. They're saying this is murder if you do it.
No, you're just saying abortion is murder.
Right. That's a moral claim. If you perform an abortion, you are committing murder. That's what pro-lifers are saying. That's a moral claim, yes or no?
Yeah, I'll give you that. Yeah.
Okay, so it's not about feelings then, right?
So
that's an example about there's no feeling there. You said it's an objective claim. That means it's not feelings,
yes.
Right?
Yes.
So that means that's a proper moral claim.
Yes. Now
the other things you gave was not.
Hold on. The moment the pro-lifers say, I don't like people who have abortions, right?
They don't say that though. They don't say that. They normally don't say that. They could say that, but then that's
right.
They're still going to go back to the same strong point.
But the thing is, their whole point, pro-lifers' whole point, is abortions are morally wrong.
Right, because it's murder. That's what they're saying.
But hold on. But making the statement that abortion is murder is not a moral, is not a state based off of one's feelings. It's based off of objection. That's what I'm trying to say. It's saying that abortion is murder is not based off one's subjective feelings. It's based off of objective observation. The moment one say, I feel bad and I feel that abortion is murder. Now they're making an observation based off of their feelings, what is subjective.
Yeah, but they're not saying that.
Right. We can agree on that. That's not what they're saying. They're making a objective moral claim.
Right. So that's what morality is supposed to have. Objective moral claims, not feelings, not opinions.
Here's the thing about that though. When we have those claims, right? People take the subjective claims over the objective claims.
But that's a psychological problem. That's a psychological issue. That's not an objective thing. And we need to cover the word objective also, because objective doesn't mean what you think it means, perhaps, in this sense. So when we're dealing with morality, we're talking about objective truths. That doesn't mean science. That means constant truths. That means when you say something is true, with or without observation or experiment, it would be true. It would be true irregardless of humans or beliefs.
Everything is energy. I'll give an example. Everything is energy.
Yeah, but when you say objective, the philosophers are not meaning the same thing in science. They're meaning that the value cannot change, that it has that value automatically.
Right. But when we're talking about objective truths, right? Like I said earlier, everything is energy. That's an objective truth. The reason that's an objective truth is because when you actually make the measurement.
No, that's not. You're using science. Objective doesn't mean science.
But you're using the science to prove your objective truth. That's the thing about being objective.
No, that's not right.
Can be viewed.
No, that's not right. That's another context of objective. That's not what philosophers mean. They're not talking about using your senses when they're talking about something is objective. Mathematicians are not talking about something, when they're dealing with mathematical formulas, they're not dealing with entities in reality per se.
The word objective means something that is outside or something that exists, even if
one definition.
Nature did not exist.
No, that's one definition. There's other definitions than that.
What other definition is there? Let me see. Let me see.
I mean, most words in English have more than one definition. So you're going to find more than one entry.
Why my enter button so stuck? It's a other definitions for the word objective. The word objective has two major uses in philosophy and everyday language. Both are useful in debate. Objective, independent of personal feelings. This is the definition we already covered, meaning a fact or truth that does not depend on anyone's opinion, emotion, or perspective. Example, gravity exists. This is an objective fact. This definition used in moral philosophy, science, and logic. Objective goal,
that's not correct.
target you're trying to achieve. This is a different meaning of the same word. An objective is a purpose, an aim, or a mission. Example, my objective is to finish this project. So these are the two. It's a objective.
No, there's a problem with the first one. The first one that you read deals with science, that you use one of your senses to verify it.
Philosophy.
No, it doesn't. And it's wrong, because philosophy is not a science that you have to verify. You don't have to verify every statement in philosophy. That's science when you use your senses. So that's not the right word. Science is using your senses. Philosophy is not using objective in that sense. Something is objective when it has a truth value that does not change. That's what objective means in philosophy.
All right, let's see.
That if I say something is objectively true, that means it's never false. It can never be false. If I say something is objectively false, it will never be true.
That's what they said, though.
Yeah, but you're relying on science to verify it.
I mean,
I'm telling you, it has a value from the beginning, with
sense.
or without verification.
Real fast, brother. How can I verify something is true if I can't measure that it's true or not?
That doesn't have anything to do with whether it's true or not. Just because you don't know it doesn't change it. How can you verify if I brushed my teeth this morning?
Once I know, here's the point I'm making out. Once I know it, right? I'll give an example. 2 + 2 = 4. Right? That's an objective truth. It doesn't matter what nobody feel about it. When nobody 2 + 2 = 4. Right? And so my thing is, what or how can we know 2 + 2 = 4 if we don't do the math behind the equation?
So truth is not worried about if you are aware of it or not. So science is worried about if you are aware of it or not. When you say knowledge, you're talking about being self-aware, being aware of it. Things that are outside of your awareness you don't speak on because you would say it's not true or you don't have enough information. Philosophy doesn't say that. Philosophy is saying every statement that's meaningful has a truth value. And you may not know what it is, but it has a truth value. You may find out later what it is.
That's of morality. Moral truth that exists independent of human opinion. In other words, they are true whether you like them or not. True whether a culture agrees or not. True even if no human existed to believe them. What I said earlier. It treat morality fact the same way we treat mathematical truths, like I said about 2 + 2 = 4, physical law, right?
But that's not correct, right? That's not correct. So 2 + 2 doesn't always equal 4. So if I take one gas in another gas, I get 4 gases. If I take 2 gases and combine it with another 2 gases, I get 4 gases. Depends on which ones I do, right? Because they can combine to form one.
What you talking
they
about?
might.
He said gases. Are you talking about gas cans?
No, gases gases the element.
Uh-huh.
Right. So I can make it simpler. If I take two drops of water and then takes another 2 drops of water to the same container, how many drops of water will I get?
Do you know that that's the same example that Jim Gong Un used to try to disprove the American math over here. And the simple thing about that is when we're dealing with math and reality, one thing we often notice is math and reality diverge greatly. Just by using that example you used, right? If you add 2 drops of water, right, and you place them in a tube, right, you should have 2 drops of water in the tube. But instead, those 2 drops of water merge into 1 drop of water. And so
context and details matter then, right?
Context and details do matter, but they matter in the sense in what substance we're talking about. That's why earlier when you was talking about gases, I was asking, when you talk about gas cans, because if you're talking about, like, when we're talking about water, H2O, elements like that, we know that that's a bonding fusion principle that's going on, right? So when we're using that fusion principle, which is supposed to be the it's supposed to be the inverse of the multiplication, but of course they got the division. But it's literally, instead of when you separate 2 things, is when you bringing them together. But that's the fusion principle. But we know there are elements in our reality that fundamentally operate, as we were saying, liquid, that operate under this fusion principle.
Right. So the point is that the rule doesn't always apply. That's why I'm giving you the example. So that example is not 100% objective as you claim. So again, this is why when scientists use the word objective, it's misleading, and it's misleading people to think that it's 100%. It's not 100%. When we say that objective in philosophy, we're talking about 100% or 0%. Right? So, the value does not change. It cannot fluctuate.
Right.
And in science, the value can change, which is why it's not objective in the same sense.
I was asking you about, like, for an example, I asked you earlier about the sun, right?
Yeah.
The sun is an objective truth.
No, it's not.
It is, because if
no, it's not.
So are you saying if no human or if no life was on the planet Earth, the sun wouldn't exist?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's possible it could still exist. But the way you're using the word objective is the problem. You're using it in a scientific way. I'm not using it in a scientific way.
Listen, the word objective, right, is referring to something that exists outside of human existence or human rationale. Right?
Yeah, but the way you're using it as a scientist, you're leaving it that you have to verify it.
Well, I mean, because if it exists, then we can verify it.
No, that's not always true.
Name something that exists that we can't verify besides black matter and dark matter and dark energy.
Well, those things should be included. Plus, we already talked about Socrates. We already talked about Jesus. Those things could exist without any evidence.
No.
So again, objective means with or without evidence, it would still be true.
Now, here's the thing.
You're not getting the definition correct.
Here's the mistake you're making. Because let's go to the dark energy and let's go to the Jesus thing, right? With dark energy, we know that there's a substance. We don't know what that substance is made of. So
how do you know it's a substance?
Well, because we know we can measure it. You can measure dark energy. You don't have to know what something is made of to measure something. So we can measure dark energy. We can even measure dark matter. We just don't
disagreement about that.
Hence,
that's not every scientist.
We can say that some people call it the ether.
No, but every scientist doesn't agree with that.
Watch this.
Every scientist doesn't agree with dark matter being measurable.
Okay, but what we do know about dark matter, what every science would agree on, is that there is a substance in our galaxy and that goes beyond our galaxy that we can't classify because it's different but the same as everything else. The reason we don't know what it is, and that's the very fundamental reason. I don't know if people ever looked up why we don't know what dark matter is, but it's because it's not only different than everything that we see in reality or that light touches or that interacts with light, but it's also the same thing, right? So it's literally like it's like a 180. It's like when you're looking at yourself in the mirror, right? It's a polar opposite that to everything that is tangible. And so we have the tools to measure it. We don't have the tools that can tell us what it is. That's the issue we have. And now let's go to the Jesus problem real quick. The issue with the Jesus problem is we got stories, but we don't have nothing to match up with the stories. So then we can't say that the character is real and the stories are fake. You see what I'm saying? If the stories are fake, then the character is fake.
That's not true.
How not?
What do you mean, how not? There's no connection there. Just because I make up a story of somebody doesn't make it true.
That's the point I just made. Yeah.
And I can go vice versa. I could have something. I could have somebody that exists without any stories at all. That because if the person doesn't have any stories doesn't mean they don't exist or they never existed.
But the issue that Jesus is having is that someone who existed on the scale of a Jesus, right? We know a man by the name of Louis Farrakhan. When that man go 100 years from now, you don't think people are still going to remember who he is? And
yes, they will be.
And we're going to have documentation.
We have more technology.
Exactly. The issue is when Jesus was around until now, he haven't accumulated anything that proved his existence.
That science could find, right? So science couldn't find anything, you'll jump into the conclusion that he did not exist. But again, when you use science, you cannot be absolute. It will never be absolute.
Use science. What can we use? What else can we use to prove his existence?
That I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that particular question. But that only implies that some things other than science can give knowledge.
Distance. So hold on really fast, because what you're saying is we can't use the same thing that we use for everybody else to prove his existence. And not only that, but we can't even find a terminology to prove his existence, but we still want to say he exists.
It's possible he still exists even with all that. It's not 100%, so you cannot rule it out.
Hey, man. All I'm saying is humans leave traces, no matter how small.
Not all of them. It's not going to be 100%. You don't want to concede to that. There is no science that can give you 100% accuracy. Not a single one.
We got hospitals right now, right? That when babies don't make it out of the womb, they still have birth certificates to prove that they still actually existed. We got people who didn't even make it 10 minutes in this world that we know existed.
That's fabrication, because if they didn't come into the world, how do they have a birth certificate?
Because some babies were born and then moved on to the next life.
Right. So they were literally born and then they were given the birth certificate. Exactly. But if you're not born like an aborted baby, right? They don't get birth certificates.
That's an aborted baby.
Right. So they don't get birth certificates.
Right? A baby. I'm talking about a baby that is born.
Yes.
That breathed the life of air into this world and that passed on to the next life. They get birth certificates.
Yes, we agree on that. Yeah, no problem.
So we have more proof of them existing than we do Jesus.
Yeah, but that doesn't change. That doesn't rule out the fact 100% that he didn't exist. It's possible that he still existed. This is the problem of science.
And
you can't duck it.
Of belief, what they say, anything is possible in a world of belief. Anything is possible.
Anything is possible in the world of science.
And this is why we transmute our beliefs into knowings, right?
It's not knowings, it's awareness.
And I'm fine with y'all saying y'all can't prove the existence of Jesus. I mean, that just goes to show that y'all don't know if the man existed or not. You know what I'm saying? Y'all can say y'all believe he existed, but y'all don't know if he existed. I know he didn't exist. Y'all can still say y'all believe he existed. I don't know, man.
It is not about belief. I would never say belief. It's either he existed or he didn't, right? So I am an objectivist in the philosophical sense.
He exists. You can't know he existed. You can't know that.
I don't have to prove it. It's either true or false.
What you mean?
With or without evidence. No.
How can you know something that you have not proved yet? What?
That's a science claim. I'm not a scientist.
That's that belief. Listen, that's that belief flim, man. Y'all gotta jump off the train.
I'm not a scientist. Everything doesn't fall under the realm of science.
Listen. We was having a great conversation about objective morality, subjective morality. You was following along on a train. And then you jump back into your belief bag. We gotta
I haven't changed. I haven't changed. I didn't say anything about belief.
Listen, if you have to believe he existed because you have no physical proof he existed.
No, that's not correct.
You can't know Jesus existed. How do you know Jesus existed?
I didn't say I know he existed. I said it's either true or false.
That's the point I'm making. Y'all can't know Jesus existed because there's no proof of Jesus' existence.
Right, but the way you're wording it, I wouldn't word it like that. Right?
That's what y'all word. See, that's because y'all want to.
I would say that the statement Jesus existed is a true proposition.
Listen, no, that's because y'all want to dress it up. If you don't have no proof that Jesus exists, Jesus did not exist. If Jesus did exist, Jesus would have proof.
No, that's not correct. So if you were to study logic, you would see that's not correct. That's not fallacy.
Okay, so I asked you a question a moment ago. I want to know how great your memory is, right? I asked you, so we can't use science. So mind you, we throwing science out the window to prove that Jesus exists. What other method would you choose to prove that Jesus exists?
I mean, the only thing I could think of is some kind of logical way to do it. Now, I don't know how to do that. I'm not saying I have the answer, but outside of science, you're going to have rationality, which is different from science. Science is one thing. Rationality gives you the ability to go to 100% if you do it correctly. So philosophy and logic can prove things. It's not proving things in science. It's not using literal objects like science does.
Okay, now how
mathematics does it also.
Okay.
Mathematical proofs are not scientific either. Right? But I'm sure you've heard of mathematical proofs.
That math and science go hand in hand because
they're not hand in hand.
And you use a lot of physics. Have you ever seen a physics proof? It's a lot of numbers in that physics proof.
Right, but the physics proofs are different. They're not the same as mathematical proofs. So mathematics requires there's some coincidences there, but they're not identical. Right? Yeah. So science doesn't allow axioms.
Now here's my question.
Hold on real quick. Science doesn't allow axioms and definitions where mathematics does. So most mathematical proofs are going to start with axioms and definitions. Science does not allow that. Because if science allowed definitions and axioms, you would be able to prove God.
Right. Now, how do you use philosophy and math to prove the existence of Jesus? How would one do that?
Well, one person has done it, to my knowledge. Now, people still reject it. You can look up Kurt Gödel. It's spelled Kurtgodel. He has a formal mathematical proof of God. And you can look at that, and people would still object to it. Say that it's not science, so they don't accept it. But this would be an example of a logical proof, a mathematical proof that's not physical, right? So you can gain knowledge from math and other fields outside of science. It's just people want to cherry pick, I guess.
No, I mean, my thing is it depends on where we're looking and what field that we're in when we're looking, right? So, like, there's a standard model, right, that anthropologists use to see if a person actually existed or not, right? And this model put to the test with everybody, and it proves if a person actually existed or not. It proved that they have any writings, that their family members, this, that, and the third,
When you say proof, you make it sound like it's definitive, like it's 100%.
It's definitive.
It's not. It's not 100%.
I'll give an example, right? This video that we're making right now, right? This video is probably going to be up on YouTube for another 100 years, right? When my grandchildren later on, my great-grandchildren later on and down the line talk about me, they're going to be like, look, my great-grandfather did exist, and they're going to be able to show them this video.
Yes.
So that's now there are people that can look at this video 100 years from now and be like, that could be AI, bro. That ain't your grandfather. But and there could be other people that be like, hey, yo, that's tough, bro. I didn't know your grandfather was on a YouTube joint like that. So we gotta understand that when we are looking for things, definitely people, we can't then go against the historical model the anthropologists set for people who are real and not real.
Yeah, but you're not dealing with 100%. You can't get around that. With every science, there's going to be less than 100% accuracy. That means there's room for error. You can't get around it. Now, mathematical proofs are certain.
In the chat, hold on 1 second, because I want to talk. I want to repeat what they said in the chat. They sent some good stuff. It say a lie can be true. A lie can be true. I can prove a lie. Hey, yo, she funny. It say, as a mathematician, is proofs are 100%. Science is not 100%. No one is claiming that science is 100%, right?
Yeah, but nobody. Why do you people always do this? Nobody's. I wasn't quoting you. I didn't say somebody was claiming science is 100%. You're coming across.
Bro, you ain't say this. I'm reading the chat.
You're coming across as science is 100%. Science lovers use science. Y'all sound like it's 100%, but y'all never say it. But you're not saying that either. You're not saying, well, what I'm saying is not 100%. You're never saying that either.
I mean, so my thing is,
but you're coming off as it's 100%, but you're not saying that.
But here's my thing, man. What happened when you got 0%? Like, okay,
0% is an absolute.
Okay, listen. Let's
is not a percent. That's an absolute,
fast, bro. Hold on, real fast. Let's take the possibility thing real fast, right? Yeah. There is a possibility that this could be real, right? What happened when you have 0% proof that even lead to this thing being real? Like, that's the issue, right? So even when we do, right, consider the possibility of these things, when we're starting from 0% going to 100%, and it's been over 100 years into us excavating this, and we're still at 0%. What else do we got? Like, I don't know.
When you say 0%, what do you mean? That means a certainty. You don't have certainty.
You haven't found anything. Zero, not one.
That's not zero. That means you just haven't found it.
That's the. But what I'm saying is
that doesn't mean it doesn't exist because you didn't find it. You may find it 1,000 years from now. You may find it 10,000 years from now. Who knows?
That's what they said 2,000 years ago, though.
Yeah, so you still have to wait.
That's crazy. No, man. So you
don't have zero. You don't have zero. You don't have anything that you
Jesus
was 0%. Zero is an absolute. So you could just say you found nothing. You don't have 0%.
Zero.
No, that's not the same thing. Zero is an absolute definitive statement.
Zero represents.
If I say zero fish or birds, that's an absolute definitive statement, right? There's no probability there. Zero is an absolute, and 100% is an absolute.
So the term "no birds in the sky" is not equated to zero birds in the sky. If I tell you look outside in your parking lot and tell me how many cars you see, and you see no cars in a parking lot, but you decide to say zero cars instead of no cars, are you saying no cars is not equated to zero cars?
Yes, I would say that. Yes,
but that don't make sense.
No, that's not equivalent.
But that don't make sense.
Zero is, like I said, zero is an absolute.
If I tell you that there are zero cars in my parking lot, I'm expecting you to understand that there are no cars in my parking lot.
Yeah, because you speak English, I understand what you mean. You mean at the moment, right now, if I look outside, there's no cars, right?
Exactly.
Zero in the objective sense would mean there would never be any cars there. So it's not the same thing.
No, because you can get one from zero.
No,
it could be no cars there now, but then 2 minutes later, it could be one car there.
Right. So that's why you would not say zero cars. You would say there are no cars there. You wouldn't say there are zero cars there.
So let me ask you. Wait, time out. All right. So let's take this to money, so we can understand this a little better. We can get people a little bit more better of a context. So if you get $100 even, right? No change, no nothing, right? And I say you got $100, right? Those zeros, are you saying they represent an absolute and they can't go up?
No, I'm not saying that in terms of money, because it's printed on the money. That's not an absolute.
So
you're muted.
Oh, I'm here, Brody. I'm just trying to get on what you talking about when you're saying that zero means an absolute and no thing just mean no space at the time.
Right. So no space. Yeah, that's correct. No space at the time. That means that no space at the time means time can change. The circumstances can change. But when I say zero, I mean 0%. Right. When people say percentages, they think zero is a percentage, 100% is a percentage, and everything in between is a percentage. Mm-hmm. Right. But 0 and 100 are absolutes. 1 to 99% are percentages.
All right. So let me ask a question. When your phone is dead and you plug it up to the charger, do your phone stay dead or do it charge?
It usually charges.
Okay, I'm about to say, if it stayed dead, you got a problem, and maybe you should get yourself a new charger.
Yeah, or a new phone, right?
Hey, man, we've been on here for 6 years. I'm loving. I don't know where the brother went, but I'm really loving this. This is dope. What's up, y'all?
Yeah, I'm not trying to change your view. I'm just trying to get you to see different views.
Yeah.
I'm not here to,
brother.
I'm not here to convince anybody of anything.
You know what I enjoy most about you is the fact that we didn't have to curse each other out. Neither one of us got defensive. You know what I'm saying? Those are the conversations I love to have. I love to have these conversations.
Yeah. So, I mean, my background is in philosophy. So, that's why I'm able to do it so well, I guess.
I'm also I'm also a philosopher. I get you. I most definitely get you. I get there in a philosopher round. Have you studied Have you studied? Oh, I was also talking about the Kabbalion earlier. That's a great philosophical book. But I was asking about Manly P. Hall. Have you The Secret Teachers of All Things? Have you read that book?
No.
That's a great book, Brody. Great book. Great book. I'm actually about to hop off, y'all. I really enjoyed, hanging with y'all, talking with y'all. This is first a minute. Y'all know I'm coming back representing the Bomb Squad. I really enjoyed the atmosphere. My brother Chess, I assume you play chess, bro.
Yes.
Next time I get on here, we gotta exchange information because I play some chess myself.
Yeah, A1 did it. A1 did a live where he was playing chess with somebody while I was on the live, but he wasn't playing me. It's kind of funny.
Oh man, that
Yeah,
is.
I was conversing with someone else, just like we're doing now, but they were playing chess, and the chess game was on the live, so you could see us talking, and then they were playing games on the.
I could
I forgot
actually.
who we.
Hey, look, if we could do that one day, I play. So one of the games I love is Pokemon Showdown, and I am a Poke nerd. But another reason I love Pokemon is because it forces you to think. You know, it's a major strategy game. If you think chess is fun, imagine chess with superpowers.
I never got into the Pokemon thing, so
But
I know
see,
nothing about it.
chess is like once you play, it's just like I don't know people that play 5,000 and people that play spades, but it's the exact equivalent. Like if chess become way easier for you once you learn how to play Pokemon, only because there's so many more things you have to remember in Pokemon than you do in chess, right? In chess, you just need to remember your opening. You just gotta know where things go, how things operate. In Pokemon, you have, huh?
Is it a board game?
No, Pokemon is a VGC, so it's a video game, and it's a card game.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
They both operate. They don't operate the same. Operate the same.
No, the only thing they got in common is strategic movement and critical thinking.
Okay.
They both force you to become more strategic in how you think, right? But Pokemon take that to a level times 100, and the reason is because whereas in chess you only got pieces you got to move, in Pokemon you have to deal with type changes, type disadvantages. You have to deal with move stats. You have to deal with, it's just so much of a stuff you got to deal with.
Is it timed? I guess it's timed. Otherwise, it'll take forever.
Sometimes they're time. Yeah, sometimes they're time.
Okay.
Yeah. I'ma hop off, Brody. I enjoy kicking it with you, Brody. I gotta hop off, my wife in here.
Yeah, no problem. I enjoyed it also.
All right, y'all. I appreciate y'all.
A1, you're still there? A1, wake up. You're muted. Oh, he left. Okay. A1, are you there? A1. So I don't have any powers to do anything or add anybody to the panel. So I don't know what we can do here other than I can answer some questions, I guess, in the chat since I don't have anybody else up to speak with, and A1 is not available. I was hoping that the conversation was interesting, and I get some people think I'm trolling sometimes. I'm doing the devil advocate thing. So if you think I'm trolling, I'm not just trolling to be a jerk. I'm trolling to get somewhere, right? So if it appears that I'm trolling or sea lining or these other things, I'm trying to draw something out or get somewhere. So it's not like I'm doing it to be disrespectful or to diminish somebody or anything like that. I'm not doing it for the evil reasons that you might think I'm doing it. I'm doing it to see the reasoning of the individual, to see if it's consistent or not. So that is a legitimate way to find out if the person is reasoning correctly or not. So in a debate thing, it may not be seen as a thing. What do you mean I'm always wrong? Wrong about what? Ill doctrine, wrong about what? Give me an example. I mean, I don't know what I was wrong about. You would have to tell me. I could be wrong. I'm not saying I'm Mr. Know-it-all. If that's what it comes off as, I get that. I've gotten that before, but that's not my intention. I'm not here to be like I'm smarter than everybody. I'm the smartest guy on the internet. I'm not here for that. So if it comes off that way, then I apologize in advance. But I'm trying to get to the reasoning part. What is your idea of perspective when it comes to morality? Does perspective play a role in morality? So no, I would say no for me. I would say I follow the normative ethics view of morality, which is not subjective. And perspective does not play really much of a role, or opinion does not play a role in that. So you're supposed to start with true statements and derive other true statements from it. Right? So you input true and you should output true at the end. So if you're making a moral claim, the statements should be true and people should be able to verify most of those statements, right? Even though it's not supposed to be about science, but morality is not about the things that we grew up on. What most people grow up on is called descriptive ethics, which is where every society has their own culture and their culture has the rules and this and that, where my morality is not your morality. That's descriptive ethics. That's more along the lines of psychology and sociology related fields. That's not philosophy. So philosophy would stand strong, I guess, on the normative ethics side. But there are different levels of ethics. So morality fits under normative ethics. There are other ethics such as meta ethics that's dealing with the language and used in morality. There's descriptive ethics, there's applied ethics, right? So those are not all of those don't touch really on morality as an ought. You ought to do this, you ought not to do that. That is solely normative ethics, right? The thing about the descriptive ethics that's appealing is because maybe psychology is more of a popular field for people to have respect for. So they go to those theories like utilitarianism, the divine command theory. That's descriptive, right? That's not normative. Those are not normative. Those are going to be different societies, different rules, different religions. Anything that deals with different people, different cultures, that's called descriptive ethics. It's not normative ethics. According to your school of God? No, I think that's in philosophy in general. This is not a religious thing only. Normal tip, morality, and ethics are one school of thought inside branch of philosophy. Next to poor. Did you mean poor other branches? I don't know. Next to poor other branches of philosophy, which is amongst endless fields and disciplines. Well, I think that I'm confused about what you wrote. The branch of philosophy, it's going to be normative ethics when it comes to morality. No other. Right? The other one that I described is descriptive ethics. Talk about that because it's common and people grow up with that. That's what culture teaches. But normative ethics is not what we grow up with. It's not subjective. How do I gain morality without habits of or understanding? How do I gain morality? Because it seems as though I must be able to obtain morality without actually practicing or observing something. So again, this is a different context. Again, you're talking about the descriptive stuff. So morality in the normative ethics sense deals with rules, and it does not deal with authority or lawmakers or anything like that. It deals with somebody making a rule, right? I discussed some rules. For example, the abortion pro-lifers make a rule that abortion is murder. I mean, anybody could do it, but the rule has to be applicable universally. That doesn't mean everyone has to agree with it. It just means the rule has to be true universally, and it has to be constant. There is no such thing as something is moral, 10 years ago, but it's immoral now, or anything like that. It has to be forever moral or forever immoral. So it's about assigning a rule and testing if the rule applies to everyone. And if it doesn't apply to everyone, it's definitely not about morality. So if I make a rule only for the employees of my company, that's a moral rule. That's just the people that work for me, right? Morality deals with everybody, every country, every culture. And it's not about whether they agree or not. Exactly. So you admit the normative ethics is not the only school of thought, while simultaneously asserting it as the only school of thought. Well, philosophers, legitimate philosophers, they're not going to entertain the other thoughts, right? I mentioned the descriptive ethics because psychology pushes it. So they're letting you know that others exist, but they're not philosophy. It's part of philosophy in the class, but philosophers are not pushing it. It's the psychologists, sociologists, and those related fields that have pushed that. You won't find too many philosophers saying that morality is subjective, not if they're legitimate philosophers. So are you saying morality is the one truth? Well, objective truth, yes, right? Objective truth is the one truth, whether it's objectively true or objectively false. So there's two versions of it. Meta-ethics, moral relativism, moral anti-realism, error theory, emotivism, expressivism, moral relativism, moral constructionism, evolutionary ethics. Those, again, meta-ethics is not about morality. It's about the language of morality. Moral realism is, again, more descriptive, like utilitarianism, divine command theory. That's what you're going to find all in those things. You're not going to find those in normative ethics. Do you think morality has a head count? Yeah, it has to be everybody, right? So if I say everybody ought to eat Snicker bars, that would be a bad moral example, but I guess you get the gist. It can't be just 5 people, 10 people, 1,000 people. I'm saying everybody ought to do it, or everybody ought not to do it. And then it goes from there. Philosophers worth their salt say it's 2 ways to look at it. Well, if they're being honest, yeah, they're going to say the philosophy way, and then there's this other way that the other people talk about, which is the descriptive ethics. So yeah, that's correct, Cosmon. They will say that there's 2 ways to look at it, but they're concerned, philosophers are concerned with only one, and that would be the normative ethics way. We're not talking about legitimate philosophy, we're talking about you. Well, I would still say I would go with the normative ethics way. Morality must be universal to be real. If it isn't universal, it doesn't count as morality is bad reasoning. That's the question. Then I would say, yeah. If it's not universal, then it's not a moral claim. Like if I say all my employees have to wear a bow tie, that's not a moral claim, because it has nothing to do with you if you're not my employee, right? So again, we have to also, I would like to mention the difference between morality and ethics. Some people use those terms interchangeably, even though the word morality is found in the subject of normative ethics. Ethics is usually a general category of an authoritative field where the authorities in that field are giving rules to those members in that field, right? So you have medical ethics, legal ethics, military ethics, right? You have so many others, but somebody in military ethics doesn't have rule over you if you're not in the military, right? So it only applies to those members in the military. Medical ethics does not apply to you if you're not in the medical field. They have no jurisdiction over you. So morality is everybody is in the same jurisdiction. So ethics in general is not everybody in the same jurisdiction. I'm wrong about what, Il Doctrine? Shuffling. Now he's trying to shuffle and zigzag. What am I shuffling and zigzagging? It's not about authority. It's the field that actually studies it. There is no other subject that deals with morality like that. That is exclusive to philosophy. Psychologists are not dealing with normative ethics. They deal with descriptive ethics and feelings and how people think. That's what that's what psychology is. That's not philosophy. Normative ethics and legitimate philosophers have no authority over what is morality. They observe and report. That's not correct. Philosophers think about what's moral. They don't observe anything. It has nothing to do with observation. They would make a moral rule and then see if it applies. It's like a mathematician filling out a math problem with a theorem, right? He just has a theorem, see if it works, right? He's not saying that every philosopher is going to make a moral rule, or they have the authority to say this is moral and that's not moral. It's not about authority. It's about the reasoning, the process of reasoning. It's not about somebody being in charge saying this is moral and everybody's better follow it. That's not the case. That's like a divine command theory. God said this and everybody better follow it or else. So as far as philosophy goes, there's nobody, no master telling everybody what's moral and what's immoral. There's a process of thinking about morality. Philosophers do not determine correct, Il Doctrine. I'm not here to tell you that. I'm not implying that. I'm directly saying that philosophers are no authorities in society at all. So, but they can tell you whether your theory is moral or not. What, as far as does it meet the requirements of being universal? Does it meet the requirement of being constant and consistent? Right. So if you come up with a moral theory, they can tell you whether it's good or bad. They don't tell you whether you're right or not. They think about morality. They don't determine. Correct. Yeah, I agree with that. That's correct. They think about morality. They don't determine. I agree with that, Il Doctrine. They evaluate it. They don't determine it. Right. So if you make a moral rule, I make a moral rule, someone makes a moral rule, they'll say that that's a bad rule or this is a good rule. I've been implying it all damn night. No, I haven't. If that's what you've heard, I don't know what I said to make you think that. I never implied that philosophers create morals. I gave examples of it. I never said whether or not it should be this or that. Okay, then stop asserting some legitimate philosophers in academia are the authority on what is morality. They don't determine what is morality. No, the field of normative ethics is found only in philosophy. That's what I've been saying. It's not like everybody has their own morality. No, no other field has that field inside of it. So they may talk about morality, but they're not talking about morality in the same sense. Hello, company. I can't hear you if you're talking. Are you there? Shekmet? Anybody hear her? I can't hear her. No, you've been asserting the fields of normative ethics is the NBR, all authority on what is morality, and you're wrong. As far as philosophy is concerned, normative ethics is the only one that's correct. The other ones are not philosophy. That's what I've been saying. It's psychology, anthropology, sociology, those fields. They don't even study that. Like, what are they talking about it for? Like, I don't understand. It would be like a chemist talking about morality, or an accountant. They don't study that. No one cares what they're talking about. They're not determining what is morality. That's the point you keep missing. Well, why are they using the word morality that way is the question. Like, where are they getting it? It's not in their field of study. Just like math is not in the field of study of philosophy. I don't talk about equations in philosophy. Not too many. Moral claim must apply to everyone. This claim does not apply to everyone. Therefore, it isn't moral. Therefore, it isn't moral. It is wrong. What? Yeah, that's not. How is it wrong? So L doctrine, if you're making that an if statement, that is a classic modus tollens. I don't know if you're aware of that, right? If morality claims equal, they must apply to everyone. That's premise one. This claim does not apply to everyone. That's premise two. This is denying the consequent. That's called modus tollens. That is valid reasoning. What do you mean I'm wrong? You would logically come to that conclusion. If S, then P, not P, then not S. What do you mean it's wrong? Morality isn't determined in a field of study. It is. I gave you the field, normative ethics. I literally gave you the field. According to you, psychologists don't determine what morality is. What is morality? Also, philosophers don't determine it either. No, but we defined, philosophers have defined when it is a moral claim or not. Right? No other field was doing that. So they borrowed it from philosophy. There was no other field doing that. I'm not talking about an opinion, Marty. It is a legitimate field. What do you mean it's an opinion? There are literally classes that you can take about it. There are books about it. There's a field. And it doesn't mean one or two classes. It's a field, just like mathematics is a field. Psychology is a field. There's plenty of research in the field, and there's subfields into it. See what I'm saying? 15 minutes ago, you were agreeing morality isn't determined in the field of study. So what means that philosophers are not telling you what is moral and what is not, what you should do, what you not do. They're not the ones doing it. They're the ones evaluating it. Right? So I think there's a miscommunication there. It's other people that are doing it.
Hey, I'm back.
Hey, man. Were you sleeping?
I did fall asleep for a little bit, man. Y'all was cooking. I passed out.
Oh, we put you to sleep? We put you to sleep or you fell asleep? Just a damn. It's not about sea lion. That's a rhetoric thing, I guess. Ill doctrine. That's not my purpose. Very thin line between subjectivity and philosophy. Not really. One statement ago, you just said it was determined by philosopher. Now you're saying 30 seconds that it's not. I think you're confusing context. So what I'm saying is they could tell you whether something is a moral claim or not. They're not telling you what you should do or not. They're not saying, yeah, do this and not do this. They're not doing that. They're not making policy. They're evaluating policies. He's a damn sea lion. Well, no, I'm not. No matter what, he will disagree. You haven't made a sticking point yet.
Okay, I'm back. Can you hear me? Mic working?
Yes, you're a little low.
I'm a little low.
I could barely hear you.
Talk to me. What's going on?
Another subjective opinion? No. How are you defining subjective, Cosmon? Like anything that's not science? If you say left, he'll say right. If you say right, he'll say left. If you say up, he says no. That's not. That may be what it seems like, but that's not what I'm doing at all. Ill doctrine. No, I'm not. I'm not agreeing to and disagreeing in order to troll. No. I think you're just taking some things out of context, maybe. You're not in the same context that I'm talking about. Hey, is Shekmet on A1? She's been up here for a little bit, and I haven't heard her.
Talk to me. Yeah, I was passed out. Dang, I restarted my computer. Y'all was cooking about something. And yeah, I slumped over.
Ill doctrine, that's the wrong context. When I say they determine morality, they can determine if something is a moral claim. That's not saying whether you should have an abortion or not. Whether you should have an abortion or not is a moral claim. No, you're saying things that contradict yourself. I never contradicted myself. Moral claims and making a moral decision is two different things. But you have to be specific what I'm wrong about. Those are different contexts, buddy. Yeah, I agree. We agree that it's different context. That's why we're having a disagreement. It's not that I'm wrong. That both contexts could be true. And it's in the rightful context. So I think we're not in the same context. That's why we're disagreeing.
I'm about to end the show, Roy Chess.
Okay, no problem.
No, I can't hear you, Shekman. I'm about to call you though. All right, with that being said, another amazing episode of Argument Alley. Stay tuned for part 2 with Humble Mystik, and stay tuned for some new characters we're adding to the cast this week as well. With that being said, you guys have a beautiful rest of the night. I'm A1, your host. We got Shekmet up here. I'm not sure if her mic is working either, but we will be tapping back in with you later tonight, so stay tuned for that. Stay tuned for Roy Chess's presentation coming up soon this week, and you guys have a good one.